The New Spirit of Capitalism. Luke Boltanski and Eve Chiapello. For Arian. For Guy. Contents. Prologue. General introduction, on the spirit of capitalism and the role of critique. Part I, the emergence of a new ideological configuration. 1. Management discourse in the 1990s. 2. The formation of the projective city. Part 2, the transformation of capitalism and the neutralization of critique. 31968, Crisis and Revival of Capitalism. 4. Dismantling the world of work. 5. Undermining the defenses of the world of work. Part 3, the new spirit of capitalism and the new forms of critique. 6. The revival of the social critique. 7. The test of the artistic critique. Conclusion, the force of critique. Postscript, sociology contra fatalism. Postface. Appendices. Preface. The New Spirit of Capitalism appeared in French in December 1999, almost 17 years ago, and there has been no flagging of interest in it since, either in France or abroad. Its career is ongoing, with new translations and reprints every year, for example, by Verso this year. Its authors have likewise continued their careers, tackling different subjects and, in their own fashion and at their own pace, producing a sequel to the book. The latter does not always follow on from it directly, but has involved returning to 5 years' work together and the fruits of an unusual collaboration between an experienced sociologist, who had published 2 books directly linked to the new spirit of capitalism, and a young researcher in management science at a business school, who had just defended her thesis on forms of management in arts organizations, a thesis reworked into a book with a more pronounced sociological bent. Point 3. Rather than return to the context of 1995 to 99, when we worked together, and respond to criticisms that have been addressed to us, something we have done in previous prefaces, we have decided to evoke in our own voices not the book itself but the way that, in some of the work we have undertaken separately since, we have pursued some of the tracks we embarked on together. Luke Boltanski. Since the publication of The New Spirit of Capitalism, I have pursued my work in various directions, leading to the publication of 4 books. Although devoted to subjects that prima facie seem very different, they form part of a series whose objective is to develop a sociology of modernity, as largely dominated by developments in capitalism over recent decades. Like The New Spirit of Capitalism, the first of these books, The Fetal Condition, A Sociology of Engendering and Abortion, published by Gallimard in 2004, sought to study the social and political changes that had profoundly altered Western societies roughly between the 1970s and the 2000s, but switching analysis from production and corporate management, the capitalist forms of organization of human work dealt with by the new spirit of capitalism, to a different sphere which, since Michel Foucault, has been termed biopolitics. Both involved grasping the long-term effects of changes that occurred during the years that either just preceded, or in particular followed, the very profound crisis of the old order from 1965 to 1975, a crisis marked by the events that made 1968 the symbol of what we should not hesitate to call a revolution, even if they did not usher in a change of political regime. The revolutionary character of these events is attested by the intensity of the reactionary counter-fire they prompted, practically as well as intellectually, a phenomenon admirably studied by Serge Audier, whose effects can still be felt today, with even greater intensity than in the immediate aftermath of May 68. However, it should be noted that these events had contrasting practical consequences in the different areas studied. In the sphere of work and production, the reaction to them saw the governing bodies of capitalism regain control, resulting in increased exploitation of labor. This was achieved by re-engineering enterprises and by massive unemployment, mainly attributable to relocation of production to low-wage countries. These phenomena are at the heart of our analyses in the new spirit of capitalism. By contrast, in the domain of biopolitics, buoyed by the development of feminist movements, by a more pronounced demand for autonomy, and also by a new ecological awareness, the events resulted in the legally sanctioned acquisition of new freedoms, which are nevertheless still contested and remain fragile. In a second book, On Critique, A Sociology of Emancipation 6 published in 2009, relying on the fieldwork undertaken in the two previous books, I endeavored to develop a theory of social critique, accounting for the conditions of its emergence and of its success or failure. This analysis of contemporary forms of critique was predominantly based on two components, proposing two sets of concepts that aim to understand, on the one hand, the very possibility of critique and its modus operandi and, on the other, the way it might gain a hold and take root in social formations. An initial conceptual device introduced a distinction between what I called the world and reality. Social actors are immersed in a reality which, dependent as it is on a number of pre-established formats in the legal order, or, more generally, regulatory texts, tends to limit the horizon of expectations and aspirations that may be deemed realistic, including by those disadvantaged by these formats, who might in a word be called the subaltern. However, not all of the latter's experience is rooted in this socially and legally constructed level of reality. Some of it is immersed in what might be called the world, defined as everything that is the case, even everything that could be the case, which boils down to the impossibility of knowing and mastering the world as a totality. The plane of reality is shot through with contradictions, which tend to be bypassed or obscured by the dominant instances when reality coheres, in the sense that each of its elements seems to support the effectiveness of the others. In historical situations where this reality appears to come undone, as is notably the case when economic crises and/or innovative social movements develop, actors can endeavor to shape what, in their everyday life, is rooted in their experience of the world, to translate it into a language and, when they meet with a response, to convert it into political demands, in an attempt to transform the contours of reality through critique. To understand such operations, we must say a little about the mechanisms whose task is to construct reality and make it cohere. This is where the second set of concepts presented in On Critique comes in. Its objective is a clearer understanding of the role of institutions understood as incorporeal beings, or, if you like, fictions which, precisely because they are disembodied, unlike ordinary actors who are always socially situated by dint of their engagement in a body, are tasked with saying how things stand with what is, in principle for everyone and from an overarching standpoint, that is, with defending the very tenor of reality. In this theoretical mechanism, critique assumes its true significance, especially as regards the institutions at which it is directed. Accordingly, the path to emancipation is construed as a dynamic aiming, as it were, to deconsecrate institutions, including the state, so as to envisage political orders based on recognition of the uncertainty inhabiting reality and the possibility of changing its contours, that is, recognition of the necessity of critique. The next step, presented in Mysteries and Conspiracies 7, which was published in 2012, sought to pursue this analysis of modernity by taking as its subject the nation-state as it developed in Europe from around the late 19th century, that is, the state in the age of biopolitics. The mission of biopolitics is to act as guarantor of the tenor of reality and, utilizing the natural sciences, technology, and social science, to render it predictable by reducing the uncertainty that always threatens to invest social existence. The book relies on seemingly disparate phenomena, in the sphere of literature, the emergence and rapid, exponential development of crime fiction and spy novels, in psychiatry, the invention of a new nosological entity, paranoia, in political life, the interconnected multiplication of accusations of conspiracy and counter-accusations of indulging in conspiracy theories, and, in the domain of knowledge, the public success of the social sciences, particularly sociology, insofar as it serves on the one hand to establish institutional reality, when put to work in a logic of expertise, and on the other to support the critique of institutional reality. The central argument developed in Mysteries and Conspiracies is as follows. The truly demiurgic project that emerges with the formation of the European nation-state, making reality predictable within national boundaries and for a selected, documented population, encounters a whole series of obstacles. Among them, a key role is played by the development of capitalism, which makes light of national boundaries. The upshot is what might be characterized as structural anxiety about the stability of the social and political environment and the very tenor of reality. In my view, this anxiety about the reality of reality is conveyed to a general audience by literary genres that put uncertainty at the heart of their fictional apparatus, and is also expressed by frequent public reference to paranoia, an illness marked by the impossibility of concluding the investigation of reality. Such paranoia has become an habitual accusation, or anxiety about the threat of conspiracy, which is one of the resorts of the modern media. It should be pointed out that diffuse anxiety about reality readily takes a reactionary turn when it leads to the idealization of a supposedly unchanging and hence reassuring past, that is, when it is not transformed into a critique directed on the one hand at institutions, especially when they insulate themselves against democratic demands, and on the other at capitalism, when it makes uncertainty and disorder a source of profit. I shall conclude this tour with a brief presentation of the last book I wrote, with Arnaud Esquire, Enrichissement, on Critique de la Marchandise, which has just been published. 8 Its subject is once again the changes in capitalism that have marked the development of the countries of Western Europe in the last 40 years. But it approaches them from a different angle from that adopted in the new spirit of capitalism. Enrichissement starts out not from the issue of work and production, but from the commodity. In this book, we develop the idea that recent decades have witnessed the development of a new way of creating wealth that relies not on industry, now largely relocated, but on commerce and the more intensive exploitation of resources. Without being altogether novel, these have assumed unprecedented importance. The scale of the change in capitalism only emerges if one brings together spheres that are generally considered in isolation, in particular, the heritage industry, the arts, culture, the antiques trade, the creation and foundation of museums, the luxury items industry, whether fashion or food, and upmarket tourism. The constant interaction between these enables us to understand how they make a profit. What they have in common is that they capitalize not on the production of new objects, which continues to play an important role while being relocated to low-wage countries, but on the enrichment of things that are already there. Economy of enrichment is our term for an economy that draws its substance from exploitation of the past. In this economy, objects from the past are enriched, particularly by being associated with narratives that foreground their traditional character and also, invariably, their national rootedness. One of the specificities of this economy is that it capitalizes on commerce in items primarily intended for the global rich. For the wealthy who deal in them, they are at once a source of enrichment and, by making it part of heritage, a way of preserving a wealth acquired elsewhere, in particular through finance. In Enrichissement, we also propose a grid for understanding how this economy is part of a composite structure in which other types of commodity also circulate. It is based on an analysis of what we call the structures of the commodity, associated with a multiplicity of forms of valorization whose composition is articulated in the manner of a transformation group, in Claude Lévi-Strauss's sense of that category. Along with the standard form, which was dominant in the context of industrial capitalism, we have identified three further forms. These are the collection form, on which the economy of enrichment is largely based, the tendency form, which makes it possible to valorize things that rapidly become obsolescent, and, finally, the active form that values objects, including artworks, solely in terms of their resale with a view to profit, thus treating them as if they were financial assets whose exchange is predominantly speculative. Practical knowledge of these forms of valorization enables actors, whether sellers or buyers, to circulate in the complex universe of the commodity, albeit unequally, of course, in accordance with their level of market socialization. This practical knowledge has become all the more indispensable inasmuch as modern Western societies can be defined as commerce societies, where everyone is supposed to be not only a consumer, as in the old consumer society, but also a competent seller, including of themselves. Analysis of the commodity and commerce is thus at the heart of our work. By commodity, we mean anything, whether material or immaterial, that has a price when it changes hands. We therefore regard exchange as a test, in the sense that Laurent Thévenot and I attached to this concept in On Justification, in this instance, a test whose outcome is the formation of a price. From this position we went back to work on the issue of value. Rather than treating value as a property that is more stable and more inherent in things themselves than price, as did the classical thinkers, or dispelling the problem by relying on a mechanism of subjective evaluation, like the neoclassical economists, we have treated reference to value as a means seized on by the actors in an exchange when they seek to criticize or justify a price. This they do by appealing to what we call meta-prices, prices that are estimated without being the direct result of an exchange. Our analysis of the commodity made considerable use of the seminal works of Fernand Braudel, who stressed the role of commodity movements in the formation of capitalism and, in particular, following Sombart, the role of things destined to fuel trade in luxuries. Further drawing on Braudel, we have suggested an interpretation of profit which, alongside the surplus value from labor analyzed by Marx, attributes great importance to what Braudel calls market surplus value. The latter is extracted by operators who equip themselves with the means to move commodities between various remote markets between which communication is difficult. This is the case, for example, when a luxury product with a French trademark is sold in a far-off country with a very high profit margin. But the same kind of operation is effected when it is the buyers who are displaced, as in upmarket tourism. The mobility that capitalism derives from its plasticity thus represents, according to us, a significant source of profit. Finally, I shall add that the development of this new source of wealth has helped profoundly transform the contours of the social formation we live in and the hierarchy of social classes. The economy of enrichment has significantly helped to strengthen property-owning groups and classes, as against those who derive the bulk of their resources from salaried employment. With the decline of industrial production, it has relegated many members of the popular classes to the status of servants. Finally, it has been associated with a significant increase in the number of workers in cultural industries, who, in the absence of organizations and critical tools, currently have few resources with which to resist the casualization that is often their lot. In this respect, the book aims to offer analyses that make tools available to these workers, enabling them to make demands attuned to their current condition. Contemporary France is fertile ground for the study of these new forms of wealth creation, rather as Great Britain was for the industrial economy in the first half of the 19th century. France, where the various forms of valorization are active, is thus a good example of what might be called an integral capitalism, in the sense that it capitalizes on the incessant extension of the commodification process, impelled by the demand for profit, to new domains. Yves Chiapello. Readers of the New Spirit of Capitalism often take very different things from the book. Some, above all fans of the description of the 6 cities in On Justification, go to it for a 7th city, established in Chapter 2, adding a 7th column to what then becomes a grid of atemporal, non-territorial codification, a minimalist usage, and doubtless not the most interesting, both of our book and of On Justification. Others have viewed this 7th city as what we sought to make it, or as the stylized description of a new spirit of capitalism, valorizing projects, creativity, network existence, the need to become a self-entrepreneur, and new corporate figures like the coach or project head, a description that has hardly aged. Quite the reverse, it seems that these ideas have permeated public policy, which strives to make regions creative, to invest in human capital, and to construct new forms of security and employability in a world that is invariably described as uncertain, developing rapidly, and where it is imperative to reinvent oneself daily. Self-entrepreneurship has developed further thanks to new legal formulas, or technological ones. Numerous investigations have found this stylization helpful in making sense of the transformation of work that we tackled by rereading the research of the time, which enabled us to stress that changes in management discourse could not be dissociated from changes to work. For my part, I have not done any further work on the world of the seventh city and what it means for work. On the other hand, I have retained an approach that seeks to bring together the discursive and ideological dimension of management with actual corporate practice, while being concerned to articulate them better, especially given that some of the criticisms addressed to us argued that we had an unduly monolithic and long-distance view, incompatible with the variety of practical situations. I thus endeavored to construct different operators of the transition from discourses to practices. Obviously, this started with the notion of test that had already been employed in Luke's other works, and which we had developed in the new spirit of capitalism, but also on the basis of other works. These included the works of Michel Foucault, which are indispensable for articulating the order of discourse and mechanisms for the conduct of conduct, or those within actor network theory that attribute agency to socio-technical arrangements. I also moved very close to Alain Desrosiers and his work on quantification, which used the notion of convention in a wholly original way to account for the construction of devices for calculation and quantified representation. What interested me was using management tools, particularly those that organize the generation and diffusion of quantitative information, as relays from ideas to practices, as operators to enact global ideologies potentially circulating far and wide, which are taken up and endlessly repeated in ad hoc, localized and hence variable applications, without being unconnected with the dominant major discursive frameworks. Thus I worked on accounting frameworks, including changes within them and their links with political theories, whether to explain the frameworks incorporated into the international accounting norms adopted by the European Union during the 2009 or, going back in time, the relationship that can be traced between conceptualizations of capitalism developed by Marx and the accounting practices of the 19th century firms with which he was concerned. Point 10. A book for young researchers. 11. Broadly pedagogical in intent, also derived from this endeavor. This approach by way of management technologies also made even more salient an underlying issue in the new spirit of capitalism, but not broached in it as such. It is not possible to conceive capitalism without the state, and changes in capitalism are also changes to the state. The development of law, taxation, and public policy accompanies, enables or prevents, facilitates, or even prompts, the actual forms of economic activity, so that we cannot stick to an analysis of the managerial practices and organizational changes implemented by enterprises. The issue is certainly not ignored in our book, since, relying, for example, on the work of Alain Soupiat, we refer to changes in employment law. And we also allocated a prominent role to the legislative advances that followed the crisis of governability of May 1968 and the 1970s. Nevertheless, our focus was on capitalism, not the state. The spirit of capitalism, as presented by us broadly in accordance with the Weberian theory of legitimacy, can only provide justifications and good reasons for commitment to the extent that it constrains the process of accumulation. But we remained pretty much silent on the modalities of such constraint. It involves mechanisms, whether managerial or legal, compulsory or voluntary, that adjust the tests of the capitalist world, especially selection tests. My subsequent research on accounting led me to work on what might also be called a test that is central in capitalism, profit-making, which obviously involves workers and investors, but also the state. The state is interested in it in various respects, as an arbiter of social conflicts, making laws in accordance with the changing sites of conflict, as a third party seeking to organize or even steer an economic system, and, finally, as a set of entities whose resources depend upon profit calculation. While legal texts are indeed produced to supervise accounting, it cannot be maintained that the only thing at stake in them is a relationship between capitalism and its critique. Point 12. It may be that a criticism made of us when the book appeared, that we did not invoke neoliberalism to account for recent changes in capitalism, preferring a different description, is related to this undervaluation of concomitant changes to the state. In particular, The latter consisted in a reorganization of the relations between the public and the private and a readjustment of the modalities of state action and intervention, factors that we did not include in our analysis. That is why I have sought to extend my work on management tools and quantification to take account of tools of government, establishing links with a dynamic research field in political science that has proposed analyzing public policy starting out from these tools. If there is a translation chain from normative discourses to economic practices, then it is forged both by political instruments and management tools. Legislative texts are written, management procedures are developed by civil service departments in order to implement them, and statistical systems are established to track them. Management tools are prescribed for enterprises, which develop their administrative equipment and rules, not without some tinkering, invention and exploitation of the latest technological innovations. Consequently, in the socio-technical arrangements that create the economic fabric, it is impossible to separate out what derives from the state, enterprises, and NGOs. Consequently, this ensemble is imbued with cognitive frameworks and discourses, some of which acquire greater purchase than others, that also circulate in public reports, legislative discussions, and management literature. My ongoing work is on financialization. Point 13. Initially, I embarked on it with a view to explaining the phase of capitalism that followed the one we described in our book, and which macroeconomic Marxists or members of the regulation school have documented from the late 1990s under the rubric of financialized capitalism. And I sought to combine a study of financial discourse and a study of the management tools, particularly evaluation, proposed by finance, with a study of changes in the circuits of financing of the economy and of changes in the ways that public policy is formulated and implemented. If there is a new spirit of financialized capitalism, associated with a particular toolbox, then it should be possible to explain the way in which its spirit guides both economic practices and public policy, as well as the activities of not-for-profit actors that are neither public nor private, that have recently proliferated in areas where management and government mechanisms are constructed, sometimes referred to as civil society. Apart from the description of the connectionist world and the seventh city, readers frequently take up another aspect of the new spirit of capitalism, the dialectical model of change we propose, wherein capitalism transforms itself by integrating critique. This model, which has the merit of assigning critique a significant role, assumes at the same time that a critique that succeeds is a critique recuperated and thereby disarmed. We identify two main critiques of capitalism, the artistic critique and the social critique, and the book's architecture is structured around the interplay between the two. Amid the capitalism's crisis of governmentality, caused by an offensive by the two critiques, various actions were taken in response. Ultimately, it seemed more effective for capitalism to transform itself radically by meeting some of the demands of the artistic critique, which enabled it to eradicate the social critique. Subsequent chapters are devoted to exploring ways of reviving both the social critique and the artistic critique. It should be noted that critique has a different meaning here from the one it is given in the model of the cities, since the critiques of capitalism possess substantive content that cannot be translated into the terms of the six cities, in particular, because they do not touch on issues of justice and the relative worth of beings and things. Some readers think that the artistic critique is a critique from the inspired city, while the social critique derives from the civic city. This fails to grasp the dynamics and characteristics of the capitalist system, which is sometimes reduced to the market city and at other times to an industrial, market compromise. In the book we in fact combine two very different approaches to critique. The first refers to particular ideological contents that target the operation, development, and derelictions of the economic system. The second is constructed with respect to the model of cities we developed. Whereas, in On Justification, critique was essentially conceived from one city to the next, we now envisaged an internal or reformist critique, aiming to make tests conform more closely to the forms of justice they are supposed to serve, and an external or radical critique that challenges them, closer to the original conception of critique in the model of cities. A dynamic of tests was also added, intended to account for the displacement of tests, and they're being put under stress by the impact of the reformist critique. This involves a theoretical language that makes it possible to model at a micro-level changes in the established tests. These two conceptions of critique cohabit in the book without being fully integrated, just as description of the new spirit of capitalism cohabits with that of the projective city. It seems to me that subsequently, each in our own way, we have sought to go more deeply into one of these conceptions. For my part, I have mainly worked on the critiques of capitalism in order to ground them theoretically, by reading texts from the tradition critical of capitalism, and to extend the model of change we developed in time. 14 In the introduction to the book, we announced that the new spirit of capitalism was in fact the third since Werner Sombert's initial characterization in terms of the figure of the bourgeois. I therefore sought to reconstruct the interplay between critiques and crises of governability accompanying the transition from one spirit to another. This led me to construct various ideal types of critiques of capitalism more robustly than we had done in the book, not of two critiques, but four. In fact, it seemed to me to be necessary to add a partly anti-modernist critique, which I called the conservative critique, to account both for the first spirit and for the emergence from the crisis of the 1930s, and an ecological critique, prominent in the 1970s, but which was given no role in the book. This latter critique seemed to me especially active in the management and corporate world at the start of the 2000s, in particular with the movement for corporate social responsibility. Having been employed in a business school until 2013, I used this work to construct an alternative program for managers 15 confronting them with critiques of capitalism in order to make them agents of recuperation. During the financial crisis of 2007-08, it seemed for a while as if the crisis might be the prelude to a new crisis of governability of capitalism, liable to foster a consideration of alternative ideas about social and environmental questions alike. As early as 2009, however, any change of models was out of the question. The states that had saved the banks from collapse found themselves caught in a vice by the financial markets on account of their colossal debts. And to this day the financial orthodoxy required by lenders, who believe they take priority over the needs of citizens, as the tragic fate of Greece has shown, has not relaxed its grip. Rather than a change of regime, we have witnessed further enslavement of economic agents to the requirement of returns on capital. It became evident that critical forces were incapable of introducing a balance of power that would enable them to be taken into consideration. In France, these years also witnessed an acceleration in reform of the state and a very profound transformation of ways of organizing and managing the civil service, a shift that is still underway, and whose forms cannot be dissociated from the financial crisis of the state. On my recruitment to the École de Hautes Études and Sciences Sociales in 2013, this issue of financialization was the one I thought I should tackle, thereby reviving the original questions of the new spirit of capitalism, which were to understand what at the time we called the crisis of critique. The issue today is its inability to gain any purchase, and, in particular, to check the rise to power of financial actors asserting different interests and different imperatives from those of capital accumulation. My working hypothesis is that the ways in which critique is currently received are very profoundly structured by an ideological framework and by financialized instruments that influence the way social or environmental problems are defined and considered, so that, when a reform is implemented, not only does it not challenge the power of finance, but, on the contrary, often reinforces it. Paris, February 9, 2017. Preface. To the English edition. 1994 to 2003. Nearly 10 years have passed since we organized the work program that led to the publication of Le Nouvel Esprit du Capitalisme 5 years later. So it is perhaps worth offering a brief sketch of some of the features of the period in which this book took shape. The various decisions about theoretical positioning we took in order to tackle recent economic and social changes can in fact be clarified by recalling certain elements of the French intellectual and political context at the end of the 1980s and beginning of the 1990s. The reference to capitalism. A first feature, which, given our subject matter, is not unimportant, was quite simply that virtually no one, with the exception of a few allegedly archaic Marxists, referred to capitalism any longer. The term was simply struck from the vocabulary of politicians, trade unionists, writers, and journalists, not to mention social scientists, who had consigned it to historical oblivion. In this regard, especially striking was the fact that, to take but one example, the discourse of political ecology, originally associated with violent attacks on the power of capital, seemed to have forgotten the link, still obvious 10 years earlier, between the destruction of natural resources and the pursuit of profit at any price. If Anglophone authors, particularly Americans, continued to use the term, one no doubt because it was less associated with communism in their intellectual and political culture than it is in ours, sociologists and economists in the Old World preferred to forget it. Obviously, this was in startling contrast to the ubiquitous reference to capitalism in the 1960s and 1970s. In order to get a clearer idea of what we were aiming to do, we must go back over the fate of the reference to capitalism in French sociology in the last 30 years. In the 1960s and 1970s, reference to capitalism was inspired, in various degrees of orthodoxy, by Marxism, which became, especially with the revival occasioned by Althusserianism, a dominant paradigm. This paradigm sometimes presented itself as a return to the original sources, aimed at restoring the thought of Marx in all its purity, and sometimes grafted itself onto other traditions and authors, in particular, Durkheim and Weber on the one hand, Freud and Nietzsche on the other. These different schools shared a dual ambition whose contradictory character is invariably neither theorized, nor even acknowledged. On the one hand, their aim was to reactivate a positivist conception of the social world and a scientistic vision of history. On the other hand, they sought to remain in the closest possible contact with the social movements that developed in these years and to be their critical vanguard. According to this conception, sociology therefore had to be both scientific and critical. Now, in our view, this dual orientation comes up against the problem of values and, in particular, moral values and ideals. Because it aims to dig beneath the consciousness of actors and unveil structures, laws, and forces that are beyond their control, the scientific approach can deal with moral values and ideals only as ideologies, that is to say, in this conception, as a more or less hypocritical cover for relations of force. Contrariwise, the critical impulse presupposes reference to ideals with which the reality to be criticized can be compared. The same antinomy recurs at the level of action. Stressing historical structures, laws, and forces tends to minimize the role of intentional action. Things are what they are. Yet the critical approach becomes meaningless if one does not believe that it can serve to inflect human beings' action, and that this action can itself help to change the course of things in the direction of further liberation. This tension is especially evident in the sociology of domination elaborated by Pierre Bourdieu, which aims to unveil the mechanisms through which a universal domination, presented as an iron law, is exercised, while at the same time seeking to advance the work of individual liberation, conceived as an emancipation from external powers and intervention. But if, in the final analysis, all relations are reducible to conflicts of interest and relations of force, and this is a law immanent in the order of the social, what is the point of unmasking them in the indignant tones of critique, as opposed to registering them with the dispassion of the entomologists studying ant societies? Confronted with these aporias, and in a context of the waning of protest movements and the decline of Marxism, some 1980s sociology and political science, which we participated in within the framework of the Political and Moral Sociology Group, sought to restart work on the question of action and moral values. Point 2 In the realm of action, the issue was to find a language that made it possible to describe people's actions not as the realization of potentialities inscribed in structures, or as the execution of a ready-made program, but inasmuch as they presuppose that decisions and risks are taken in the light of the uncertain situations in which people find themselves. In the realm of moral values, it was a question of taking the normative principles and ideals that people claim to adhere to seriously, without reducing them to mere ideological masks or expressions of false consciousness. Finally, the same currents aim to broach the issue of social order and the way it is achieved, without reducing it a priori to an interplay of forces over which actors have no control. The prospect of restoring critique was not alien to this enterprise. If one accepts that, if it is to be credible, critique presupposes normative fulcra, then it is necessary, if the critiques developed by actors are to be taken seriously, to model the normative exigencies their critiques point towards. A critical sociology indifferent to the values that actors claim to adhere to must therefore be replaced by a sociology of critique. It must also be made clear that this move had no intention of putting critique in the dock, but, on the contrary, sought to render its foundations more solid. The detour via a sociology of critique had heuristic intentions, not a political design. The 1980s sociologies that stressed action and moral values were often directed towards a pragmatic analysis of the actions, justifications, and critiques developed by people in concrete situations, bringing out the operations implemented by actors to perform or construct the social, reduce the uncertainty of situations, make and consolidate agreements, criticize existing arrangements, and so on. Such analyses have been accused on the one hand of neglecting relations of force, thereby offering an ironic vision of the social world, and on the other of locking themselves into a description of micro-situations amenable to observation, thereby neglecting processes that are realized on a broader canvas, involving a multiplicity of actors, and over the long term. This applies to references to capitalism, which disappeared from the sociological currents we have just briefly described. Dethroned from its status of key concept of the 1970s, capitalism has been reduced to an inferior status, a somewhat indecent swear word, because it implied a Marxist terminology that many sociologists wished to forget, but also because it referred to something too large, too bulky to be immediately observable and describable via the observation of specific situations. 15 years on, we may nevertheless ask whether sociology can really dispense with referring to substantial entities, grasped over the long term, without sacrificing much of the light it is supposed to cast on the present. A sociology that makes do with describing the configuration of various concrete situations, and the way in which people construct these arrangements, can clearly serve to inspire various sorts of repairs to the social fabric, made on a day-by-day basis by working participants or social engineers. But it does not make it possible to aid the construction of wider collective projects, something that formed part of sociology's mission from the outset. Abandonment of any reference to capitalism in the 1980s was also accompanied by a kind of astonishment at the changes underway in the economic and social sphere, changes that could nevertheless not be ignored. Lacking a macro-sociological perspective, sociology struggled to construct mediations between a comprehensive mutation and local transformations affecting the main components of everyday life. These links were simply not established or, at any rate, were not organized in such a way as to form a system. Similar remarks could be made about the term social class. At the heart of European sociology from 1950 to 1980, it had suddenly disappeared, even though new forms of inequality were proliferating during the 1980s. What was particular about these was, if we might put it thus, that they were visible to the naked eye. Europeans discovered with amazement and anxiety that their towns in turn were filling up with the homeless people whose presence in the great American metropolises had shocked them, but without them ever seriously envisaging the possibility that such figures might one day come to populate their own familiar public spaces. This was the context in which a different theme was popularized, exclusion, that was intended, at a theoretical level at least, to reconcile belief in the virtual disappearance of social classes, supposedly replaced by a large middle class, and the reality of tangible poverty associated with inner-city ghettoization. These various remarks clarify our endeavor in Le Nouvel Esprit du Capitalisme. We sought to construct a framework that makes it possible to combine approaches in terms of critical sociology, referring to supra-individual entities with the capacity to affect a large number of people over a long period, and approaches derived from pragmatic sociology, stressing action, the normative exigencies that intentional actions claim to be inspired by, and critical operations in particular, by pursuing the program of a sociology of critique. Feeling the need to return to the issue of capitalism, we did not drop the contributions of pragmatic sociology. This book is presented as an attempt to integrate the two approaches. In particular, we employed the analytical framework presented in De La Justification 3, which highlights the critical and justificatory operations performed by people in everyday situations, and offers a model of general conventions and forms of equivalence that make it possible to confer legitimacy on justification and critique. But rather than describing critical operations in limited situations on a case-by-case basis, our objective was to highlight the role played by critique in the dynamic of capitalism, and to construct a model of normative change. The book focuses on the years 1965 to 1995. This period is especially auspicious for such a project. It was initially marked by an intensive critical movement, coinciding with the crisis of capitalism. Then, in a subsequent phase, critique was brought to heel concurrently with the transformation and revival of capitalism. This revival finally led, in the 1990s, to the gradual construction of a new normative fulcrum, a new city in the sense given the term by De La Justification. On a more practical level, our intention was on the one hand to paint a picture rendering the changes underway more intelligible, and on the other hand to explain with the same schemas the interpretative deficit, and especially the silence of critique, which seemed to us to be key characteristics of the period we were living through. Studying critique and being critical. To reconstruct a critical sociology on the basis of the sociology of critique by hybridizing it with the old thematic of capitalism, such was our ambition. So what analytical objects did we select to pursue this project? Starting out from the question posed by the lack of social critique that seemed to us to be characteristic of the 1980s and the beginning of the 1990s, we developed a dual analysis. In the first instance, we analyzed the role of critique in the changes in historical capitalism, basing this work on a more general model of normative change whose construction was one of the main theoretical objectives of our work. Second, we sought to deepen the role played by the coexistence of comparatively incompatible forms of critique in the dynamic relationship between capitalism and critique. Here we encounter the distinction, which constitutes a leitmotif of this book, between social critique and what we have called the artistic critique. In so doing, we were not so naive as to be unaware that, in its descriptive aspects, our work was, by force of circumstance, going to acquire a political dimension. Besides, regardless of whether they wish it to be so, is this not true of all enterprises, for example, in the case of 19th-century fiction, whose object is to compose a picture of society, given that a representation, however naturalistic in intent, is also always an interpretation which, by this very token, opens up the possibility of a judgment? It is still incumbent on us to clarify the kind of critique we wanted to revitalize, and our position as critics. First of all, what is the relationship between sociological analysis and social action? We deliberately limited ourselves when it came to setting out the practical implications of our analyses. This was in order to avoid both the arrogance of the expert advisor to the prince and pontificator, and the irresponsibility of armchair revolutionaries basing their power on a dual, scientific and political, legitimacy, something which, as is well known, has led to unprecedented forms of intellectual terrorism in the recent past. But we nevertheless hope that our work will be able to contribute to a renewal of critique, not only its content, but also its forms and aims. Here we took as our model Karl Polanyi and Albert Hirschman, whose works were a constant source of support. In order to pursue the line we had marked out, the main sacrifice we had to make doubtless involved the radicalism and totalizing designs which, especially for researchers trained in the continental tradition, possess a seductive power that is difficult to resist. In contrast, we strove to dissect the details, for example, those of the new mechanisms of exploitation. One consequence of this determination to stick to details, combined with a lack of financial resources to assemble a huge work team, was that we were obliged to restrict ourselves for the most part to the French case. An ideal program would have allowed for comparison between several countries over the same period and with the same methods. It remains to be pursued. This is also to say that the forms of critique indicated by our analyses are not revolutionary, if, as has frequently been the case since the early 19th century, by revolutionary is meant a position offering a portrayal of the human condition in the capitalist sphere and, more generally, in contemporary industrial society which is so alien to human destiny or, if you prefer, so alienated, that critique's sole possible objective is the creation of a new man. 5 In particular, we reject one of the implications of this conception, which is that it releases critique from the requirement of developing the normative standpoint that grounds it, inasmuch as it is bound up with the belief that no normative position is attainable in the world as currently constituted, or even really imaginable as long as the revolution remains to be made. Critique alone is then accessible. This has the inestimable advantage that one can subject everything to critique without ever having to disclose one's own normative presuppositions. When it is not simply nihilistic or mundane, such a position ultimately invariably comes down to making science, whether it be the science of history in the sense of dialectical materialism or, today, an absolutist social science, and, indirectly, those in whom the revolutionary and the scientist are conjoined, who are supposed to have the requisite materials in their possession, the final arbiters of human action. And this occurs at the expense of a common sense of justice, which is certainly the most widely shared thing in the world. Here we follow Michael Walzer's analysis in his fine book on social critique in the 20th century, The Company of Critics. We are confirmed in this position by what our analyses have taught us of capitalism's ability to assimilate critique. There is no ideology, however radical its principles and formulations, that has not eventually proved open to assimilation, and all the more readily the more comprehensive it was, abandoning the prosaic, tedious terrain of everyday conflicts, in favor of vast prophetic demands. In particular, this explains why we have examined so closely the mechanisms that aim to introduce new forms of security and justice into a universe where flexibility, mobility, and network forms of organization had become basic reference points, mechanisms proposed by jurists or economists, among others, which were being discussed in the second half of the 1990s. At a theoretical level, analysis of these mechanisms allowed us to give substance to the projective city, a new normative fulcrum that we think is in the process of being formed, while from a more practical standpoint, it enabled us to identify some of the points which critique seemed best placed to latch onto. We must, however, clear up a misunderstanding whose implications are as much political as theoretical. Our aim in writing this book was never to help establish the projective city or even, as we have been criticized for doing, to seek to offer capitalism a new, immediately available city. Our work was primarily intended to be descriptive, and for the most part we made do with assembling mechanisms proposed by a fairly wide range of authors from different disciplines, which aim to establish tests making it possible to realize the projective city. What might be called our personal position on this point is expressed not in the body of the text, which is given over to description, but in the postscript. We believe that anything that makes it possible to diminish the insecurity of wage earners even marginally is better than nothing, first because suffering will thereby be reduced, and we have no time for la politique du père, but also because, as the whole history of the working class movement has shown, it is when insecurity diminishes that conditions conducive to a revival of critique develop. We are not experts in political strategy. But that is why the option of instituting mechanisms which lead to greater security for wage earners, even if these mechanisms come to a compromise with demands for flexibility, currently seems to us a pretty reasonable option, on condition that it is accompanied by theoretical and practical work, based on these mechanisms, preparing for a more vigorous revival of critique. So we have no qualms about acknowledging that we assign critique a reformist role in the first instance. 4. Once the metaphysical constructions that sustain the messianic expectation of revolution have been renounced, and, in particular, once anticipations of a new man have been abandoned, How are demands for reform radically different from revolutionary commitment? Reforms can also be radical, and change the existing order of things fairly profoundly. In fact, underlying this whole debate between reform and revolution is a problem that remains largely implicit today: the legitimacy of using violence. It remains implicit because those who, after 2 world wars and episodes of mass extermination in the fascist and communist countries, still advocate large-scale use of violence are fewer and farther between than in Sarl's time. But if support for violence on grounds of revolutionary necessity is rejected, how are reformist movements to be distinguished from revolutionary ones? How do things stand with critique, expansion and confusion? At the start of this preface, we underline the changed context between the first half of the 1990s and the period we are now living through. It is especially intriguing where critique is concerned. First of all, since our book was first published in France at the end of 1999, we have witnessed a very rapid revival of critique, certainly more rapid and intense than we could have anticipated when we wrote Chapter 6, devoted to the resurgence of critique after 1995. Especially noteworthy has been the speed with which critiques developed in different countries have converged on a comprehensive critique of globalization, with its high points of Seattle, Genoa, or Porto Alegre. On the other hand, however, we have witnessed virtual stagnation when it comes to establishing mechanisms capable of controlling the new forms of capitalism and reducing their devastating effects. In France, the belated arrival of the euphoria created by the new economy, which can be fairly precisely dated to the end of 1999, or a little more than 2 years before the collapse of the Nasdaq in April 2002, certainly played a significant role in the socialist government's shelving of most of the measures envisaged. 6 In all likelihood, this played a role in the spectacular failure of the established left at the presidential elections in April 2002 and the protest vote by a significant section of the electorate for the extreme right or the extra-parliamentary extreme left. The same could be said of mechanisms intended to have a global impact, whose implementation seems an even more utopian prospect for the moment. In this respect, things have not changed very much compared with the years when we wrote our book, and the least one can say is that the new spirit of capitalism is taking its time about rectifying itself as regards its ability to offer not only what we call stimulation, but also security and justice. In retrospect, it might be thought that our work is thus simultaneously rather timid when it comes to a resumption of critique, which has been more rapid than we foresaw, and decidedly over-optimistic about the effects of critique, which for the time being are not immediately obvious, to say the least. Moreover, the relative absence of a coherent theoretical analysis and precise empirical analyses of the way that capitalism has been reinvigorated over the last 30 years might possibly explain, at least in part, the present paradoxical situation, which is characterized by an undeniable redeployment of critique and a no less patent disarray of that critique. We can detect an initial sign of this disarray in the nostalgia, prevalent among old activists, for the good old days of communism, when the threat posed to the Western democracies by the armies of the countries of actually existing communism was thought to give the bosses pause, while some young activists are attracted by archaic forms of revolutionary discourse. In our opinion, another such sign consists in the temptation to transform a critique of capitalism itself into a critique of imperialism. In France, this move has translated into a resurgence of vulgar anti-Americanism. It is always disturbing to see indignation detached from the concrete, often conflictual sites it applies to, making way for a consensus in the face of an external enemy, even when it concerns globalization and its agents. For the time being, it is also difficult to make out what direction the renewal of what we have called the artistic critique might take. If the exhaustion of the forms assumed by this critique in France over the last 50 years is fairly generally acknowledged, certainly more clearly so than 5 or 10 years ago, the issue of which symptoms should be considered in order to identify the currently dominant modes of alienation remains very blurred. This contributes in significant measure to maintaining the confusion between the markers via which, until recently, left or right-wing political identifications were readily discerned. For example, In the case of recent mobilizations around the Confederation Paysanne, we have seen a movement defending agriculture against the depredations of globalization and GMOs, which it has been possible to identify as both leftist and reactionary, depending on whether stress is laid on its rather contradictory positions in favor of fair trade at a world level or the protection of traditional French agriculture. 2 replies to some critiques. Since its publication 3.5 years ago, this book has been subject to a certain number of critiques by colleagues at home and abroad. Despite their diversity, certain themes recur in these critiques, perhaps because they highlight the most obvious defects of our work. But in some cases at least, the critiques latch onto points that typify the approach we sought to develop, so that they indicate the connection between our enterprise and other recent theoretical endeavors in the social sciences. This is why it is worth taking them up and briefly noting the responses we think we are in a position to make. Conventions, economics and regulation theory. An initial critique, which is fairly typical of the very lively debates among unorthodox economists in the French intellectual arena, maintains that our position is awkwardly poised between 2 recent currents in economic analysis, conventions economics, whose development has been very closely related to the efforts we ourselves have made to develop a pragmatic sociology of critique, 7 and the works of the regulation school. 8 An important aspect of our work was indeed the quite deliberate pursuit of a synthesis between these 2 approaches. From conventions theory we derived the need to clarify the conventions, in the sense of principles of equivalence, that allow for the comparison of persons, insofar as they constitute the often largely invisible bedrock of economic relations, but also of the judgments that different actors make about them. For example, transactions rest on different quality conventions. As for production, it is based on different coordination conventions. From the spirit of regulation theory we took the macroeconomic and macrosocial orientation, and also the structuralist orientation that underlines the existence of regimes of accumulation, that is to say, translating back into our language, the fact that certain conventions and tests have a strategic position at a given moment in time, and in a particular social formation. These conventions and tests are established, in the sense that they are organized into a system, orchestrated by legal mechanisms, and anchored in organizations. But rather than conferring a quasi-mechanical modus operandi on these systems, which tends to hypostatize them, we integrate into our descriptions the interpretations and critiques to which these conventions and tests are subjected by the actors whom they engage. The underestimation of technological innovations. We have likewise been criticized for not giving technological changes, particularly the new information technologies, and their impact on the production of wealth the space they warrant. We do not ignore the increased effectiveness and efficiency brought about by the new ways of organizing firms, which have been made possible, especially but not exclusively, by the new information technologies. We even begin our book by registering a regeneration of capitalism. Moreover, the management literature we studied is full of praise for these economic benefits. But we have tried to pose the problem differently, so as not to isolate an independent variable in the shape of technology. As has been cogently demonstrated in the new sociology of science, technological changes are far from being independent of other dimensions of social existence. If, for example, we follow Bruno Latour's analyses, we see that numerous aspects which might readily be characterized as moral are embedded in technological options. The same could be said of consumer demand and its more or less unstable character. For the process of rapid change in consumer tastes and, consequently, demand, is not unconnected with demands pertaining to the artistic critique, especially those related to the requirement of authenticity, which translated into a quest for consumption that individualizes its consumer, in contrast to all forms of mass production. To put it in a nutshell, our intention in this work was not to deny the role of technological change in the development of capitalism, which would have been quite absurd, but, in accordance with a Polanyi-esque way of thinking, to break with a fatalistic vision of technological determinism. The relationship to Marxism, beyond the base-superstructure dichotomy. Other queries revolve around whether our book can be regarded as forming part of the vague return of Marxism in the social sciences. Some critics, aligned, one suspects, with the anti-Marxists, have condemned the resurgence in our work of a crypto-Marxism that dare not speak its name. We shall leave them to their fantasies. Others, this time pro-Marxists, have accused us of a spiritualist deviation. We allegedly make ideas and spiritual tendencies the motor of history. More seriously, authors motivated by the best of intentions have sought to make sense of our work by interpreting it with the categories of base and superstructure. Yet the theoretical architecture we sought to put in place, as early as the preliminary work elaborated into law justification, aimed precisely to render such a dichotomy redundant. Our starting point, inspired by Max Weber, Karl Polanyi, and Louis Dumont, sought precisely to revive the problematic of the dynamic of capitalism without using these Marxist categories, whose limits had become apparent in the 1970s and which, in particular, do not seem to us to tackle the problem of ideology correctly. Point 9 Affecting a marked separation between ideas and the real world, and ignoring their interconnection, their interwoven, conjoint production, their reciprocal influence, such a conception always prompts a lapse into narrow definitions of ideology as a mask or mirror, constantly posing the question of the chicken and the egg. It prevents researchers from engaging with the complexity and indeterminacy of the production of historical realities in order patiently to untangle its threads. The sense we give to the term ideology. On the subject of the same critical register, it is worth dwelling, however briefly, on the use we make of the term ideology, which has given rise to numerous misunderstandings. As Raymond Budden explains in his study of the subject, 10 discussions of ideology always revolve around the question of whether it should be defined by reference to the criterion of truth or error. Those who criticize us for rescuing the notion of ideology from the obscurity to which it had been consigned at the end of the 1970s are no exception, since for them ideology is manifestly a set of false ideas, that is to say, ideas which a scientific approach has the capacity to invalidate. Now, we explicitly rejected such a conception. As we state on several occasions, the spirit of capitalism not only legitimates the accumulation process, it also constrains it. We might also say that it can legitimate it only because it constrains it. And this is because we credit people with genuine critical capacities, and critique has an impact on the world. We start out from the principle that people are able by themselves to measure the discrepancy between discourses and what they experience, to the point where capitalism must, in a way, offer, in practice, reasons for accepting its discourse. To make things clearer still, let us recall that we distinguish between 3 components in what we term the spirit of capitalism, one of which refers to justice and specifies how capitalist mechanisms are geared towards the common good. Point 11 This justice element refers directly to the concept of city and the notion of test, initially developed into law justification and reworked in this book. This model was never intended exclusively for the analysis of discourses, in complete abstraction from any actual implementation of the principles of justice referred to. Thus, operating in tandem with the notion of ideology as deception, we find a portrayal of justifications in terms of cities as idle, empty words. So we would have a world of discourses and justifications as so many veils and shams, designed to deceive as many people as possible and conceal the relations of force or underlying structures that determine us, and the real world, which only scientists, whether economists or sociologists, have access to, since they are the only ones who have the privilege of being able to extricate themselves from the social world. This is definitely not our view. Yet those who have criticized us for accepting the validity of a management literature whose role is purely ideological, and which consequently bears little relation to the changes that have occurred in the organization of work and production, largely rely on a conception of ideology as a mask serving to veil reality. On this point, our position is as follows: we think that a sufficient number of reliable and convergent statistical indicators now exist to maintain that the trends recommended in 1990s management literature are widely diffused. It is therefore wrong to consider only the ideological dimension of this literature, without perceiving its practical impact. This does not mean that the changes advocated have all been effected at the same pace, or that they have been implemented with the same intensity, in the various sectors. Starting out from the management literature allowed us to delineate the ideal type of the new organization of production. How far this model is realized in practice would itself make an extremely interesting object of study. A specifically French book. The same applies to the limited scope of our analyses, restricted to France, which has been regretted by numerous Anglophone commentators. Is Le Nouvel Esprit du Capitalisme yet another of those very French products which do not travel well, and are a speciality of French intellectuals? Confining ourselves to France, far from being fortuitous, was the result of a deliberate and, to be frank, polemical choice. In reaction against the numerous publications which, in the course of the 1990s, claimed to offer a general survey of globalization, we decided to impose restrictions on ourselves. Because they did not study the tensions at work, and the decisions and policies aimed at overcoming them, at a manageable level, some of these texts virtually presented globalization as the inevitable outcome of forces external to human agency. We, in contrast, were convinced that understanding the process leading to globalization required a detailed analysis of multiple changes and conflicts which had occurred in seemingly very disparate domains, and that description of these changes could be seriously undertaken only in a fairly limited time span and on a small scale, at the level of one country, especially because, at country level, the constraints bound up with national histories play a not insignificant role. That said, we are also persuaded that basically rather similar processes have affected the principal industrialized countries in the Western world. Once again, we hope that future work, with a similar methodological approach, will make it possible to enrich a fine-grained vision of the way in which, under the impact of local variables, new constraints have been established that local economic and political actors can, in all good faith, have a sense of being subjected to from without, as if they were forces that it was difficult, even impossible, for them to oppose. The place of networks and its interpretation. Other critiques have focused on the role we attributed to networks, and, this is not the same thing, to the references to networks in the managerial literature published at the end of the 1980s. So we have been criticized either, in a realistic spirit analogous to a critique already mentioned, for not taking the role played by the new network-based technologies sufficiently seriously, or, on the contrary, for accepting the validity of a reticular ideology which presents processes of mediation and mediating roles that have always existed as if they were novelties. Our concern was precisely to avoid these equally reductionist interpretations. With respect to works, often adopting a broadly determinist position, that endeavor to define the social effects of new technologies based on a network architecture, we adopted a position that might be called Durkheimian. It consists in emphasizing the social conditions and, more particularly, the social conflicts that provoked or encouraged the adoption or development of a particular technology. In this respect, it is striking to see how the critique of close modalities of hierarchical surveillance at the end of the 1960s and beginning of the 1970s preceded the full development of technologies allowing for effective remote control in real time by 10 or 20 years. Conversely, to those critics who reprove us for accepting the validity of managerial discourse on networks, we can answer that this critique is anticipated in the book. As we took the trouble to make clear on several occasions, we certainly do not think, and here we follow the work of Fernand Braudel, that networks and the role played by mediators are novel phenomena. What is new, on the other hand, is precisely the societal project, to which much of the book is given over, aiming to make the network a normative model. If you like, it can be said that this involves an ideology, but on condition that this term is construed in the sense, indicated above, which emphasizes the fact that ideologies, if they are to be successful, must be rooted in organizational, institutional, or legal mechanisms which give them a real existence. Other interpretations of our work reckon to have detected in it a sort of hostility to networks articulated from an implicitly centralist and statist position. We are supposedly unaware of the beneficial effects of spatially bounded micronetworks. But we are not certain that we have understood the argument, since in our view it is very difficult to understand what is meant by it from a strictly formal standpoint. As works by French philosophers of networks like Michel Serres or, in other respects, Gilles Deleuze have shown, one of the basic properties of networks is that they are open. Moreover, an American theoretician of the sociology of networks like Harrison White adopts the same basic premise. The space of the network, constituted by those who compose it, is not the same as a geographical space, it is open, indeterminate, and shifting. The difficulty in establishing a scale of justice in networks stems precisely from the fact that it is not always known who is on the inside and who is on the outside, that these contours change constantly, and that the parties to the network only very rarely have an overall view of it, each of them knowing only that section of the network which they frequent. Consequently, attempts to structure networks always involve a minimal formalization of a list of parties to it and the creation, if not of a state, then at least of a regulatory instance accepted by the members, that is to say, of a second, overarching level that lays down the law. In the process of so doing, it is clear that the network loses its fluidity, its openness, and thus its reticular character. To note this is not be a centralizer at heart. Nevertheless, the issue of the relations between networks and territories deserves a much closer examination than we conducted in the book. For it is clear that networks have real territorial bases, and that territories are not equal when it comes to their capacity to accommodate nodes where wealth, produced by networks extending beyond them, is accumulated. Moreover, regulation, which is organized and conceived in primarily territorial fashion today, is all the more ineffective to the extent that the branches of the network precisely extend beyond these territorial borders. The same could be said of self-organization within networks, which is frequently presented today as a quasi-revolutionary emancipatory force. The self-organization that develops in networks can certainly prove auspicious for innovation and innovators. But there is very little chance of it providing acceptable solutions in terms of social justice on its own, precisely because the network does not offer an overarching position allowing for consideration of those who find themselves on its margins, or even disconnected. The dual ontology of the social world. The questions raised by the way we use the notion of network refer, in the end, to a central aspect of our approach on the theoretical level, which has gone comparatively unremarked, so that it has escaped comment or criticism, but that is nevertheless at the heart of critiques of our work and the responses we are in a position to make. For us, this dimension of our research is pretty fundamental, because it concerns what might be called the ontology of the social. To put it rapidly and crudely, social theory, especially French social theory, has periodically oscillated between two paradigms that appear to be incompatible. Without being confined to them, these paradigms refer to the two epochs in French sociology we mentioned at the beginning of this preface, when we recalled the fate of the reference to capitalism over the last 30 years. The first emphasizes force and the relations of force that are regarded as underlying the institutions, and legal and normative fulcra, on which actors claim to base their actions. In this type of paradigm, moral exigencies, modes of justification, and institutional forms are treated as veils concealing reality, that is to say, as an interplay of interests and relations of force, or are simply forgotten and passed over in silence. In both cases, the question as to why human beings in society seem to attach so much importance to normativity if, in fact, it plays no role in determining their actions, has remained unresolved, no satisfactory response having been offered. Models that stress force and relations of force have taken several forms. In the 1960s and 1970s, they were associated with the revival of Marxism through an injection of structuralism. More recently, they have instead been based upon a reticular or rhizomorphous ontology, especially in the form given it by Deleuze on the basis of an original reinterpretation of Spinoza and Nietzsche, whose works only belatedly had specific effects on social theory, so that they were only really important from, let us say, the mid-1980s. This second version has the advantage over the first that it eliminates some of the most unacceptable aspects of classical Marxism, in particular, the base/superstructure dichotomy. By contrast, the second paradigm, which was redeployed at the end of the 1970s and in the 1980s, when the decline of Marxism reopened the field of theoretical reflection, intends to underscore the real social role played by political institutions and political philosophy, by law, morality and, in general, normativity. In particular, it has relied on the oeuvre of Habermas Mark II, but also in France on those of the historian François Furet, who played an important role in the return to political theory, and the philosopher Paul Ricoeur. What is distinctive about these two paradigms is that they are based on two quite different conceptions of what one might call the metaphysics of the social world. The first, especially in its rhizomorphous forms, is based on an ontology containing only one tier or plane. It knows only singularities or flows, the relationship between which assumes a reticular form and whose movements and relations are governed by a logic of forces. The second, in contrast, is intelligible only on condition that it posits a two-tier space, the first of which is occupied by singular entities, in particular, people, while the second is composed of principles of parity that make it possible to compare singular entities, to constitute them as categories or classes, and to make normative judgments about the relations between them. It is precisely this two-tier structure that is condemned by the first paradigm as succumbing to the illusion of transcendence. Neither of these paradigms seems to us to be wholly satisfactory or adequate for explaining the social dynamic. Moreover, that is why, in our opinion, we witness a periodic alternation between them. This is attested today, for example, by a reversion to an ontology of force which, keen to demarcate itself from Marxism, often takes its inspiration from Carl Schmitt, an author whose stand in favor of Nazism long excluded him from the intellectual scene, but who has recently made a comeback in left-wing or ultra-left thought that is as sensational as it is astonishing. The originality of the model of change we propose is that it seeks to integrate the two paradigms we have just schematically invoked into a single theoretical framework. We have in fact tried to articulate two regimes of action in the social world. We called the first the regime of categorization. Set in motion by the impact of critique on the most important tests at a given moment in time, it relies on a two-tier metaphysic and leads to activating principles of equivalence, strengthening institutions, producing law, and prompting the deployment of moral justifications, which are expressed in particular in terms of justice. This is the framework in which, in the French case, for example, we interpret the large number of joint agreements, decrees and laws augmenting the mechanisms of security and justice for workers that were signed, issued, or voted following the events of May 1968. But this regime of categorization does not exhaust action on the social. We have also sought to highlight the role performed by a different regime, which we have called the regime of displacement. Dispensing with generalization and moral judgment, this regime is deployed on a single plane and generates forms the most satisfactory image of which is afforded by rhizomorphous algorithms. We sought to show how, in the case to hand, the revival of capitalism from the second half of the 1970s, the increasing strictness of tests induced by intensive recourse to instruments from the regime of categorization led a number of actors to turn away from established tests, and to seek new routes to profit by acting in accordance with modalities characteristic of a regime of displacement, that is, in particular, by multiplying networks. Our theoretical position exposes us to being criticized, or at least ill-understood or misunderstood, first of all by those, often inspired by Habermas, who stress the search for forms conducive to coordination on a normative basis, so as to make a convergence of judgments possible, but also by those who stress interests and relations of force from a structuralist standpoint, and finally by those who, likewise abandoning the issue of normativity as if it were groundless, put all the emphasis on the creativity of networks. It is a matter for some concern, although readily intelligible on a fundamental level, that today we are witnessing a convergence on the last position, both by authors who are fascinated by the proliferation and inventiveness of the technological and economic mechanisms currently being deployed before our very eyes, and by authors who want to revive revolutionary activity against capitalism by anchoring it in new theoretical bases, and who, rather as the Althusserians, used structuralism to revamp the image of Marxism in the 1960s, rely on the ontology of networks to revive it by plugging it into Lebensphilosophy. Some revisions on the issue of the lateness of critique. To conclude, we would like to turn from responding to critiques to formulating an auto-critique. It is as follows. Where tests are concerned, we equipped our actors with capacities for both displacement and categorization. Categorization consists in comparing singular events in a particular respect in order to connect them in a series. It is one of the basic operations people perform when they seek to give meaning to the world they live in, by deriving from it major invariants and a certain simplified image of the way it operates. Capacities for categorization are essential for tightening up tests. Contrariwise, displacements refer to people's actions inasmuch as they are not categorized and, more especially, insofar as they do not form part of established, identified, and highly categorized tests, a feature which gives them a local, largely invisible character. Circumvention of established tests presupposes the existence of displacements. It would have been logical to distribute these capacities evenly to all our actors. Yet this is not the case because, in the story we tell, for the most part it is capitalism that displaces and critique that categorizes. Accordingly, critique is inevitably always late, for in order to be effective it must analyze the displacements operated by capitalism and order them in a sequence, categorize them in order to reveal them and condemn them as unjust. With this unequal distribution of relative capacities for displacement and categorization, we can see how it is possible to topple over into a clash of the kind displacement, capitalism, material world versus categorization, critique, ideal world. What is involved is a flaw in our exposition. Capacities for categorization and displacement, as anthropological capacities, are obviously uniformly distributed. As for capitalism's capacity for categorization, is not this what was at work in the construction of the first, and then the second, response by employers to the crisis of governability following May 1968? And is it not precisely what management authors are doing when they seek to outline some of the new world's basic rules? Hence capitalism and its critiques simultaneously, and interactively, take charge of the definition/categorization of the world. Symmetrically, critique has significant capacities for displacement and inventiveness. The outflanking of the trade unions by their rank and file, and the great difficulties explaining what was occurring experienced by analysts in the 1970s, should be taken up again. If, 30 years later, it seems to us that these events can be understood as the artistic critique descending into the street, it appeared to observers at the time as basically pertaining to the order of displacement, that is to say, one of those moments when no one knows what is happening, or how to characterize it. Besides being necessary theoretically, this kind of rebalancing of our model would result in giving critique its full due, and would help to check the all too common drift towards reducing critique to the world of ideas and capitalism to the world of things. On this point, as on many others, Le Nouvel Esprit du Capitalisme may be read as a research program rather than a fully finished work, as a summons to future work for the purposes of extending, clarifying, or invalidating our suggestions, rather than as a dogmatic, self-sufficient summa. Paris, May 27, 2003. Acknowledgements. This work has been brought to a conclusion thanks to the contributions and help of numerous people who, in their various ways, have given us the benefit of their time, their knowledge, and their solicitude, when it was not also their friendship, their affection or, especially in the case of those closest to us, their unflagging endurance. We take the opportunity to thank them all. In preparing this work, we enjoyed the financial support of the Heck Group and the Heck Foundation, the backing of Gilles Laurent, then head of research, and of Bernard Raymond Anso, Director General of the Heck Group, as well as the support of the Political and Moral Sociology group, where the group secretary Danielle Burr, in particular, was endlessly helpful. Without the aid of Sophie Montant, we would not have been able, or not in a reasonable time scale, at least, to complete the demanding and often thankless task of constructing the corpus of management texts and preparing the computer files for processing by the Prospero at program. Its inventors, Francis Chatrainot and Jean-Pierre Chariot, taught us how to use it proficiently. Yves-Marie Abraham, sociologist and doctoral student at HEC, and Marino L. Godet, engineer at the CNRS, helped us complete our documentation, the former by assembling a statistical dossier, the latter by perusing the political and trade union press of the 1970s and 1980s. The final version of this book is the fruit of a protracted, thankless labor of clarification, refinement, and also distillation, in order to make the transition from a manuscript almost too bulky to transport to an object which, while not exactly aerodynamic, is nevertheless manageable. That labor owes a lot to discussion with close friends, especially Laurent Thévenot, and our various readers. Francis Chatrainot, Bruno Latour, Cyril Lemieux, and Peter Wagner read extracts or earlier versions and criticized them vigorously, thank you. Isabelle Bazin, Thomas Benatouil, Alain Desrosiers, and François-Aimé de Vernay took on the unrewarding task of reading everything and suggesting clarifications, amendments and additions. Throughout the writing of this book, we have had the benefit of Elizabeth Clavery's pertinent remarks and emotional support. But without a doubt the most constant support was that provided by Lydie Chiapello and Guy Talbourdet, who read the manuscript several times with unfailing vigilance. The final version bears the stamp of their wisdom. We have jointly presented and tested out a number of the themes developed in this book in various seminars, particularly the seminar on Ordres et classes conducted by Robert Deschiman at the IHES, and at the seminar on possible worlds organized at the École Normale Supérieure by Thomas Benatouil and Elia During. Above all, we have drawn upon the weekly seminar at the IHES conducted by Luc Boltanski. The opportunity thus afforded us to submit this work for discussion at various stages of its development represented an incalculable advantage. We have also benefited from work presented in this seminar by doctoral students or researchers belonging to other institutions. Particularly useful were the comments and presentations of Yves-Marie Abraham, Thomas Benatouil, Damien Deblic, Damien Cartran, Sabina Chalvin de Merzay, Julien Coupat, Emmanuel Didier, Claude Didry, Pascal Duret, Arnaud Esquer, François-Aimé de Vernay and Emmanuel Marchel, Francis Ginsbauerger and Francis Brueggemann, Christophe Hilou, Jacques Horat, Dominique Linhard and Didier Tournay, Thomas Perillarix, Claudie Sanker, Isabelle Seporta and Eric Doity, and David Stark. We hope they will accept our thanks for their contributions here, along with the other participants in these seminars, whose comments and criticisms were likewise very useful. We also benefited from interviews at the INSEE with Alain Desrosiers, Jean-David Fermanian, Baudouin Sayes and Mère-Yvonne Lemaire. Finally, we must thank our editor, Eric Vigna, who had confidence in us and proved unyielding when it came to pruning passages of superfluous scholarship, pointless notes, or unnecessary digressions. As presented to readers today, this book owes a lot to him. To conclude, we must confess that as we wrote virtually every page of this book we could not help asking ourselves what Albert Hirschman, whose work, more than any other, sustained us throughout this long journey, would think of it. Hence it is only fitting that it should be dedicated to him. May he find in these hundreds of pages practical homage to the irreplaceable role he has played in the formation of the inclinations, which are not merely intellectual, that have guided us throughout, as a researcher, thanks to the concepts he has introduced into socio-economic analysis, especially the importance he has long assigned critique, and also, by his example, as a human being. We have known, we have had contact with a world, where a man condemned to poverty was at least secure in poverty. It was a kind of unspoken contract between man and fate, and before the onset of modern times fate had never reneged on this contract. It was understood that those who indulged in extravagance, in caprice, those who gambled, those who wished to escape poverty, risked everything. Since they gambled, they could lose. But those who did not gamble could not lose. They could not have suspected that a time would come, that it was already here, and this, precisely, is modern times, when those who do not gamble lose all the time, even more assuredly than those who do. Prologue. This book, the idea for which was conceived at the beginning of 1995, was born out of the perplexity, shared by numerous observers, created by the coexistence of a deterioration in the economic and social position of a growing number of people and a booming, profoundly restructured capitalism. This perplexity was increased by the state of social critique, to which sociology, as a kindred discourse, is rarely indifferent. For social critique has not seemed so helpless for a century as it has been during the last 15 years, whether in evincing indignation but without backing it up with alternative proposals, or in simply giving up on denouncing a situation whose problematic character could not escape it, as if it were tacitly admitting its inevitability. In many respects, we are living today in a situation that is the reverse of the late 1960s and early 1970s. Then capitalism was experiencing a fall in growth and profitability bound up, at least according to regulationist analyses, with a slowdown in productivity gains that was associated with a continuous increase in real wages proceeding at the same pace as before. Point 1 Critique, for its part, was at its zenith, as demonstrated by the events of May 1968, which combined a social critique of a fairly classical Marxist stamp with demands of a very different kind, appealing to creativity, pleasure, the power of the imagination, to a liberation affecting every dimension of existence, to the destruction of the consumer society, and so on. As for the macroeconomic environment, it was that of a full employment society whose leaders endlessly repeated that it was progress-orientated, a society in which people had hopes of a better life for their children, and where demands developed, backed up by denunciation of unequal opportunities for access to the education system, for social advancement open to all via a democratized republican school system. The questions behind this book derive from the well-nigh total reversal of this situation and the weak critical resistance that was ultimately mounted against it. Ranging beyond the disarming impact of a left-wing government on critique to we wanted to understand in more detail why critique had not latched onto the situation, why it was incapable of understanding the developments that occurred, why it suddenly fizzled out towards the end of the 1970s, leaving the field free for the reorganization of capitalism for close on 2 decades, while restricting itself to the less than glorious role of echoing mounting social problems, and, finally, why many of the class of '68 felt so at ease in the emerging new society that they made themselves its spokesman and egged on the transformation. But before embarking upon the kind of answers we have given to these questions, it seems to us worthwhile in this preamble to sketch, on the basis of macroeconomic indicators or statistics, a rapid picture of the context underlying not only our analyses, but also the questions that have spurred on our work over the last 4 years. A revived capitalism and a worsening social situation. Contrary to the frequent recourse to the stock theme of crisis, which has regularly been invoked since 1973, albeit in different contexts, we believe that the last 20 years have instead been marked by a flourishing capitalism. In this period, capital has had multiple investment opportunities offering profit rates often in excess of earlier eras. These years have been auspicious for all those with savings, profits, which disappeared during the Great Depression of the 1930s and which, in subsequent decades, did not recover on account of inflation, are back. Certainly, growth has slowed on a long-term basis but the returns to capital are increasing. The profit rate of non-individual firms, which had declined sharply in the 1960s and 1970s, was restored in the 1980s, and has been maintained since. Between 1984 and 1994, GDP in 1994 constant francs grew by 23.3%. Social contributions increased in the same proportion, but not net wages. In the same 10 years, property income rose by 61.1%, and unredistributed profits 5 by 178.9%. Taddy and Coriat, taking up the progress in the profit rate of firms, and recalling the downward trend in corporation tax, as well as the stagnation in the rates of employers' social security contributions since 1987, show that at the beginning of the 1990s France offered rates of return on capital markedly higher than at the beginning of the 1980s. 6 According to these authors, the finances of French firms have very largely recovered under the dual impact of reduced taxation and a division between profits and wages that is much more advantageous to firms. In the same years, financial dealers rediscovered a freedom of action they had not known since 1929 and sometimes even since the 19th century. 7 The deregulation of financial markets, their decompartmentalization, and the creation of new financial products have multiplied the possibilities of purely speculative profits, whereby capital expands without taking the form of investment in productive activity. The so-called crisis years were thus marked by the fact that capital profitability was now better guaranteed by financial investments than industrial investment. We have witnessed an increase in power on the part of certain operators like pension funds, which for a long time were fairly stable owners of a mass of shares, but which have been made very prominent by market transformations and impelled to alter their modus operandi to conform to the model of undiluted financial profit-taking. 8 The liquid assets concentrated in the hands of mutual investment funds, insurance companies, and pension funds are such that their capacity to influence the markets in accordance with their interests is a recognized fact. 9 These developments in the financial sphere are inseparable from the evolution of quoted firms, which are subjected to the same profit imperatives by the markets, and themselves take an ever larger slice of their profits through purely financial transactions. Between 1983 and 1993, the stock market valuation of Paris rose from 225 to 2,700 billion francs for shares and from 1,000 to 3,900 billion francs for bonds. 10. Multinational firms, too, emerged as winners from these years of redeployment of world capitalism. The slowdown in the world economy over almost 30 years has not really affected them, and their share of world GDP, itself rising, has continued to grow, from 17% in the mid-1960s to more than 30% in 1995.11. It is reckoned that they control 2/3 of international trade, approximately half of which comprises intragroup exports. 12 Between parent companies and subsidiaries, or between two subsidiaries of the same group, their share of research and development expenditure is unquestionably even greater. Their development has been secured over the last 10 years mainly by mergers and acquisitions on a world scale, accelerating the process of concentration and the constitution of global oligopolies. One of the most striking phenomena since the 1980s, especially post-1985, is the growth in direct foreign investment, which is distinguished from the international exchange of goods and services by the fact that there is a transfer of property rights and an assumption of power locally. But while the impact of multinationals is a major economic phenomenon, there is virtually no study devoted to them. The United Nations Center on Transnational Corporations was wound up at the beginning of 1993 at the request of the U.S. government. Some of the incumbents were transferred to UNCTAD in Geneva, where a much reduced work program has been pursued. 13 While between 2 and 500 firms, closely corresponding to the list supplied by Fortune magazine each year, dominate the world economy, the definition of a multinational company imposed on researchers has been consistently relaxed, submerging the handful of ultra-powerful companies that has remained immune from the crisis in an ocean of firms. 14. Finally, capitalist restructuring over the last 2 decades, which, as we have seen, occurred around financial markets and merger-acquisition activities in a context of favorable government policies as regards taxation, social security, and wages, was also accompanied by significant incentives to greater labor flexibility. Opportunities for hiring on a temporary basis, using a temporary workforce, flexible hours, and a reduction in the costs of layoffs, have developed considerably in all the OECD countries, gradually whittling down the social security systems established during a century of social struggles. At the same time, The new communication technologies, data communications in the forefront, have made it possible to handle orders in real time at a planetary level, providing for a hitherto unknown global capacity to adapt. A whole model of managing large firms has been transformed under this pressure, generating a new way of making profits. World capitalism, understood as the possibility of making capital yield a profit through economic investment, is thus in good health. As for societies, to adopt the separation of the social and the economic that we have lived with for more than a century 15, they are in rather poor shape. The data here are much more familiar, beginning with the French unemployment rate, 3% of the working population in 1973, 6.5% in 1979, around 12% today. In February 1998, there were slightly more than 3 million unemployed in the sense of ANPE's category 1,16, which is far from counting all job seekers registered with ANPE, and does not include those unemployed persons exempted from seeking work on account of their age, those who have taken early retirement, those on a training course or a government-sponsored contract. The number of people without work must thus in fact be estimated at 5 million in 1995,17 as against 2.45 million in 1981.18. The average situation in Europe is scarcely better. 19 The United States has a lower rate of unemployment, but whereas wage earners in France have pretty much maintained their purchasing power, it has undergone a marked decline there. While American GDP per capita grew by 36% between 1973 and mid-1995, the hourly wage for non-managerial work, representing the majority of jobs, fell by 14%. At the century's close, the real wage of non-cotters in the USA will have returned to what it was 50 years earlier, whereas GDP will have more than doubled in the same period. 20 Throughout the OECD zone, we are witnessing a downward alignment of pay. In countries like France, where policies have sought to maintain the purchasing power of the minimum wage, the unemployment figures have regularly increased, with the deterioration in living conditions first and foremost affecting the unemployed and the ever-increasing number of part-time workers. Of the latter, 40% would like to work more. The employment of those with jobs is also much more insecure. The number of atypical jobs has doubled between 1985 and 1995.21. If the number of households living below the poverty threshold 22 has gone down, the structure of the population affected has developed in significant ways. Poverty affects old people less and less, and people of working age more and more. The changes in the population covered by social minima constitute a good reflection of alterations in the pattern of poverty. It went up from 3 million people at the end of 1970 to nearly 6 million by the end of 1995.23. The average number of people per household on benefit has gradually increased from 1.3 to 1.8, while the proportion of couples and families has risen. The minima for the unemployed and the RMI-24 account for the greater part of this increase, while the number of those on old age benefits was halved between 1984 and 1994 with the arrival in retirement of age groups who had paid contributions all their working lives. Even so, it should be stressed that the outlay has not matched the increase in the number of beneficiaries, as in 1982, 1% of GDP was devoted to them in 1995. As a percentage of expenditure on social welfare, the share devoted to the minima in 1995 was even inferior to what it was in 1982.25. The effect of all these developments, at a time when incomes from profits were rising, was that inequalities in the distribution of income once again began to grow in France from the second half of the 1980s, a trend that had begun prior to this date in other countries. 26. These dramatic changes in the economic situation of households were accompanied by a series of problems that were particularly concentrated in certain suburbs, and by striking phenomena in the daily life of those living in large towns and cities. This eruption of poverty in public areas plays an important role in the new standard representation of French society. These extreme situations, although as yet directly affecting only a relatively small number of people, aggravate the sense of insecurity of all those who feel themselves threatened with the loss of employment, either on their own account or that of someone close to them, spouse or children in particular. In other words, in the final analysis it affects a large proportion of the working population. During these years of social regression, the family developed in ways whose effects are still far from having been calculated. 28 It became a much more fluid and fragile institution, compounding job insecurity and the general sense of insecurity. 29 This development is doubtless partially independent of the evolution of capitalism, although the search for maximum flexibility in firms chimed with the depreciation of the family as a factor of temporal and geographical inflexibility, so that, as we shall see later, similar ideological schemas are mobilized to justify adaptability in work relations and mobility in emotional life. It remains the case that the changes which have occurred in the economic sphere and in the domain of private life are sufficiently aligned for the family environment to seem ever less capable of functioning as a safety net, particularly when it comes to guaranteeing children positions equivalent to those of their parents. And the school system, to which the task of reproduction has been overwhelmingly transferred since the 1960s, is not in a position to satisfy the hopes once invested in it. The imperilment of the post-war model of society, and ideological disarray. These changes endanger the compromise established in the post-war years around the theme of the rise of the middle classes and cadres, which represented a satisfactory solution to the anxieties of the petty bourgeoisie. Small employers and self-employed people impoverished, even ruined, by the crisis of 1929, or occupants of intermediate posts in firms threatened with unemployment, many of these members of the middling social categories, also scared by the rise of communism, whose menace the 1936 strikes had rendered tangible, regarded fascism as the sole bastion against the excesses of liberalism in the second half of the 1930s. The development of the state's role as the Second World War drew to a close, and the advent of the large firm, offered them a new opportunity to live a bourgeois lifestyle compatible with the growth of a wage-labor economy. In fact, we know that up to approximately the middle of the interwar period a salary was rarely the sole or even main means of support for members of the bourgeoisie, who also had significant inheritance income, and that the money they received by virtue of belonging to an organization was not regarded as a wage, the terms wage and wage earners being in practice reserved for blue-collar workers. These inheritances, composed especially of property but also, to a growing extent during the interwar years, of transferable stocks and shares, were gradually wiped out, first of all by currency devaluation in the 1920s, and then by the crisis of the 1930s. Engineers and, with them, ever larger fractions of the bourgeoisie then entered the sphere of the wage-earning class, which in the first instance represented a significant drop in their standard of living. This situation persisted until the establishment in the post-war years of a new organization of economic resources brought with it a new lifestyle for the higher professions, based upon new security systems that were no longer personal but social, the retirement of cadres, the growing importance of academic qualifications in the determination of wages and careers, regular career enhancement in the course of working life, social insurance systems reinforced by mutual insurance companies. Stability of wage income through the institutionalization of procedures for revising wages in line with the latest consumer price trends, quasi-guarantee of employment in large organizations guaranteeing their cadres career plans and offering social services. 30 There thus emerged a new chance to live the bourgeois life, this time within the wage-earning class. The popular classes did not benefit to the same extent from mechanisms inspired by a concern to further their access to consumption and integrate them more fully into the economic cycle, as well as to divert them from communism. But they did experience a steady increase in their purchasing power in the same period and also, especially from the 1960s, in opportunities for secondary education for their children. Some key components of this compromise, qualifications, careers, and retirement, have been shattered over the last 20 years. The effects of these changes were naturally deplored, but they did not really alter the certain conviction on the part of the ruling elites that they derived from an imperative necessity, as long as they affected only the most vulnerable members of the popular classes, women, immigrants, disabled people, young people without academic qualifications. 31 Contrariwise, when, in the 1990s, the bourgeoisie found itself affected, they were regarded as alarming. Increased unemployment among university graduates and cadres has become patent, although it is infinitely lower than that of the less privileged. Furthermore, if firms still offer career prospects to those individuals they deem the most talented, they now refrain from guaranteeing them in the long term. Unemployment and early retirement among those over the age of 55, which is one of the most striking aspects of French unemployment, attests to that. The guarantees offered by academic qualifications, which nevertheless still afford good insurance against unemployment, were likewise called into question when it was observed that, with equivalent qualifications, the young invariably accede to positions inferior to those of their elders at the same age, and this often at the end of a succession of casual jobs, which now marks the entry of new generations into working life. To fears about work have now been added anxieties about the level of retirement pensions. Given that access to the living conditions exemplified by the bourgeoisie has, since the 19th century, been one of the most important spurs that made the effort demanded of other classes bearable, the demoralizing effect of this new order of things, echoed by the media in the form of news reports, novels, films, TV dramas, is fairly widespread. Increasing skepticism about the ability of capitalist institutions, international organizations like the OECD, the IMF, or the World Bank, multinationals or the financial markets, to maintain, in the case of currently educated generations, their parents' economic living standards and, more generally, their lifestyle, is one of its most obvious expressions. It has been accompanied, particularly over the last 3 years, by a growing social demand for critical thinking that can give shape to this diffuse anxiety and furnish, at the very least, tools for understanding the situation and, ideally, an orientation to action, that is to say, in this case, some hope. Yet it must be observed that belief in progress, which from the 1950s constituted the credo of the middle classes, whether they were professedly left or right-wing, has found no substitute, apart from a scarcely inspiring invocation of the harsh laws of economics, rapidly stigmatized as la pensée unique. In the same period, the old anti-systemic critical ideologies, to adopt Immanuel Wallerstein's terminology, failed in their role of destabilizing the capitalist order, and no longer seemed to be the vector of credible alternatives. Ideological disarray has thus been one of the most evident features of recent decades, marked by the decline of the representations associated with the socio-economic compromise established after the war, without any critical thought seemingly being in a position to track the changes underway. In part, as we shall see more clearly later, this is because the only critical resources available were built up to denounce the kind of society that reached its zenith at the turn of the 1960s and 1970s, that is to say, just before the Great Transformation, whose effects are today making themselves felt with all their force, set in. For now, the critical apparatuses to hand offer no wide-ranging alternative. All that remains is raw indignation, humanitarian work, suffering turned into a spectacle, and, above all since the strikes of December 1995, action focused on specific issues. These still lack the refurbished analytical models and social utopia to assume the scope of appropriate representations. If, in the short term, capitalism is doing all the better, its forces having found a way in the space of a few years largely to liberate themselves from some of the obstacles accumulated over the past century, it could also very well be led into one of those potentially terminal crises that it has already experienced. And this time it is not certain that what would come out of it, and at what cost, would be a better world, as was the case with the developed countries in the post-war decades. Leaving aside the systemic effects of an unbridled freeing up of the financial sphere, which is beginning to cause concern even among those in charge of capitalist institutions, it seems to us scarcely open to doubt that at an ideological level, to which this book is primarily devoted, capitalism will face increasing difficulties, if it does not restore some grounds for hope to those whose engagement is required for the functioning of the system as a whole. In the post-war years, capitalism was compelled to transform itself to respond to the anxiety and insistent demands of generations of the bourgeoisie and petty bourgeoisie, whose expectations of upward social mobility 32 or of preserving the advantages they had acquired, had been disappointed. Obviously, a social system that can no longer satisfy the classes it is supposed to serve in the first instance is menaced, whatever the reasons for this failure, not all of which are under the control of the actors who possess power. In writing this book, we have not set ourselves the objective of proposing solutions to correct the most shocking features of the condition of labor today, or even of adding our voices to the clamor of denunciation, even though these are worthy tasks. Our aim is to understand the waning of critique over the last 15 years, and its corollary, the currently dominant fatalism, whether the recent changes are presented as inevitable but ultimately beneficial mutations, or as the product of systemic constraints whose results are ever more disastrous, but without it being possible to predict a change in trends. Political organizations of both left and right, as well as trade unions and intellectuals, one of whose vocations is to influence economic processes in such a way as to create the conditions of a good life for human beings, have not done the analytical work involved in understanding why they were unable to prevent a redeployment of capitalism that proved so costly in human terms, whether deliberately or inadvertently. They have even encouraged this shift. Consequently, they have had no alternative but to choose between two positions that are, in our view, unsatisfactory. On the one hand, the utopia of reverting to an idealized past, on the other, often enthusiastic backing for technological, economic, and social changes. Neither of these two positions enables genuine resistance to the damage inflicted by the new forms assumed by economic activity, the former, because it is blind to what makes neo-capitalism seductive for a large number of people, and underestimates the break that has occurred, the latter, because it minimizes their destructive effects. Although the two are engaged in controversy with each other, they have the common effect of diffusing a sense of impotence and, by imposing a dominant problematic, closing down the field of possibilities. Our ambition has been to strengthen the resistance to fatalism, without thereby encouraging any retreat into nostalgia for the past, and to provoke in readers a change of mindset by helping them to consider the problems of the period differently, from an alternative perspective, that is to say, as so many processes on which it is possible to have some purchase. To this end, it seemed useful to us to open the black box of the last 30 years, in order to observe the way that human beings make their own history. In returning to the moment when things were decided, and making it clear that they could have taken a different turn, history represents the quintessential tool for denaturalizing the social. As a result, it goes hand in hand with critique. We have sought, on the one hand, to describe a unique conjuncture when capitalism was able to extricate itself from a number of fetters linked to its previous mode of accumulation and the demands for justice it prompted, and on the other, basing ourselves on this historical period, to establish a model of change in the values on which both the success and the tolerability of capitalism depend, a model with claims to more general validity. We have thus revisited the allegedly inevitable developments of the last 20 years, highlighting the problems businessmen had to face, particularly as a result of an unprecedented rise in the level of critique since the war, their attempts to confront or evade these problems, the role of proposals and analyses derived from that critique in the solutions they opted for or were able to implement. In the course of this work, opportunities to resist micro-changes with ominous consequences also emerged that were missed by those who should have been especially vigilant about the risks entailed by these transformations, in particular, because they did not realize that the recuperation implementation by capitalism of some of their proposals required them in turn to reinvest in analysis and shift ground. In this sense, our intention was not merely sociological, directed towards knowledge, but geared to a revival of political action, understood as the formation and implementation of a collective will regarding our way of life. While it is certainly the case that not every action is possible at any given moment, nothing is possible when people lose sight of the specificity and legitimacy of the distinctive domain of action. 33, understood as choices guided by values in unique conjunctures, whose consequences are in part unforeseeable, and replace it by retreat, whether contented or terrified, optimistic or pessimistic, into the receptive matrix of determinism, social, economic or biological. This also explains why we have not sought to conceal what we opt for and what we reject behind a sham scientism, or to create an insurmountable boundary between factual judgments and value judgments. For, as Max Weber taught us, without the aid of a viewpoint involving values, how would it even be possible to select what warrants being noted, analyzed, or described amid the confused flow of events? General Introduction. On the Spirit of Capitalism and the Role of Critique. The subject of this book is the ideological changes that have accompanied recent transformations in capitalism. It suggests an interpretation of the dynamic that runs from the years following the events of May 1968, when the critique of capitalism was expressed loud and clear, to the 1980s when, with critique silenced, the organizational forms on which the functioning of capitalism rests were profoundly altered, right up to the faltering search for new critical foundations in the second half of the 1990s. It is not merely descriptive, but proposes, by way of this historical example, a more general theoretical framework for understanding the way in which the ideologies associated with economic activity are altered. We stipulate that the term ideology is to be construed here not in the reductionist sense to which it has often been reduced in the Marxist Vulgate, that is to say, a moralizing discourse, intended to conceal material interests, which is constantly contradicted by practice, but as developed, for example, in the work of Louis Dumont, a set of shared beliefs, inscribed in institutions, bound up with actions, and hence anchored in reality. We shall perhaps be criticized for tackling a transformation of global scope on the basis of a local example, France in the last 30 years. We certainly do not believe that the French case single-handedly encapsulates all the transformations of capitalism. However, far from being convinced by the approximations and broad brush strokes that make up the ordinary run of discourses on globalization, we have sought to establish the model of change presented here on the basis of analyses which are pragmatic in character, that is to say, capable of taking account of the ways in which people engage in action, their justifications, and the meaning they give to their actions. Yet the influence of national political conjunctures and traditions on the orientation of economic practices, and the ideological forms of expression accompanying them, remains so strong that such an undertaking remains practically unrealizable at a global or even continental level, essentially for lack of time and resources. No doubt this is why general approaches are often led to assign preponderant importance to explanatory factors, typically of a technological, macroeconomic, or demographic kind, which are treated as forces external to the human beings and nations that experience them, in the way one endures a storm. For this historical neo-Darwinism, mutations are imposed on us in much the same way as they are imposed on species, we must adapt or die. But human beings do not only endure history, they make it. And we wanted to see them at work. We are not claiming that what has occurred in France is a paradigm for the rest of the world, or that the models we have established on the basis of the French situation possess a universal validity as such. Nevertheless, we have good reason to believe that rather similar processes have marked the evolution of the ideologies accompanying the redeployment of capitalism in the other developed countries, in accordance with modalities that stem in each instance from the specificities of political and social history, which only detailed regional analyses can bring out with the requisite precision. We have sought to clarify the relations that were established between capitalism and its critiques in order to interpret certain phenomena in the ideological sphere over recent decades, the waning of critique at a time when capitalism was undergoing significant restructuring whose social impact could not go unnoticed, the new enthusiasm for enterprise, orchestrated by socialist governments, during the 1980s and the depressive repercussions of the 1990s, the difficulties faced by attempts to reconstruct critique today on new bases and, for now, its fairly limited mobilizing power, at a time when sources of indignation are not wanting, the profound transformation in managerial discourse and justifications of the development of capitalism since the mid-1970s, and the emergence of new representations of society, of novel ways of putting people and things to the test and, therewith, of new ways of succeeding or failing. To carry out this work, the notion of spirit of capitalism rapidly became essential for us, since it makes it possible to articulate the two central concepts on which our analyses are based, capitalism and critique, in a dynamic relation. Below we present the different concepts on which our construction is founded, as well as the springs of the model we have developed to account for ideological transformations as regards capitalism over the last 30 years, but which seem to us to possess a wider significance than the French situation studied in isolation. The spirit of capitalism. A minimal definition of capitalism. Of the different characterizations of capitalism over the last century and a half, we shall employ the minimal formula stressing an imperative to unlimited accumulation of capital by formally peaceful means. The constant reintroduction of capital into the economic circuit with a view to deriving a profit, that is to say, increasing the capital, which will in turn be reinvested, is the basic mark of capitalism, endowing it with the dynamic and transformative power that have fascinated even the most hostile of observers. Capital accumulation does not consist in amassing riches, that is to say, objects desired for their use value, their ostentatious function, or as signs of power. The concrete forms of wealth have no interest in and of themselves and can even, by dint of their lack of liquidity, represent an obstacle to the only objective that really matters, the constant transformation of capital, plant, and various purchases into output, of output into money, and of money into new investments. 1. This detachment of capital from material forms of wealth gives it a genuinely abstract character, which helps make accumulation an interminable process. In so far as enrichment is assessed in accounting terms, the profit accumulated in a span of time being calculated as the difference between the balance sheets of two different periods. 2. There exists no limit, no possible satiation. 3. Contrary to when wealth is directed towards consumer needs, including luxuries. No doubt there is another reason for the insatiable character of the capitalist process, underlined by Heilbronner. 4. Because capital is constantly reinvested and can expand only in circulation, the capitalist's ability to recover his outlay with a profit is under constant threat, particularly as a result of the actions of other capitalists with whom he competes for consumers' spending power. This dynamic creates constant anxiety, and offers the capitalist a very powerful self-preservation motive for continuing the accumulation process interminably. The rivalry between traders seeking to make a profit, however, does not necessarily yield a market in the classical sense, where the conflict between a multiplicity of agents taking decentralized decisions is resolved by transactions disclosing equilibrium prices. In the minimal definition employed here, capitalism is to be distinguished from market self-regulation based upon conventions and institutions, particularly of a legal and political character, aimed at ensuring equal terms between traders, transparency, symmetry of information, a central bank guaranteeing a stable exchange rate for credit money, and so on. Capitalism is indeed based on transactions and contracts, but these contracts can only sustain discrete arrangements to the advantage of the parties, or contain ad hoc clauses without publicity or competition. Following Fernand Braudel, we shall therefore distinguish between capitalism and the market economy. On the one hand, the market economy was constructed step by step, and predates the appearance of capitalism's norm of unlimited accumulation. 5. On the other hand, capitalist accumulation cedes to market regulation only when more direct routes to profit are closed to it. Accordingly, recognition of the beneficent powers of the market, and acceptance of the rules and constraints on which its harmonious operation depends, may be regarded as pertaining to a form of self-limitation by capitalism. 6. In the framework of the minimal definition of capitalism employed here, the capitalist is, in theory, anyone who possesses a surplus and invests it to make a profit that will increase the initial surplus. The archetypal example is the shareholder who puts money into a firm and expects a return. But investment does not necessarily take this legal form. Think, for example, of investment in rental property, or the purchase of treasury bonds. Small shareholders, savers who do not want their money to lie idle but to make a little bit on it, as popular parlance has it, thus belong to the group of capitalists by the same token as the big property owners who come more readily to mind under this description. In its broadest sense, the capitalist group thus encompasses all those who possess a property income. 7. A group, however, that constitutes a minority only beyond a certain level of savings. Although it is difficult to estimate, given existing statistics, it can be reckoned that it represents only around 20% of French households, in what is one of the wealthiest countries in the world. 8. As one can easily imagine, on a world scale the percentage is much lower. In this essay, we shall nevertheless reserve the term capitalists first and foremost for the main actors responsible for the accumulation and expansion of capital, who directly pressurize firms to make maximum profit. Obviously, their numbers are much smaller. They comprise not only big shareholders, private individuals who are able to affect the running of business single-handedly by virtue of their influence, but also legal entities, which, via their shareholdings, own or control the most substantial portions of global capital. Major employers, the salaried directors of large firms, fund managers, or large shareholders, the influence of such people on the capitalist process, the practices of firms, and the profit rates extracted is beyond doubt, unlike that of the small shareholders mentioned above. Although they constitute a population that is itself characterized by significant asset inequalities, albeit on the basis of a very advantageous situation on average, they deserve to be called capitalists inasmuch as they make the requirement of profit maximization their own, and relay its constraints to the people and legal entities over whom they exercise controlling power. Leaving to one side for the moment the issue of the systemic constraints upon capitalists and, in particular, the question of whether the directors of firms can do anything other than conform to the rules of capitalism, we shall merely note that they do so conform, and that their action is guided largely by the pursuit of substantial profits for their own capital and that entrusted to them. 9. We shall also characterize capitalism by the wage-earning class. Marx and Weber alike place this form of organizing labor at the center of their definition of capitalism. We shall consider the wage-earning class independently of the contractual legal forms it can assume. What matters is that part of the population, possessing little or no capital, and to whose benefit the system is not naturally geared, derives income from the sale of its labor, that it does not possess means of production, and hence depends upon the decisions of those who do in order to work, and, finally, that in the framework of the wage relation, and in exchange for its remuneration, it surrenders all property rights over the fruits of its efforts, which are said to accrue in their entirety to the owners of capital. 10. A second important feature of the wage-earning class is that the wage earner is theoretically free to refuse to work on the terms offered by the capitalist, just as the latter is free not to offer work on the terms demanded by the worker. The upshot is that, while the relation is unequal in the sense that the worker cannot survive for long without working, it is nevertheless markedly different from forced labor or slavery, and thus always involves a certain amount of voluntary subjection. In France, as on a world scale, the wage-earning class has gone on expanding throughout the history of capitalism, to the point where today it involves an unprecedented percentage of the working population. 11. On the one hand, it gradually replaces self-employed labor, in the front rank of which, historically, was agriculture. 12. On the other hand, the working population has itself greatly expanded as a result of the entry into the wage-earning class of women, who perform work outside the home. In growing numbers. 13. The necessity of a spirit for capitalism. In many respects, capitalism is an absurd system. In it, wage earners have lost ownership of the fruits of their labor and the possibility of pursuing a working life free of subordination. As for capitalists, they find themselves yoked to an interminable, insatiable process, which is utterly abstract and dissociated from the satisfaction of consumption needs, even of a luxury kind. For two such protagonists, integration into the capitalist process is singularly lacking in justifications. Now, albeit to an unequal extent depending upon the direction in which profit is sought, Capitalist accumulation demands the mobilization of a very large number of people whose prospects of profit are low, and each of whom is assigned only minute responsibility, or, at any rate, responsibility that is difficult to assess, in the overall accumulation process. Consequently, when they are not downright hostile to capitalist practices, they are not particularly motivated to engage in them. Some people can invoke a material motive for participating, more obviously in the case of wage earners who need their wages in order to live than in that of large property owners whose activity, above a certain threshold, is no longer bound up with satisfying personal needs. On its own, however, this does not prove much of a spur. Work psychologists have regularly emphasized that pay is insufficient to induce commitment and stimulate enthusiasm for the task, the wage constituting at most a motive for staying in a job, not for getting involved in it. Similarly, duress is insufficient to overcome actors' hostility or indifference, especially when the commitment demanded of them assumes active engagement, initiative, and voluntary sacrifices, as is ever more frequently the case not simply with cotters but with all wage earners. Thus, the hypothesis of enforced commitment under the threat of hunger and unemployment does not seem to us to be very plausible. For if the slave factories that still exist the world over are unlikely to disappear in the short term, reliance on this form of setting people to work seems problematic, if for no other reason than that most of the new ways of profit-making and new occupations invented in the last 30 years, which today generate a substantial portion of global profits, stress what human resources management calls workforce participation. In fact, the quality of the commitment one can expect depends upon the arguments that can be cited to bring out not only the advantages which participation in capitalist processes might afford on an individual basis, but also the collective benefits, defined in terms of the common good, which it contributes to producing for everyone. We call the ideology that justifies engagement in capitalism spirit of capitalism. This spirit is currently undergoing a significant crisis, demonstrated by growing social confusion and skepticism, to the extent that safeguarding the accumulation process, which is ultimately threatened by any narrowing of its justification to a minimal argument in terms of compulsory submission to economic laws, presupposes the formation of a new, more inspiring ideological corpus. At all events, this is valid for the developed countries, which remain at the core of the accumulation process and reckon on remaining the main suppliers of skilled personnel, whose positive involvement is imperative. Capitalism must be in a position to guarantee these people a minimum of security in sheltered zones, places to live in, have a family, bring up children, and so on, like the residential quarters of the commercial cities of the Northern Hemisphere, shop windows of capitalist success for new arrivals from the periphery, and hence a crucial element in the global ideological mobilization of the sum total of productive forces. For Max Weber, the spirit of capitalism refers to the set of ethical motivations which, although their purpose is foreign to capitalist logic, inspire entrepreneurs in activity conducive to capital accumulation. 14 Given the singular, even transgressive character of the kinds of behavior demanded by capitalism when compared with the forms of life exhibited in most human societies. 15 Weber was led to defend the idea that the emergence of capitalism presupposed the establishment of a new moral relationship between human beings and their work. This was defined in the manner of a vocation, such that, regardless of its intrinsic interest and qualities, people could devote themselves to it firmly and steadily. According to Weber, it was with the Reformation that the belief became established that people performed their religious duty in the first instance by practicing an occupation in the world, in temporal activities, in contrast to the extramundane religious life favored by the Catholic ethos. This new conception made it possible to circumvent the question of the purpose of effort in work at the dawn of capitalism, and thereby overcome the problem of commitment posed by the new economic practices. The conception of work as beruf, a religious vocation demanding fulfillment, furnished a normative support for the merchants and entrepreneurs of nascent capitalism, and gave them good reasons, a psychological motivation, as Weber puts it. 16, for devoting themselves tirelessly and conscientiously to their task, for undertaking the pitiless rationalization of their affairs, inextricably bound up with the pursuit of maximum profit, and for pursuing material gain, a sign of success in fulfilling their vocation. 17 It also served them in so far as workers imbued with the same ideal proved obedient, tireless in their work, and, convinced as they were that man must perform his duty where Providence has placed him, did not seek to question the situation in which they found themselves. We shall leave to one side the important post-Weberian debate, essentially revolving around the actual influence of Protestantism on the development of capitalism and, more generally, of religious beliefs on economic practices, and draw above all from Weber's approach the idea that people need powerful moral reasons for rallying to capitalism. 18. Albert Hirschman reformulates the Weberian question as follows: how did commercial, banking, and similar money-making pursuits become honorable at some point in the modern age after having stood condemned or despised as greed, love of lucre, and avarice for centuries past? 19 Rather than appealing to psychological motives and the search by new elites for a means of guaranteeing their personal salvation, however, Hirschman evokes grounds that touched on the political sphere before impinging upon the economy. Profitable activities had been highly esteemed by elites in the 18th century on account of the socio-political benefits they anticipated from them. In Hirschman's interpretation, the secular thinking of the Enlightenment justifies profit-making activities in terms of society's common good. Hirschman thus shows how the emergence of practices in tune with the development of capitalism was interpreted as conducive to a mellowing of manners and a perfecting of modes of government. Given the inability of religious morality to quell human passions, the powerlessness of reason to govern human beings, and the difficulty of subjugating the passions by means of sheer repression, there remained the solution of using one passion to counter the others. In this way, lucre, hitherto first placed in the order of disorders, was awarded the privilege of being selected as the innocuous passion which the task of subjugating aggressive passions henceforth rested upon. 20. Weber's work stressed capitalism's need to furnish individual reasons, whereas Hirschman's emphasized justifications in terms of the common good. For our part, we shall employ both dimensions, construing the term justification in a sense that makes it possible to encompass both individual justifications and general justifications. The question of the moral justifications of capitalism is not only relevant historically, for shedding light on its origins or, in our day, for arriving at a better understanding of the ways in which the peoples of the periphery are converted to capitalism. It is also of the utmost importance in Western countries like France, whose population is nevertheless integrated into the capitalist cosmos to an unprecedented extent. In fact, systemic constraints on actors are insufficient on their own to elicit their engagement. 21 Duress must be internalized and justified, and this is the role sociology has traditionally assigned to socialization and ideologies. Contributing to the reproduction of the social order, they have in particular the effect of enabling people not to find their everyday universe uninhabitable, one of the conditions of a durable world. If, contrary to prognosis regularly heralding its collapse, capitalism has not only survived, but ceaselessly extended its empire, it is because it could rely on a number of shared representations, capable of guiding action, and justifications, which present it as an acceptable and even desirable order of things, the only possible order, or the best of all possible orders. These justifications must be based on arguments that are sufficiently strong to be accepted as self-evident by enough people to check, or overcome, the despair or nihilism which the capitalist order likewise constantly induces, not only in those whom it oppresses but also, on occasion, in those who have responsibility for maintaining it and, via education, transmitting its values. The spirit of capitalism is precisely the set of beliefs associated with the capitalist order that helps to justify this order and, by legitimating them, to sustain the forms of action and predispositions compatible with it. These justifications, whether general or practical, local or global, expressed in terms of virtue or justice, support the performance of more or less unpleasant tasks and, more generally, adhesion to a lifestyle conducive to the capitalist order. In this instance, we may indeed speak of a dominant ideology, so long as we stop regarding it as a mere subterfuge by the dominant to ensure the consent of the dominated, and acknowledge that a majority of those involved, the strong as well as the weak, rely on these schemas in order to represent to themselves the operation, benefits, and constraints of the order in which they find themselves immersed. Point 22. While, following the Weberian tradition, we put the ideologies on which capitalism rests at the center of our analyses, we shall employ the notion of the spirit of capitalism in a way that departs from canonical usages. In fact, in Weber the notion of spirit takes its place in an analysis of the types of practical rational behavior, the practical incentives to action. 23, which, constitutive of a new ethos, made possible a break with traditional practices, generalization of the tendency to calculation, the lifting of moral condemnations of profit, and the switch to the process of unlimited accumulation. Our perspective, intent not upon explaining the genesis of capitalism but on understanding the conditions in which it can once again secure for itself the actors required for profit creation, will be different. We shall set aside the predispositions towards the world required to participate in capitalism as a cosmos, means, end compatibility, practical rationality, aptitude for calculation, autonomization of economic activities, an instrumental relation to nature, and so on, as well as the more general justifications of capitalism produced in the main by economic science, which we shall touch on later. Today, at least among economic actors in the Western world, they pertain to the common skills which, in accordance with institutional constraints imposed as it were from without, are constantly reproduced through processes of familial and educational socialization. They constitute the ideological platform from which historical variations can be observed, even if we cannot exclude the possibility that changes in the spirit of capitalism sometimes involve the metamorphosis of certain of its most enduring aspects. Our intention is to study observed variations, not to offer an exhaustive description of all the constituents of the spirit of capitalism. This will lead us to detach the category of spirit of capitalism from the substantial content, in terms of ethos, which it is bound up with in Weber, in order to treat it as a form that can contain different things at different points in the development of the modes of organizing firms and processes of extracting capitalist profit. We shall thus seek to integrate some very diverse historical expressions of the spirit of capitalism into a single framework, and pose the question of their transformation. We shall highlight the way in which an existence attuned to the requirements of accumulation must be marked out for a large number of actors to deem it worth the effort of being lived. We shall, however, remain faithful throughout this historical journey to the methodology of Weberian ideal types in systematizing and underlining what seems to us to be specific about one epoch by comparison with those that preceded it, and in attaching more importance to variations than constants, but without ignoring the more stable features of capitalism. Thus, the persistence of capitalism, as a mode of coordinating action and a lived world, cannot be understood without considering the ideologies which, in justifying and conferring a meaning on it, help to elicit the goodwill of those on whom it is based, and ensure their engagement, including in situations where, as is the case with the developed countries, the order they are integrated into appears to rest virtually in its entirety on mechanisms congruent with capitalism. What the spirit of capitalism is composed of. When it comes to lining up reasons for being in favor of capitalism, one candidate immediately presents itself, none other than economic science. From the first half of the 19th century down to the present, have not those in charge of capitalist institutions initially looked to economic science, and particularly its dominant currents, classical and neoclassical, for justifications? The strength of the arguments they found there stemmed precisely from the fact that they were presented as non-ideological, not directly dictated by moral motives, even if they involved reference to end results generally conformable to an ideal of justice for the best and of well-being for the greatest number. As Louis Dumont has shown, the development of economic science, whether classical economics or Marxism, contributed to constructing a representation of the world that is radically novel compared with traditional thinking, marking the radical separation of the economic aspects of the social fabric and their constitution as an autonomous domain. Point 24. This made it possible to impart substance to the belief that the economy is an autonomous sphere, independent of ideology and morality, which obeys positive laws, ignoring the fact that such a conviction was itself the product of an ideological endeavor, and that it could have been formed only by incorporating, and then partially masking by scientific discourse, justifications whereby the positive laws of economics are in the service of the common good. Point 25. In particular, the view that the pursuit of individual interests serves the general interest has been the object of an enormous, incessant labor, which has been taken up and extended throughout the history of classical economics. This separation between morality and economics, and the incorporation into economics in the same gesture of a consequentialist ethics 26 based upon the calculation of utilities, made it possible to supply a moral sanction for economic activities solely by dint of the fact that they are profitable. Point 27. If we may be allowed a rapid summary, for the purposes of explaining the development of the history of economic theory which interests us here more clearly, it can be said that the incorporation of utilitarianism into economics made it possible to regard it as self-evident that whatever served the individual served society. By logical analogy, whatever created a profit also served society. 28. In this perspective, regardless of the beneficiary, increased wealth is the sole criterion of the common good. Point 29. In its everyday usage, and the public pronouncements of the agents mainly responsible for explaining economic activities, heads of firms, politicians, journalists, and so on, this vulgate makes it possible to combine individual profit and overall benefit, in a way that is at once sufficiently tight and sufficiently vague to circumvent demands for justification of the activities that contribute to accumulation. It regards it as self-evident that the specific, but not readily calculable, moral cost of establishing an acquisitive society is amply offset by the quantifiable benefits of accumulation. It also allows it to be argued that the overall increase in wealth, regardless of the beneficiary, is a criterion of the common good, as is attested on a daily basis by the presentation of the health of a country's firms, measured by their profit rate, their level of activity and growth, as a criterion for measuring social well-being. Point 30. This enormous social labor, performed in order to establish individual material advancement as a, if not the, criterion of social well-being, has allowed capitalism to wrest unprecedented legitimacy, for its designs and mainspring were thus legitimate simultaneously. Works of economic science likewise make it possible to argue that, as between two different economic organizations geared to material well-being, capitalist organization is the most efficient. Free enterprise and private property in the means of production in fact introduce competition, or a risk of competition, into the system from the outset. And from the moment it exists, competition, without even having to be pure and perfect, is the surest means for customers to benefit from the best service at the lowest cost. Likewise, although they are orientated towards capital accumulation, capitalists find themselves obliged to satisfy consumers in order to achieve their own ends. Thus it is that, by extension, competitive private enterprise is always deemed more effective and efficient than non-profit-making organizations, and that the privatization and maximum commodification of all services appear to be the socially optimal solution, since they reduce the waste of resources and require anticipation of customers' expectations. 31. To the themes of utility, general well-being, and progress, which have been available for mobilization in virtually unchanged fashion for 2 centuries, and to the justification in terms of incomparable efficiency when it comes to supplying goods and services, we must obviously add the reference to the emancipatory power of capitalism and political freedom as the collateral of economic freedom. The kinds of arguments advanced here refer to the liberation represented by wage earning by comparison with serfdom, the room for freedom permitted by private property, or the fact that in the modern age political liberties have only ever existed sporadically in any country which was openly and fundamentally anti-capitalist, even if they are not possessed by every capitalist country. 32. Obviously, it would be unrealistic not to include these 3 central supporting pillars of capitalism: material progress, effectiveness and efficiency in the satisfaction of needs, and a mode of social organization conducive to the exercise of economic freedom compatible with liberal political regimes, in the spirit of capitalism. But, precisely by virtue of their very general and stable character over time, these reasons 33 do not seem to us to be sufficient to engage ordinary people in the concrete circumstances of life, especially working life, or to equip them with the resources in terms of arguments that allow them to face the condemnation or criticism which might be personally addressed to them on the spot. It is not obviously the case that individual wage earners genuinely rejoice because their labor serves to increase the nation's GDP, makes it possible to improve the well-being of consumers, or because they are part of a system that creates room for free enterprise, for buying and selling. And this, to put it no higher, is because they find it difficult to make the connection between these general benefits and the living and working conditions they, and those close to them, experience. Unless people become directly wealthy by making the most of the possibilities of free enterprise, something that is reserved for a small minority, or, thanks to a job they willingly chose, achieve sufficient financial comfort to take full advantage of the consumer opportunities offered by capitalism, too many mediations are wanting for the suggestion of engagement to fire their imagination 34 and become embodied in the deeds and gestures of everyday life. By comparison with what might be called professorial capitalism, which trots out neoliberal dogma from on high, the expressions of the spirit of capitalism of interest to us here must be integrated into descriptions that are sufficiently substantial and detailed, and contain adequate purchase, to sensitize those to whom they are addressed. In other words, they must both coincide with people's moral experience of daily life and suggest models of action they can grasp. We shall see how management discourse, which aims to be formal and historical, general and local, which mixes general precepts with paradigmatic examples, today constitutes the form par excellence in which the spirit of capitalism is incorporated and received. This discourse is first and foremost addressed to cottars, whose support for capitalism is particularly indispensable for running firms and creating profits. The high level of commitment demanded of them cannot be obtained purely through duress. Moreover, less subject to immediate necessity than blue-collar workers, they can mount passive resistance, engage only reluctantly, even undermine the capitalist order by criticizing it from within. There is also the risk that the offspring of the bourgeoisie, who constitute the quasi-natural breeding ground for the recruitment of cottars, will defect, to use Hirschman's term 35 heading for occupations that are less integrated into the capitalist mechanism, or even partially withdraw from the labor market, especially since they possess various resources. In the first instance, capitalism must therefore perfect its legitimating apparatus with respect to cottars or future cottars. If, in the ordinary course of working life, a majority of them are persuaded to subscribe to the capitalist system because of financial constraints, or the classical mechanisms of sanctions and rewards, it is plausible to reckon that the exigencies of justification are particularly developed in periods like the present. Such periods are characterized by strong numerical growth in the category, with the arrival in firms of numerous young cottars from the education system, whose motivation is weak and who are in search of normative incentives, 36 and, on the other hand, by profound developments compelling experienced cottars to retrain, something that is easier if they can give meaning to the changes of direction imposed upon them, and experience them as freely undertaken. Being simultaneously wage earners and spokesmen for capitalism, particularly with respect to the other members of firms, cottars are, on account of their position, privileged targets of criticism, especially from their subordinates, and are themselves often inclined to lend it an attentive ear. They cannot make do with the material benefits granted them, and must also have arguments to justify their position and, more generally, the selection procedures from which they emerged, or which they themselves employ. One of the constraints on their justification is the preservation of a culturally tolerable distance between their own condition and that of the workers whom they have to manage. The justifications of capitalism that interest us here are thus not so much those referred to above, which capitalists or academic economists might elaborate for external consumption, particularly in the political world, but first and foremost those addressed to cotters and engineers. Now, if they are to be effective, the justifications in terms of the common good that they require must be based on localized criteria. Their judgments refer to the firm they work for and the extent to which the decisions taken in its name are defensible as regards their consequences, in the first instance, for the common good of the wage earners it employs, and then for the common good of the geographical and political community it forms part of. Unlike liberal dogmas, these localized justifications are subject to alteration, because they must conjugate concerns formulated in terms of justice with practices bound up with historical states of capitalism, and the specific ways of making profit in any particular period. They must at one and the same time stimulate an inclination to act and provide assurance that the actions thus performed are morally acceptable. At any moment in time, the spirit of capitalism is thus expressed in a certainty imparted to cotters about the right actions to be performed to make a profit, and the legitimacy of these actions. Over and above the justifications in terms of the common good they need in order to respond to criticism and explain themselves to others, as Weberian entrepreneurs, cotters, and especially young cotters, require personal reasons for commitment. To make commitment to it worthwhile, to be attractive, capitalism must be capable of being presented to them in the form of activities which, by comparison with alternative opportunities, can be characterized as stimulating, that is to say, very generally, and albeit in different ways in different periods, as containing possibilities for self-realization and room for freedom of action. However, as we shall see more clearly later, this expectation of autonomy comes up against another demand, with which it is often in tension, corresponding this time to an expectation of security. In fact, capitalism must also be able to inspire cotters with confidence about the prospects of enjoying the well-being it promises them over the long term, and of guaranteeing their children access to positions that allow them to preserve the same privileges. In terms that vary greatly historically, the spirit of capitalism peculiar to each age must thus supply resources to assuage the anxiety provoked by the following three questions. How is committed engagement in the processes of accumulation a source of enthusiasm, even for those who will not necessarily be the main beneficiaries of the profits that are made? To what extent can those involved in the capitalist universe be assured of a minimum of security for themselves and their children? How can participation in capitalist firms be justified in terms of the common good, and how, confronted with accusations of injustice, can the way that it is conducted and managed be defended? The different historical states of the spirit of capitalism. The changes in the spirit of capitalism that are currently emerging, to which this book is devoted, are certainly not the first. Over and above the kind of archaeological reconstruction to be found in Weber's work of the ethos that inspired the original capitalism, we possess at least two stylized or typological descriptions of the spirit of capitalism. Each of them defines the different components identified above and indicates, for its time, what an inspiring adventure capitalism could represent, how it seemed to be the bearer of solid foundations for building the future, and of responses to expectations of a just society. It is these different combinations of autonomy, security, and the common good that we shall now evoke very schematically. The first description, undertaken at the end of the 19th century, in novels as much as the social sciences proper, is focused on the person of the bourgeois entrepreneur and a description of bourgeois values. The image of the entrepreneur, the captain of industry, the conquistador 37 encapsulates the heroic elements of the portrait 38 stressing gambles, speculation, risk, innovation. On a broader scale, for more numerous social categories the capitalist adventure is embodied in the primarily spatial or geographical liberation made possible by the development of the means of communication and wage labor, which allow the young to emancipate themselves from local communities, from being enslaved to the land and rooted in the family, to escape the village, the ghetto, and traditional forms of personal dependence. In return, the figure of the bourgeois and bourgeois morality afford elements of security in an original combination, combining novel economic propensities with traditional domestic predispositions, the importance attached to the family, lineage, inheritance, the chastity of daughters in order to avoid misalliances and the squandering of capital, the familial or patriarchal nature of relations with employees. 39. What will subsequently be denounced as paternalism, whose forms of subordination remained largely personal in firms that were generally small in size, the role accorded charity in relieving the sufferings of the poor. 40. As for justifications aspiring to greater generality and referring to constructions of the common good, they owed less to economic liberalism, the market. 41. Or scientific economics, whose diffusion remained fairly limited, than to a belief in progress, the future, science, technology, and the benefits of industry. A vulgar utilitarianism was employed to justify the sacrifices required by the market in pursuit of progress. Precisely this amalgam of very different, even incompatible propensities and values, thirst for profit and moralism, avarice and charity, scientism and familial traditionalism, which is at the root of the bourgeois self-division. François Furet refers to 42. Underlay what was to be most unanimously and enduringly denounced in the bourgeois spirit, its hypocrisy. A second characterization of the spirit of capitalism was most fully developed between the 1930s and the 1960s. Here, the emphasis is less on the individual entrepreneur than on the organization. Centered on the development at the beginning of the 20th century of the large, centralized and bureaucratized industrial firm, mesmerized by its gigantic size, its heroic figure is the manager. 43. Unlike the shareholder seeking to increase his personal wealth, he is preoccupied by the desire endlessly to expand the size of the firm he is responsible for, in order to develop mass production, based on economies of scale, product standardization, the rational organization of work, and new techniques for expanding markets. Particularly exciting for young graduates were the opportunities offered by organizations for attaining positions of power from which one could change the world and, for a large majority, liberation from need, the fulfillment of desires thanks to mass production and its corollary, mass consumption. In this version, the security dimension was supplied by a faith in rationality and long-term planning, the priority task for managers, and, above all, by the very gigantism of the organizations, which constituted protective environments not only offering career prospects, but also taking care of everyday life, modeled on the army. As for the reference to a common good, it was provided in coming to terms not only with an ideal of industrial order embodied by engineers, belief in progress, hope invested in science and technology, productivity and efficiency, that was even more resonant than in the earlier version, but also with an ideal which might be described as civic in the sense that the stress fell on institutional solidarity, the socialization of production, distribution and consumption, and collaboration between large firms and the state in pursuit of social justice. The existence of salaried managers and the development of categories of technicians, organizers, the construction in France of the category of cadres. 44. The increase in the number of owners constituted by legal entities rather than actual persons, or the limits introduced into ownership of firms with, in particular, the development of rights for wage earners and the existence of bureaucratic rules restricting employers' prerogatives as regards workforce management. These developments were interpreted as so many indices of a profound change in capitalism, marked by an attenuation of class struggle, a separation between the ownership of capital and control of the firm, which was transferred to the technostructure. 45. And as signs of the appearance of a new capitalism, propelled by a spirit of social justice. We shall have frequent occasion to return to the specificities of this second spirit of capitalism. Changes in the spirit of capitalism thus proceed in tandem with profound alterations in the living and working conditions, and the expectations, whether for themselves or for their children, of workers, who play a role in the process of capitalist accumulation in firms, without being its privileged beneficiaries. Today, the security supplied by academic qualifications has diminished, retirement pensions are under threat, and careers are no longer guaranteed. The mobilizing power of the second spirit is in question, while the forms of accumulation have once again been profoundly transformed. If our analysis is accepted, one probable ideological trend in the current situation can be identified, since it is based upon the system's capacity for survival and restricted to adjustments within the framework of the capitalist regime, from which, following the end of the communist illusion, no feasible exits exist for now, not even in theory. It is the formation in the developed countries of a spirit of capitalism that is more capable of attracting support, with a view to seeking to regalvanize workers and, at a minimum, the middle class. The first spirit of capitalism, associated, as we have seen, with the figure of the bourgeois, was in tune with the essentially familial forms of capitalism of an age when gigantic size was very rarely sought after. Owners and employers were personally known to their employees, the fate and life of the firm were closely associated with those of a family. As for the second spirit, which was organized around the central figure of the director and cadres, it was bound up with a capitalism of large firms, already sufficiently imposing for bureaucratization and the use of an abundant, increasingly academically qualified managerial staff to be a central element. But only some of them may be characterized as multinationals. Shareholding became more impersonal, with numerous firms finding themselves detached from the name and destiny of a particular family. The third spirit, in its turn, will have to be isomorphic with a globalized capitalism employing new technologies, to cite only the two aspects most frequently mentioned as characteristic of capitalism today. The way out of the ideological crisis that set in during the second half of the 1930s, with the loss of momentum of the first spirit, could not have been predicted. The same is true of the crisis we are currently experiencing. The need to restore meaning to the accumulation process, and combine it with the requirements of social justice, comes up in particular against the tension between the collective interest of capitalists as a class and their particular interests as atomized operators competing in a market. 46 No market operator wants to be the first to offer a good life to those he hires, since his production costs would thereby be increased, and he would be at a disadvantage in the competition pitting him against his peers. On the other hand, the capitalist class as a whole has an interest, especially where cadres are concerned, in overall measures that make it possible to retain the commitment of those on whom profit creation depends. We may thus reckon that the formation of a third spirit of capitalism, and its embodiment in various mechanisms, will depend largely upon the interest multinationals, which are currently dominant, have in the preservation of a peaceful zone at the center of the world system, maintained as a breeding ground for cadres, where the latter can develop, raise children, and live in security. The origin of the justifications incorporated into the spirit of capitalism. We have mentioned how important it is for capitalism to be able to rely on a justificatory apparatus attuned to the concrete forms taken by capital accumulation in a given period, which indicates that the spirit of capitalism incorporates schemas other than those inherited from economic theory. These schemas, while they permit defense of the principle of accumulation in abstraction from all historical specificity, 47 lack sufficient mobilizing power. But capitalism cannot find any resources within itself with which to justify grounds for commitment and, in particular, to formulate arguments directed towards a demand for justice. In fact, capitalism is doubtless the sole, or at least the main, historical form organizing collective practices to be completely detached from the moral sphere, in the sense that it identifies its purpose in itself and not by reference, not simply to a common good, but even to the interests of a collective entity such as a people, a state, or a social class. Justification of capitalism thus assumes reference to constructions of a different order, whence derive requirements that are quite distinct from those imposed by the pursuit of profit. To maintain its powers of attraction, capitalism therefore has to draw upon resources external to it, beliefs which, at a given moment in time, possess considerable powers of persuasion, striking ideologies, even when they are hostile to it, inscribed in the cultural context in which it is developing. The spirit sustaining the accumulation process at a given point in history is thus imbued with cultural products that are contemporaneous with it and which, for the most part, have been generated to quite different ends than justifying capitalism. 48. Faced with a demand for justification, capitalism mobilizes already existing things whose legitimacy is guaranteed, to which it is going to give a new twist by combining them with the exigency of capital accumulation. Accordingly, it is pointless to search for a clear separation between impure ideological constructs, intended to serve capitalist accumulation, and pure, utterly uncompromised ideas, which would make it possible to criticize it. Frequently, the same paradigms find themselves engaged in condemnation and justification of what is condemned. We can compare the process whereby ideas that were initially alien, even hostile, to capitalism were incorporated into it with the process of acculturation described by Dumont, when he shows how the dominant modern ideology of individualism was diffused by forging compromises with pre-existing cultures. From the encounter and clash between two sets of ideas values, new representations are born that are a sort of synthesis, which may be more radical or less so, a sort of alloy of the two kinds of ideas and values, the ones being of holistic inspiration, and autochthonous, the others being borrowed from the predominant individualistic configuration. One remarkable effect of this acculturation is that the individualistic representations do not by any means get diluted or become less pungent as they enter into those combinations. Quite to the contrary, they become more adaptable and even stronger through these associations with their contraries. 49. If we transpose this analysis to the study of capitalism, we shall see how the spirit that drives it possesses two aspects, one turned inside, as Dumont puts it, that is to say, in this context, turned towards the accumulation process, which is legitimate, and the other turned towards the ideologies with which it is imbued, which furnish it with precisely what capitalism lacks, reasons for participating in the accumulation process that are rooted in quotidian reality, and attuned to the values and concerns of those who need to be actively involved. 50. In Dumont's analysis, the members of a holistic culture confronted with an individualistic culture find themselves under challenge, and feel the need to defend themselves, justify themselves, in the face of what seems to them like a critique and a challenge to their identity. In other respects, however, they can be attracted by the new values, and the prospects of individual liberation and equality afforded by these values. Out of this process of attraction, resistance, search for self-justification, new compromise representations are generated. The same observations may be made about the spirit of capitalism. It is transformed to respond to the need for justification by people who are engaged in the capitalist accumulation process at a given moment, but whose values and representations, inherited as a cultural legacy, are still associated with earlier forms of accumulation, with traditional society in the case of the birth of the first spirit, or with a previous spirit in the case of the transition to subsequent spirits of capitalism. What is at stake is making the new forms of accumulation attractive to them, while taking account of their need to justify themselves, and erecting defenses against those features of the new capitalist mechanisms that they perceive as threatening the survival of their social identity. In many respects, the second spirit of capitalism, constructed at the same time as the supremacy of the large industrial firm became established, has characteristics that would have been disowned by neither communism nor fascism, which were nevertheless the most powerful movements critical of capitalism at the time when this second spirit began to be instituted. 51 Economic dirigisme, a common aspiration, was to be implemented by the welfare state and its planning bodies. Mechanisms for consistent control of the allocation of value added between capital and labor were put in place with national accounting. 52 which is consistent with Marxist analyses. As for the hierarchical modus operandi in force in large, planned firms, it would long retain the stamp of a compromise with traditional domestic values, something that could only serve to reassure traditionalist reaction. Respect and deference in return for welfare and assistance formed part of the hierarchical contract in its traditional forms, much more so than wages in exchange for work, which encapsulates the liberal, Anglo-American manner of conceiving the employment relation. In this way, the principle of boundless accumulation found some points of convergence with its enemies, and the resulting compromise guaranteed capitalism its survival by offering hesitant populations the opportunity to participate in it more enthusiastically. Cities as normative supports for constructing justifications. Inasmuch as they are subject to an imperative of justification, social arrangements tend to incorporate reference to a kind of very general convention directed towards a common good, and claiming universal validity, which has been modeled on the concept of the city. 53 Capitalism is no exception to this rule. What we have called the spirit of capitalism necessarily contains reference to such conventions, at least in those of its dimensions that are directed towards justice. In other words, considered from a pragmatic point of view, the spirit of capitalism assumes reference to two different logical levels. The first contains an agent capable of actions conducive to profit creation, whereas the second contains an agent equipped with a greater degree of reflexivity, who judges the actions of the first in the name of universal principles. These two agents obviously denote the same actor, described as capable of engaging in operations of increasing generality. Without this competence, it would in fact be impossible for actors to understand the critiques directed at capitalism insofar as it is profit-orientated, or to construct justifications to foil such critiques. In view of the central character of the concept of the city here, we are now going to go back over the work where the model of cities was presented. The concept of the city is orientated towards the question of justice. It is intended to be modeled on the kind of operations that actors engage in during disputes with one another, when they are faced with a demand for justification. This demand for justification is inextricably linked to the possibility of critique. The justification is necessary to back up the critique, or to answer it when it condemns the unjust character of some specific situation. To characterize what is meant by justice here, and in order to give ourselves the opportunity to compare seemingly very different disputes with one and the same notion, we shall say that disputes over justice always have as their object the ranking of status in a situation. To explain what we understand by status, let us take a trivial example, for instance, the problem of distributing the food between those who are present at a meal. The issue of the order in which the dish is offered to guests is unavoidable, and has to be settled publicly. Unless the significance of the sequence is neutralized by the introduction of a rule adjusting the temporal order to a spatial order, the temporal sequence lends itself to being interpreted as an order of precedence according to the comparative status of the persons, as in serving the elderly first and children last. But observance of this order can present tricky problems, and give rise to disputes when several different principles of ranking order are in opposition. If the sequence is to run smoothly, the guests must therefore be in agreement about the comparative status of people as disclosed by the order they are served in point 54. Yet this agreement on status presupposes a more fundamental agreement on a principle of equivalence, by recourse to which the status of those present can be established. Even if the principle of equivalence is not explicitly mentioned, it must be sufficiently clear and present in everyone's mind for the episode to unfold naturally. These principles of equivalence are designated by the term principes supérieurs communs, borrowed from Rousseau. These principles of status cannot emerge from a local, contingent arrangement. Their legitimacy depends upon their robustness, that is to say, their capacity for validity in an a priori unlimited number of particular situations, bringing together beings with the most varied qualities. That is why the principles of equivalence that have a claim to validity in a society at a given point in time are orientated, in some sense by their very structure, towards universal validity. If, at a given point in time, a multiplicity of legitimate forms of status exists, their number is nevertheless not unlimited. 6 logics of justification, 6 cities, have been identified in contemporary society. To define them, the work we are basing ourselves on here shuttled between two types of sources. On the one hand, there were empirical data collected by fieldwork on conflicts and disputes, supplying a corpus of arguments and situational mechanisms. This guided intuition towards the kind of justifications often used in everyday life. On the other hand, there were constructions, systematically developed in political philosophy, which possess a high level of logical coherence. This allows them to be put to profitable use in the task of modeling shared competence. Point 55. In the inspirational city, high status pertains to the saint who achieves a state of grace, or the artist who receives inspiration. It reveals itself in the clean body prepared by ascesis, whose inspired manifestations constitute the privileged form of expression. In the domestic city, high status depends upon people's seniority in a chain of personal dependencies. In a system of subordination established on a domestic model, the political bond between beings is conceived as a generalization of the generational link, combining tradition and proximity. The great man is the elder, the ancestor, the father, to whom respect and fidelity are due, and who vouchsafes protection and support. In the reputational city, high status depends exclusively on the opinion of others, that is to say, on the number of people who confer their trust and esteem. The great man in the civic city is the representative of a collective whose general will he expresses. In the commercial city, the great man is he who enriches himself by supplying highly desirable commodities in a competitive market, by successfully passing the market test. In the industrial city, high status is based upon efficiency, and defines a scale of professional abilities. When it refers to the common good, the second spirit of capitalism invokes justifications that rest upon a compromise between the industrial city and the civic city, whereas the first spirit was rooted in a compromise between domestic and commercial justifications. Along similar lines, we shall have to identify the conventions with a universal vocation and the modes of reference to the common good assumed by the third spirit of capitalism, which is in the process of being formed. As we shall see, however, capitalism's new justificatory discourses are only imperfectly conveyed by the 6 cities that have been identified. In order to describe the residue, which cannot be interpreted in the language of the 6 existing cities, we have been led to model a 7th city, making it possible to create equivalences and justify positions of comparative status in a network world. In contrast to the work mentioned above, however, to systematize the arguments used we have relied not on a major text of Political Philosophy 56 but on a corpus of management texts from the 1990s. The fact that they are intended for cotters makes them an especially obvious receptacle for the new spirit of capitalism, and on an analysis of various concrete proposals being advanced today to improve social justice in France. We are in fact contemporaneous with an intense effort, in which the social sciences are actively participating, to reconstruct a model of society. While it wants to be realistic, that is to say, attuned to people's experience of the social world they are thrust into, and compatible with a certain number of commonplaces rightly or wrongly regarded as self-evident, this model possesses a normative character in the sense that it is directed towards greater justice. We shall therefore have to demonstrate how the new spirit of capitalism arises on hitherto unused principles of equivalence. We shall also have to indicate the process of cultural assimilation of themes and constructs already present in the ideological environment, deriving in particular from the critical discourses addressed to capitalism, through which this spirit was structured and progressively became more firmly entrenched, to the point of forming a novel ideological configuration. The spirit of capitalism legitimates and constrains the accumulation process. We have seen how capitalism is obliged, if it is to succeed in engaging the people who are indispensable to the pursuit of accumulation, to incorporate a spirit that can provide attractive, exciting life prospects, while supplying guarantees of security and moral reasons for people to do what they do. And this composite amalgam of grounds and reasons turns out to be variable over time, depending upon the expectations of those who must be mobilized and the hopes they have grown up with, as well as the forms taken by accumulation in different periods. The spirit of capitalism must meet a demand for self-justification, particularly in order to resist anti-capitalist critique, and this involves reference to conventions of general validity as to what is just or unjust. This is an appropriate moment in our analysis to make it clear that the spirit of capitalism, far from simply occupying the position of a dash of spirit, a spiritualist point of honor, or a superstructure, as is assumed by a Marxist approach to ideology, plays a key role in the capitalist process, which it serves by restraining that process. In fact, the justifications that make it possible to mobilize the relevant parties fetter accumulation. If the justifications proffered are taken seriously, not all profit is legitimate, not all enrichment is just, not all accumulation, even substantial and rapid accumulation, is licit. Max Weber already endeavored to show how capitalism, thus fettered, was clearly distinguished from a passion for gold indulged in unrestrainedly, and that one of its specific characteristics was precisely the rational moderation of this impulse. 57. The internalization of a certain spirit of capitalism by actors thus places constraints on accumulation processes that are not purely formal, conferring a specific framework on them. In this way, the spirit of capitalism simultaneously furnishes a justification of capitalism and a critical fulcrum, making it possible to condemn the discrepancy between the concrete forms of accumulation and normative conceptions of the social order. If it is to be taken seriously in the light of the numerous critiques directed at capitalism, justification of the forms in which capitalism has operated historically must equally be subject to reality tests. To withstand such tests, the justification of capitalism must be able to lean upon various mechanisms, collections of objects, rules, and conventions, of which law might be an expression at the national level, and which, not being limited to framing the pursuit of profit, are orientated towards justice. Thus, the second spirit of capitalism was inseparably bound up with mechanisms of career management in large firms, the establishment of contributory pension schemes, and the extension to an ever greater number of situations of the legal form of the wage-labor contract, so that workers enjoyed the benefits accruing to this condition. 58. In the absence of these mechanisms, no one could genuinely have believed in the promises of the second spirit. The constraints placed on capitalism by the spirit of capitalism thus operate in two ways. On the one hand, the internalization of justifications by capitalist actors introduces the possibility of self-criticism, and favors the self-censure and self-elimination of incompatible practices within the accumulation process itself. On the other hand, the establishment of mechanisms that are constraining, but are the only things that can impart credibility to the spirit of capitalism, makes it possible to establish various reality tests, and thereby to provide tangible evidence in response to condemnations. We shall give two examples, especially apt for our purposes, of the way that reference to demands expressed in terms of the common good is able to constrain the accumulation process. In a commercial city, first of all, profit is valid, and the order derived from the confrontation between different persons pursuing profit is just, only if the market test meets strict conditions of equality of opportunity, such that success can be attributed to merit, that is to say, in this instance, the ability to seize the opportunities offered by the market and the attractions of the goods and services offered, and not to a sheer balance of power. Foremost among these constraints we may cite everything that ensures competition, for example, the absence of a dominant position, of prior arrangements and cartels, or transparency of information, and the availability of capital prior to the test that is not grossly unequal. It is therefore only under very strict conditions that the market test may be deemed legitimate. Yet not only does observance of these conditions not make any specific contribution to profit creation, it can put a brake on it. We could say the same about the way reference to an industrial city makes it possible to justify capitalist forms of production by placing on them constraints which do not derive from the immediate requirements of accumulation, constraints, for example, like planning of a more or less long-term character, putting resources by for the future, and measures aimed at reducing risks or avoiding waste. In taking the effects of the justification of capitalism by reference to a common good seriously, we distance ourselves both from critical approaches for which only capitalism's tendency to unlimited accumulation at any price is real, and the sole function of ideologies is to conceal the reality of all powerful economic relations of force, and from apologetic approaches which, confusing normative supports and reality, ignore the imperatives of profit and accumulation, and place the demands for justice faced by capitalism at its heart. These two positions are not unrelated to the ambiguity of the term legitimate, with its two derivatives, legitimation and legitimacy. In the first case, legitimation is turned into a mere operation of retrospective concealment, which must be unmasked in order to arrive at the reality. In the second, the communicative relevance of arguments and the legal rigor of procedures are latched onto, but without questioning the conditions of performance of the reality tests to which great men, that is, in a capitalist world, primarily the rich, owe their status, when such status is deemed legitimate. As we define it, the notion of the spirit of capitalism makes it possible to surmount an opposition that has dominated a considerable amount of the sociology and philosophy of the last 30 years, at least when it comes to works at the intersection of the social and the political, the opposition between theories, often Nietzschean, Marxist in inspiration, which see in society only violence, relations of force, exploitation, domination, and conflicts of interest, 59 and theories, inspired instead by contractualist political philosophies, which have emphasized forms of democratic debate and the conditions of social justice. 60 In works deriving from the first current, the description of the world seems too grim to be true, such a world would not be habitable for very long. But in works related to the second, the social world is, it must be confessed, a little too rosy to be credible. The first theoretical orientation frequently deals with capitalism, but without acknowledging any normative dimension to it. The second takes account of the moral requirements that stem from a legitimate order, yet, underestimating the importance of interests and relations of force, tends to ignore the specificity of capitalism, whose contours are blurred by virtue of the fact that they are grounded in the intricate conventions on which social order always rests. Capitalism and its critiques. The notion of the spirit of capitalism equally allows us to combine in one and the same dynamic the development of capitalism and the critiques that have been made of it. In fact, in our construction we are going to assign critique the role of a motor in changes in the spirit of capitalism. If capitalism cannot do without an orientation towards the common good, whence it derives reasons for committed engagement, its lack of concern for norms means that the spirit of capitalism cannot be generated exclusively out of its own resources. As a result, it needs its enemies, people whom it outrages and who are opposed to it, to find the moral supports it lacks and to incorporate mechanisms of justice whose relevance it would otherwise have no reason to acknowledge. The capitalist system has proved infinitely more robust than its detractors, Marx at their head, thought. But this is also because it has discovered roots to its survival in critiques of it. For example, did not the new capitalist order derived from the Second World War share with fascism and communism the features of assigning great importance to the state, and a certain economic dirigisme? It is probably this surprising capacity for survival by absorbing part of the critique that has helped to disarm anti-capitalist forces. The paradoxical consequence is that in periods when capitalism seems triumphant, as is the case today, it displays a fragility that emerges precisely when real competitors have disappeared. Moreover, the very concept of critique escapes theoretical polarization between interpretations in terms of relations of force and of legitimate relations. In effect, the idea of critique is meaningful only when there is a difference between a desirable and an actual state of affairs. To give critique the place that falls to it in the social world, we must stop reducing justice to force, or allowing ourselves to be blinded by the existence of justice to the point where we ignore relations of force. To be valid, critique must be capable of justifying itself, that is to say, clarifying the normative supports that ground it, especially when it is confronted with the justifications that those who are subject to critique supply for their action. Hence it continues to refer to justice, for if justice is a delusion, what is the point of criticizing? 61 On the other hand, however, critique presents a world in which the requirement of justice is incessantly contravened. It unmasks the hypocrisy of moral pretensions that conceal the reality of relations of force, exploitation, and domination. The effects of critique on the spirit of capitalism. The potential impact of critique on the spirit of capitalism seems to be of at least three sorts. First of all, it can delegitimate previous spirits and strip them of their effectiveness. Thus, Daniel Bell argues that American capitalism encountered major difficulties at the end of the 1960s, as a result of a growing tension between ways of relating to work derived from the Protestant asceticism it continued to rely on, and the blossoming of a mode of existence, based on immediate consumer pleasure stimulated by credit and mass production, which wage earners in capitalist firms were encouraged to adopt in their private lives. 62 According to this analysis, the materialistic hedonism of the consumer society clashed head-on with, that is, criticized, the values of toil and saving that were supposed, at least implicitly, to support life at work, and thus undermined modes of engagement associated with the then dominant spirit of capitalism, which consequently found itself partially delegitimated. There ensued a significant demobilization of wage earners as a result of altered expectations and aspirations. A second effect of critique is that, in opposing the capitalist process, it compels its spokesman to justify that process in terms of the common good. And the more violent and convincing the critique for a large number of people, the more the justifications advanced in response will have to be combined with reliable mechanisms that guarantee a positive improvement in terms of justice. If those who speak for the social movements make do, in response to their demands, with superficial declarations that are not followed by concrete actions, if the expression of finer feelings suffices to calm indignation, then there is no reason for improving the mechanisms that are supposed to render capitalist accumulation more in keeping with the common good. And when capitalism is obliged to respond positively to the points raised by critique, to try to placate it and maintain the support of its troops, who are in danger of listening to the denunciations, by the same gesture it incorporates some of the values in whose name it was criticized. The dynamic impact of critique on the spirit of capitalism here takes the form of a strengthening of the justifications and associated mechanisms which, while it does not challenge the principle of accumulation itself, or the need for profits, partially satisfies the critique and integrates into capitalism constraints that correspond to the points of most concern to its detractors. The price paid by critique for being listened to, at least in part, is to see some of the values it had mobilized to oppose the form taken by the accumulation process being placed at the service of accumulation, in accordance with the process of cultural assimilation referred to above. A final potential impact of critique rests upon a much less optimistic analysis of the reactions of capitalism. We may suppose that, in certain conditions, it can elude the requirement of strengthening the mechanisms of justice by making itself more difficult to decipher, by clouding the issue. According to this scenario, the response to critique leads not to the establishment of more just mechanisms but to a change in the modes of profit creation, such that the world is momentarily disrupted with respect to previous referents, and in a state that is extremely difficult to decipher. Faced with new arrangements whose emergence was not anticipated, and of which it is difficult to say whether they are more or less favorable to wage earners than the earlier social mechanisms, critique finds itself disarmed for a time. The old world it condemned has disappeared, but people do not know what to make of the new one. Here critique acts as a spur hastening the transformation of modes of production, which then enter into tension with the expectations of wage earners shaped on the basis of previous processes. This calls for an ideological reconstruction to demonstrate that the world of work does indeed still possess a meaning. We shall have occasion to invoke these three types of effects to account for the transformations in the spirit of capitalism over the last 30 years. The model of change we shall employ rests upon the interplay between three terms. The first represents critique, and can be parameterized according to what it denounces and its vigor. The second corresponds to capitalism inasmuch as it is characterized by the mechanisms for organizing work, and ways of making a profit associated with it, at a given period. The third likewise denotes capitalism, but this time insofar as it integrates mechanisms intended to maintain a tolerable space between the means employed to generate profits and demands for justice relying on conventions whose legitimacy is acknowledged. Each of the poles of this three-term opposition can develop. Critique can change its object, decrease or increase in virulence. Capitalism can maintain or change its mechanisms of accumulation. It can also improve them in the direction of greater justice, or dismantle the guarantees that have hitherto been offered. A critique that is exhausted or defeated, or loses its vigor, allows capitalism to relax its mechanisms of justice and alter its production processes with total impunity. A critique that increases in vigor and credibility compels capitalism to strengthen its mechanisms of justice, unless, assuming the political and technological environment permits it, this instead constitutes an incentive to blur the rules of the game by capitalism transforming itself. Change in the mechanisms of capitalist accumulation has the effect of temporarily disarming critique. But there is also a good chance that it will lead, in the medium term, to the reformulation of a new spirit of capitalism to restore the involvement of wage earners, who, with these developments, have lost the reference points they clung onto in order to have a hold over their work. Equally, it is not impossible for a transformation in the rules of the capitalist game to alter the expectations of wage earners, and thereby undermine the mechanisms of accumulation, as in the case analyzed by Bell. 63. On the other hand, the establishment of mechanisms ensuring greater justice placates critique when it comes to the contents of the demands advanced hitherto. By the same token, however, this can also prompt it to switch to other problems, a move that is invariably accompanied by reduced vigilance about old points of protest, thereby opening up new opportunities for capitalism to change the rules of the game, and entailing an erosion of the benefits that have been obtained, leading, in the medium term, to a revival of critique. At the heart of this three-sided game, functioning as a recording chamber, resonance box, and crucible where new compromises are formed, we find the spirit of capitalism. It is renegotiated, challenged, or even destroyed prior to emerging anew, through transformation of the mechanisms geared towards profit and justice alike, and continuous metamorphosis in the need for justification under fire from critique. Study of the spirit of capitalism and its evolution is thus an especially appropriate entry point into analysis of the conjointment dynamic of capitalism and its critiques, which we have placed at the heart of this work. There is one notion that will help us to articulate the three terms of capitalism, spirit of capitalism and critique, that of the test, which, in addition, represents an excellent vehicle for integrating exigencies of justice and relations of force into the same framework without reductionism. Tests of strength and legitimate tests. The notion of the test breaks with a narrowly determinist conception of the social, whether based on the omnipotence of structures or, in a culturalist perspective, the domination of internalized norms. From the viewpoint of action, it puts the emphasis on the various degrees of uncertainty haunting situations in social life. 64. For our project, the notion of the test has the advantage of allowing us to circulate between relations of force and legitimate orders with the same theoretical instruments. The test is always a test of strength. That is to say, it is an event during which beings, in pitting themselves against one another, reveal what they are capable of and, more profoundly, what they are made of. But when the situation is subject to justificatory constraints, and when the protagonists judge that these constraints are being genuinely respected, the test of strength will be regarded as legitimate. We shall say in the first instance that at its conclusion the disclosure of power is conveyed by the determination of a certain degree of strength, and in the second, by a judgment as to the respective status of people. Whereas the attribution of strength defines a state of affairs without any moral implications, the attribution of a status assumes a judgment that bears not only on the respective strength of the opposing parties, but also on the just character of the order disclosed by the test. The transition from tests of strength to tests of legitimate status presupposes a social labor identifying and characterizing different kinds of strength, which must be amenable to being distinguished and separated from one another. In fact, to be open to assessment from the standpoint of justice, a test must first of all be specified, be a test of something, of this or that, a competition on the running track or in Latin, and not indeterminate, open to a confrontation between beings in any respect whatsoever, and using any kind of force they choose. If what is put to the test is not specified in advance, the test is adjudged unsound, unreliable, and its outcome is open to challenge. Thus, whereas in the logic of tests of strength the opposing forces meet, are deployed, and displaced, constrained only by the resistance of other forces, tests of status are valid only if they involve forces of the same kind. We may no longer examine the strength of money by means of art, or the strength of reputation or intelligence by money, and so on. To be not only strong but also enjoy high status, it is necessary to commit the kind of strength that is appropriate in the test one is submitting to. To ensure the justice of a test is thus to arrange it and control its performance in such a way as to prevent interference by external forces. In a society where a large number of tests are subject to conditions defining what is a legitimate test, the strength of the strong is diminished. For the strictness of the tests tends to hamper the possibilities of those who, possessing various unspecified strengths, can transfer them, confuse them, exchange them, and extend them, depending simply on the strategic necessities of the situation. For example, one cannot pay literary critics and be recognized as an inspired, great writer, or become principal private secretary just because one is the minister's cousin. The idea of winning by any and all means has to be abandoned. It is nevertheless the case that tests of strength and legitimate tests are not to be conceived as discrete oppositions. There is a continuum between them, such that tests may be deemed more or less just, and it is always possible to unmask the action of underlying forces that contaminate a test claiming legitimacy. The notion of test places us at the heart of the sociological perspective, one of whose most persistent questions, which no theory has dodged, concerns the selection process governing the differential distribution of persons between positions of unequal value, and the more or less just character of this distribution. It also has the advantage of allowing for changes of scale, depending on whether the object of analysis is test situations in their singularity, interactions treated as unique events, handling which calls upon the procedures of microsociology, or attempts to describe relatively stable classes of test in a manner which, from the viewpoint of a sociology of action, takes up the traditional questions of macrosociology. The notion of test thus makes it possible to shift between the micro and the macro, in the sense that it is inflected towards both sectoral mechanisms or unique situations and societal arrangements. For the major trends in social selection rest, in the last analysis, on the character of the tests that a society recognizes at a given moment in time. It is thus no exaggeration to think that a society may be defined by the character of the tests it sets itself, through which the social selection of people is conducted, and by conflicts over the more or less just nature of those tests. Critique and tests are intimately related. Critique leads to tests insofar as it challenges the existing order and casts suspicion upon the status of the opposing beings. But tests, especially when they claim legitimacy, are vulnerable to critique, which reveals the injustices created by the action of hidden forces. The impact of critique on capitalism operates by means of the effects it has on the central tests of capitalism. This is the case with the tests on which the division between wages and profits depends, in a certain state of the labor and company law that they are supposed to respect, or, to take another example, with recruitment tests, which provide access to positions regarded as more or less advantageous. The role of critique in the dynamic of tests. We may say that there are two ways of criticizing tests. The first is corrective in intent. Critique reveals those features of the tests under challenge that infringe justice and, in particular, the forces mobilized by certain of the protagonists without the others being aware of it, thereby securing an undeserved advantage. In this instance, the objective of the critique is to improve the justice of the test, to make it stricter, to increase the degree to which it is conventionalized, to develop its regulatory or legal supervision. Established tests, for example, political elections, educational exams, sporting contests, and joint negotiations between social partners, are the fruit of such effort, refining their justice in order to admit only those forces deemed compatible with the definition of the test. But by the same token, these tests always remain open to improvement, and hence to critique. The work of refinement is in effect interminable, because the number of respects in which people can be apprehended is ontologically limitless. 65. A second manner of criticizing tests may be dubbed radical. In this instance, what is at stake is no longer correcting the conditions of the test with a view to making it more just, but suppressing it and ultimately replacing it with a different test. In the first case, Critique takes the criteria the test is supposed to satisfy seriously, in order to demonstrate that its conduct deviates in various respects from its definition, or, if you like, its concept, and to help bring it more into line with the claims it is supposed to meet. In the second case, it is the validity of the test itself, strictly speaking, what conditions its existence, that is subject to challenge. From this second critical position, the critique that aims to rectify the test will itself often be criticized as reformist, in contrast to a radical critique that has historically proclaimed itself revolutionary. With respect to the model of economies of status on which we base our discussion here, 66 corrective critique is one that takes the city with reference to which the test is constructed seriously. What is involved is, as it were, a critique internal to the city. Contrariwise, radical critique is critique performed in the name of different principles, pertaining to another city, from those on which the test in its currently accepted definition claims to base its judgments. First of all, we shall discuss the possible fate of a corrective critique that is reformist in intent. Insofar as the tests under criticism claim legitimacy, it is not possible for those responsible for controlling their practical conduct endlessly to ignore the observations made about them. If they are to remain legitimate, these tests must incorporate a response to the critique. This reply can consist either in demonstrating that the critique is mistaken, or in making the test stricter and refining it to make it more consonant with the model of justice that supports judgments claiming legitimacy. This is the case, for example, when an exam that was not anonymous is made so, or when disclosures of information prior to stock market transactions are prohibited. But there exists another potential reaction when one is faced with corrective critique of a test, and this consists not in satisfying it, but in seeking to circumvent it. This is a possible move by certain beneficiaries of the test whose critique has revealed that they succeeded illegitimately, and who see their prospects diminish accordingly. It may also be made by the organizers of the test, or those on whom the cost of its organization mainly falls, 67 who believe that the anticipated increase in justice will not compensate for the higher cost of the test, or that, independently of the expected benefit in terms of justice, the cost has become prohibitive. A number of actors can thus have an interest in reducing the importance assigned to the test, in marginalizing it, above all if it proves difficult to put an end to the critical enterprise, whose revival compels continual tightening of the test and an increase in its cost. Rather than challenge the established tests head-on, which would be too costly, especially in terms of legitimacy, they are prompted to seek new paths to profit by effecting displacements that are local, small-scale, virtually invisible, multiple. These displacements may be geographical if, for example, the firms do not wish to improve the division between wages and profits in the way demanded by the critique. It may also be a question of altering the criteria of success in the firm, so as to evade the procedures associated with career management, or of abolishing formal recruitment tests, which are reckoned to be too costly. These displacements, which alter a course of tests, 68 have the effect of reducing the costs associated with the maintenance of strict tests and increasing the advantages of those who are in a position to commit miscellaneous resources, and find themselves liberated from the fetters that had hitherto hampered the use they could make of their strengths. In a capitalist society, the strong are first and foremost the owners of capital, and history has repeatedly shown that in the absence of legislative and regulatory obstacles they tend to use their economic power to wrest a dominant position in all spheres, leaving wage earners with only the meanest share of the value added that has been created. Hence, under capitalism, it is obviously the party of profit that invariably emerges victorious from these micro-displacements. This manner of reacting to critique, by creating displacements, also has the effect of temporarily disarming it by presenting it with a world it no longer knows how to interpret. The critique and critical apparatuses associated with an earlier state of the spirit of capitalism in fact have little purchase on the new tests, which have not been subject to a labor of recognition, institutionalization, and codification. For one of the first tasks of critique is precisely to identify the most important tests in a given society, to clarify, or press the protagonists to clarify, the principles underlying these tests, and then proceed to a critique that is corrective or radical, reformist or revolutionary, depending on the options and strategies of those conducting it. After a multiplicity of micro-displacements, locally circumventing the most costly tests or those most subject to critique, capitalist accumulation finds itself partially released from the fetters placed on it by the constraint of the common good. But by the same token it finds itself stripped of the justifications that made it desirable for a large number of actors, unless this redeployment of tests chimes with themes deriving from a radical critique intent upon abolishing the old tests, likewise in the name of the common good, but invoking different values. A displacement of this sort loses legitimacy in terms of the old principles, but can rely on principles of legitimacy employed by another side of the critique. Short of steering clear of the capitalist regime entirely, the only possible fate of radical critique is to be used as a source of ideas and legitimacy for escaping the unduly normative and, for some actors, costly framework inherited from a prior state of capitalism. We can thus envisage situations where critique in its entirety finds itself disarmed in a single move, one form, characterized as corrective here, because the tests to which it was adapted disappear or fall into disuse, the other, called radical here, because the development of the dominant ideas takes a direction that it demanded, and it finds itself partially satisfied. As we shall see later, in our view this is what occurred in France in the 1980s. Even so, such a situation does not seem set to last, for the redeployment of capitalism creates new problems, new inequalities, new injustices, not because it is inherently unjust, but because the question of justice is not pertinent in the framework within which it develops. The norm of capital accumulation is amoral, unless critique compels it to justify and control itself. Interpretative schemas are gradually reconstructed, making it possible to give meaning to these transformations and favoring a revival of critique by facilitating identification of the problematic new modalities of accumulation. The resumption of critique leads to the construction of new normative fulcra that capitalism must come to terms with. This compromise is asserted in the expression of a new form of the spirit of capitalism, which, like its predecessors, contains exigencies of justice. The birth of a new spirit of capitalism thus comes about in two stages, although this is a merely analytical distinction, since they broadly overlap. In the first, we witness the sketching of a general interpretative schema of the new mechanisms and the establishment of a new cosmology, allowing people to get their bearings and deduce some elementary rules of behavior. In the second, this schema is going to be refined in the direction of greater justice. With its organizing principles established, the reformist critique will strive to make the new tests that have been identified stricter. The historical forms of the critique of capitalism. If we are to understand the historical conjuncture our work focuses on, we must now define more precisely the content of the critiques addressed to capitalism. For the orientation of a particular dynamic of capitalism, and the meaning of the transformations that affect its spirit, can be thoroughly understood only if we consider the kind of critiques it is vulnerable to. The necessity of furnishing capitalism with justifications, and casting it in an attractive light, would not in fact impose themselves with such urgency if capitalism had not from the outset been confronted with large-scale critical forces. Anti-capitalism is in fact as old as capitalism. Throughout the course of its development, it accompanies it like its shadow. Without courting the slightest paradox, it may be argued that anti-capitalism is the most significant expression of capitalism in the eyes of history. 69. Without resuming in detail the history of the critiques to which capitalism has been subject, a task that would far exceed the framework of this book, we must, in order to understand the formation of the new spirit of capitalism, recall the main themes around which the principal forms of anti-capitalism are constructed. The formulation of a critique presupposes a bad experience prompting protest, whether it is personally endured by critics or they are roused by the fate of others. 70. This is what we call the source of indignation. Without this prior emotional, almost sentimental, reaction, no critique can take off. On the other hand, it is a long way from the spectacle of suffering to articulated critique, Critique requires a theoretical fulcrum and an argumentative rhetoric to give voice to individual suffering and translate it into terms that refer to the common good. 71 This is why there are actually two levels in the expression of any critique: a primary level, the domain of the emotions, which can never be silenced, which is always ready to become inflamed whenever new situations provoking indignation emerge, and a secondary level, reflexive, theoretical, and argumentative, that makes it possible to sustain ideological struggle, but assumes a supply of concepts and schemas making it possible to connect the historical situations people intend to criticize with values that can be universalized. When we allude to critique being disarmed, it is to this second level that we are referring. Given that the work of critique consists in translating indignation into the framework of critical theories, and then voicing it, we can understand why, even when the critical forces seem to be in a state of complete collapse, the capacity for indignation can remain intact. It is particularly prevalent among young people, who have not yet experienced the closure of the horizon of possibilities that goes with growing older, and who may constitute the ground on which a revival of criticism becomes possible once again. This is where the guarantee of a constant renewal of critical work is to be found. While capitalism has changed since its formation, its nature 72 has not been radically transformed. As a result, the sources of indignation that have continually fueled criticism of it have remained pretty much the same over the last 2 centuries. They are essentially of 4 sorts. Capitalism as a source of disenchantment and inauthenticity of objects, persons, emotions and, more generally, the kind of existence associated with it. Capitalism as a source of oppression, inasmuch as it is opposed to the freedom, autonomy, and creativity of the human beings who are subject, under its sway, on the one hand to the domination of the market as an impersonal force fixing prices and designating desirable human beings and products/services, while rejecting others, and on the other hand to the forms of subordination involved in the condition of wage labor. Capitalism as a source of poverty among workers and of inequalities on an unprecedented scale. Capitalism as a source of opportunism and egoism which, by exclusively encouraging private interests, proves destructive of social bonds and collective solidarity, especially of minimal solidarity between rich and poor. One of the difficulties faced by critical work is that it is virtually impossible to combine these different grounds for indignation and integrate them into a coherent framework. Consequently, most critical theories privilege one line over the others and deploy their arguments accordingly. Thus, the emphasis is sometimes placed on the industrial dimensions of capitalism, such that the same criticisms can be extended to a denunciation of real socialism, and sometimes on its commercial dimensions. Similarly, the normative references mobilized to account for indignation are different, even difficult to reconcile. Whereas the critique of egoism and disenchantment is often accompanied by a nostalgia for traditional or orderly societies, particularly their communitarian aspects, indignation at oppression and poverty in a wealthy society is based on the values of freedom and equality which, while they are foreign to the principle of unbounded accumulation characteristic of capitalism, have historically been associated with the rise of the bourgeoisie and the development of capitalism. 73. Consequently, the bearers of these various grounds for indignation and normative fulcra have been different groups of actors, although they can often be found associated in a particular historical conjuncture. Thus, we may distinguish between an artistic critique and a social critique. 74. The former, which is rooted in the invention of a bohemian lifestyle. 75 draws above all upon the first 2 sources of indignation that we mentioned briefly above, on the one hand the disenchantment and inauthenticity, and on the other the oppression, which characterize the bourgeois world associated with the rise of capitalism. This critique foregrounds the loss of meaning and, in particular, the loss of the sense of what is beautiful and valuable, which derives from standardization and generalized commodification, affecting not only everyday objects but also artworks and human beings. It stresses the objective impulse of capitalism and bourgeois society to regiment and dominate human beings, and subject them to work that it prescribes for the purpose of profit, while hypocritically invoking morality. To this it counterposes the freedom of artists, their rejection of any contamination of aesthetics by ethics, their refusal of any form of subjection in time and space and, in its extreme forms, of any kind of work. The artistic critique is based upon a contrast between attachment and detachment, stability and mobility, whose paradigmatic formulation is found in Baudelaire. On the one hand, we have the bourgeoisie, owning land, factories, and women, rooted in possessions, obsessed with preserving their goods, endlessly concerned about reproducing, exploiting and increasing them, and thereby condemned to meticulous forethought, rational management of space and time, and a quasi-obsessive pursuit of production for production's sake. On the other hand, we have intellectuals and artists free of all attachments, whose model, the dandy, a product of the mid-19th century, made the absence of production and a culture of uncertainty into untranscendable ideals. 76. The second critique, inspired by socialists and, later, by Marxists, draws instead on the second two sources of indignation that we have identified, the egoism of private interests in bourgeois society and the growing poverty of the popular classes in a society of unprecedented wealth, a mystery that will find its explanation in theories of exploitation. 77 Basing itself on morality and, often, on themes inspired by Christianity, the social critique rejects, sometimes violently, the immorality or moral neutrality, the individualism, and even the egoism or egotism of artists. 78. Drawing as they do upon different ideological and emotional sources, the four thematics whose major features we have just mentioned are not directly compatible. Depending on the historical conjuncture, they may find themselves associated, but often at the cost of a misunderstanding that can easily be denounced as incoherence. Alternatively, they may enter into tension with one another. One example of amalgamation is intellectual critique in post-war France as articulated in a journal like Les Temps Modernes, which was eager to remain at the forefront of all struggles, and reconcile Communist Party workerism and moralism with the aristocratic libertinism of the artistic avant-garde. In this instance, an essentially economic critique condemning bourgeois exploitation of the working class went hand in hand with a critique of mores, denouncing the oppressive and hypocritical nature of bourgeois morality, and an aesthetic critique discrediting the sybaritism of a bourgeoisie with academic tastes. An insistence on transgression 79 served as intermediary between these different themes, which nevertheless gave rise to misunderstandings or conflicts when the sexual or aesthetic transgression to which intellectuals and artists were particularly attached collided with the moralism and aesthetic traditionalism of working-class elites. Workers sequestering their employer, homosexuals kissing in public, or artists displaying trivial objects transferred from their usual context into a gallery or museum, when it came down to it, were not all these forms of one and the same transgression of the bourgeois order? In other political conjunctures, however, the different traditions critical of capitalism can easily diverge and come into tension, even violent conflict. Thus, while the critique of individualism and its communitarian corollary can easily drift towards fascism, the critique of oppression can gently lead those for whom it represents the preponderant point of attack towards acceptance, at least tacitly, of liberalism, as was the case with a number of intellectuals from the ultra-left in the 1980s. Having correctly recognized in Soviet communism another form of alienation, and having made the struggle against totalitarianism their principal battle, they did not anticipate, or were not able to recognize, the reassertion of liberal control over the Western world. Each of these critiques may be regarded as more radical in its attitude towards the Enlightenment modernity in which capitalism, by the same token as democracy, but in different respects, claims to be rooted. While it shares its individualism with modernity, the artistic critique presents itself as a radical challenge to the basic values and options of capitalism. 80 As a rejection of the disenchantment generated by the processes of rationalization and commodification of the world inherent in capitalism, it presupposes their interruption or abolition, and hence involves a total abandonment of the capitalist regime. The social critique, for its part, seeks above all to solve the problem of inequalities and poverty by breaking up the operation of individual interests. If various solutions to this problem might seem radical, they do not presuppose halting industrial production, the invention of new artifacts, or the enrichment of the nation and material progress, and thus represent a less comprehensive rejection of the frameworks and options of capitalism. However, notwithstanding the dominant tendency of each of these critiques, towards reform of, or abandonment of, the capitalist regime, it will be observed that each of them possesses a modernist and an anti-modernist aspect. For this reason, the tension between a radical critique of modernity, which leads to protesting against the age without participating in it, and a modernist critique that risks leading to participating in the age without challenging it, is a constant feature of critical movements. 81 The artistic critique is anti-modernist when it stresses disenchantment, and modernist when it is concerned with liberation. Rooting itself in the liberal values derived from the spirit of enlightenment, it denounces the falsity of an order that pretends to accomplish the modern project of liberation only the better to betray it. Far from liberating the human potentialities of autonomy, self-organization, and creativity, capitalism excludes people from running their own affairs, subjects human beings to the domination of instrumental rationality, and keeps them imprisoned in an iron cage. 82 Demanding the active participation of the producers, it consistently denies and destroys it. 83 The social critique is rather modernist when it underscores inequalities and anti-modernist when, fixing on the lack of solidarity, it is constructed as a critique of individualism. The incompleteness of critique. These features of the traditions that are critical of capitalism, and the impossibility of constructing a perfectly articulated, overarching critique impartially based on the four sources of indignation we have identified, explain the inherent ambiguity of critique. Even in the case of the most radical movements, it shares something with what it seeks to criticize. This stems from the simple fact that the normative references on which it is based are themselves in part inscribed in the world. 84 But the same reasons account for the fallibility of critique. It can, for example, watch the world move towards a situation that will prove disastrous without intervening. Or it may regard the changes underway at a given moment favorably, because they bring about improvement in some significant respect that had been a source of indignation, without noticing that the situation is simultaneously deteriorating in another respect. In particular, in the context of the period that concerns us here, they may not notice that capitalism has indeed developed in the direction of reducing the oldest forms of oppression, but at the price, belatedly detected, of intensifying inequalities. Accordingly, the dialectic of capitalism and its critiques necessarily proves interminable as long as we remain in the capitalist regime, which seems the most probable eventuality in the medium term. Partially attended to and integrated on certain points, circumvented or countered on others, critique must constantly shift and forge new weapons. It must continually resume its analysis in order to stay as close as possible to the properties that characterize the capitalism of its time. In many respects, this is a sophisticated form of the labor of Sisyphus, assigned to all those who are not content with a given social condition, and think that human beings must seek to improve the society they live in, something that is in itself a recent idea. 85 But the effects of critique are real. The boulder does indeed go up the full length of the slope, even if it always risks rolling back down by another path whose direction most often depends on the way it has been rolled up. 86 Moreover, even if we went so far as to accept a pessimistic interpretation of the dynamic of capitalism and its critiques, whereby, in the final analysis, insofar as capitalism is a source of indignation, it always pulls through it, we would find some consolation in this observation taken from the work of Karl Polanyi. Why should the ultimate victory of a trend be taken as proof of the ineffectiveness of the efforts to slow down its progress? And why should the purpose of these measures not be seen precisely in that which they achieved, i.e. in the slowing down of the rate of change? That which is ineffectual in stopping a line of development altogether is not, on that account, altogether ineffectual. The rate of change is often of no less importance than the direction of the change itself, but while the latter frequently does not depend upon our volition, it is the rate at which we allow change to take place which may well depend upon us. 87. While we acknowledge that critique possesses a certain effectiveness, in this book we shall not directly tackle a question dealt with by political science and social history, the conditions on which the degree of effectiveness of critique in determinate historical situations depends. 88 Although we shall not ignore the set of factors that condition the vigor and effectiveness of critique, we have focused predominantly on its specifically ideological dimension, that is to say, on the way in which the formulation of indignation and the condemnation of contraventions of the common good operates. This choice brings with it the risk of finding ourselves accused of being interested exclusively in discourse, to the exclusion of what is supposedly real. But it nevertheless highlights an essential part of the work of critique, the codification of what is not going well and the search for the causes of this situation, with the aim of proceeding to solutions. Besides, this is the relevant level of analysis in a study devoted to the spirit of capitalism. Thus, when we refer to critique being disarmed, what is involved is ideological neutralization, not physical neutralization. Alterations in the spirit of capitalism independent of critique. It remains for us to dispel a final ambiguity as to the dynamic of the spirit of capitalism. We have made critique one of its most powerful motors. In obliging capitalism to justify itself, critique compels it to strengthen the mechanisms of justice it contains, and to refer to certain kinds of common good in whose service it claims to be placed. But we have equally seen that the impact of critique could be indirect, spurring capitalism to displace itself more rapidly, that is to say, alter the nature of the key tests in order to evade the critique to which it is subject. Here the spirit of capitalism is affected only by the repercussion of changes that initially focused on capitalism. But if changes in capitalism are likewise a significant source of alteration in its spirit, we have to acknowledge that not all its displacements can be related to critique. The dynamic of capitalism itself is only partially bound up with critique, or, at least, critique in the sense in which we have construed it up to now, which supposes that one gives voice. 89 To account for the dynamic of capitalism, it is important to add the impact of critique of the exit variety in Hirschman, that is, competition. The exit critique, which is a refusal to buy on the part of the consumer or customer in the broad sense, a refusal of employment by the potential wage laborer, or a refusal to serve by the independent service provider, is one to which capitalism more readily submits. In this instance too, however, it seeks to evade the obstacles critique creates, for example, by constituting monopolies or cartels so as to ignore the desire to defect, which can then no longer find an outlet. The rivalry that competition keeps up between capitalists compels them endlessly to seek advantage over their competitors, by technological innovations, the search for new products or services, improvements in existing ones, and an alteration in ways of organizing work. Thus we find here a cause of constant change in capitalism that conforms to the process of creative destruction described by Schumpeter. The effectiveness of the voice critique, which, all things being equal, is expressed in harder and more costly tests, and by a fall in profits, is thus not the only reason for capitalism's displacements, even if it may play a crucial role in certain epochs. The impact of the voice critique on profits is real. But capitalism's displacements are bound up with all the opportunities that emerge for increasing gains, and the most advantageous solution at a given point in time is not necessarily to renege on previously conceded benefits. On the other hand, the constant pressure of competition, and anguished observation of the strategic moves made in their markets, are a powerful spur to those in charge of firms in their endless search for new ways of doing things. Consequently, competition will be advanced as minimal justification for the transformation of capitalism, for reasons that are valid and yet scarcely acceptable to those engaged in the capitalist process, since it makes them mere playthings. Having defined the main tools of our research, we may now embark upon a description of the changes in the spirit of capitalism over the last 30 years, in its relations with the critiques directed at the accumulation process in this period. Part 1. The emergence of a new ideological configuration. 1. Management discourse. In the 1990s, Our intention here is to bring out the profound transformation in the spirit of capitalism over the last 30 years, the abandonment of the specific ideological features characteristic of its second embodiment, and the emergence of a new image of firms and economic processes. The aim of this transformation was to provide those whose commitment is indispensable for the expansion of capitalism, the successors to Cotters, with self-evident reasons for the right actions, a discourse legitimating these actions, encouraging prospects for individual development, the chance for people to project themselves into a future that was restructured in line with the new rules of the game, and the suggestion of new modes of reproduction for the children of the bourgeoisie, and upward social mobility for others. 1. Sources of information on the spirit of capitalism. Management literature as prescription for capitalism. In order to carry out this project, we shall use management literature addressed to Cotters. 1. This literature, whose main objective is to inform Cotters of the latest developments in running firms and managing human beings, emerges as one of the main sites in which the spirit of capitalism is inscribed. As the dominant ideology, the spirit of capitalism theoretically has the ability to permeate the whole set of mental representations specific to a given era, infiltrating political and trade union discourse, and furnishing legitimate representations and conceptual schemas to journalists and researchers, to the point where its presence is simultaneously diffuse and general. From among its possible expressions, we have selected management literature as a medium offering the most direct access to the representations associated with the spirit of capitalism in a given era. Within this literature we have, moreover, restricted ourselves to non-technical writings that aim to offer general new managerial mechanisms of a sort to inspire a firm's operations as a whole. We have therefore excluded specialist literature dealing only, for example, with marketing, production management or accounting, in order to concern ourselves with what might be called management in general, whose boundaries with the discipline of entrepreneurial policy and strategy on the one hand, and human resources management on the other, are sometimes very tenuous. Following the example of the spirit of capitalism, which presents two faces, one turned towards capital accumulation, the other towards legitimating principles, management literature can be read on two different levels. We certainly find in it a source of new methods of profit-making and novel recommendations to managers for creating firms that are more efficient and more competitive. But management literature is not purely technical. It is not composed only of practical recipes for improving the productivity of organizations as one improves the performance of a machine. It simultaneously has a high moral tone, if only because it is a normative literature stating what should be the case, not what is the case. Consequently, we may legitimately pose the question of the realism of this literature, and hence how believable it is when it comes to what really happens in firms. And it is true that, although they are usually packed with numerous examples and based on case studies, management texts cannot replace survey materials, whether monographs on firms or statistical surveys. They make no claim to be exhaustive. Their orientation is not constative, but prescriptive. In the manner of edifying books or manuals of moral instruction, they practice the exemplum, select the cases employed according to their demonstrative power, what is to be done as opposed to what is not to be done, and take from reality only such of its aspects as confirm the orientation to which they wish to give some impetus. But it is precisely in so far as they constitute one of the main vehicles for the diffusion and popularization of normative models in the world of enterprise that they are of interest to us here. As a public literature intended to elicit support for the precepts it states and the engagement of a large number of actors, first and foremost Cotters, whose zeal and conviction are decisive in the smooth running of firms, management literature cannot be exclusively orientated towards the pursuit of profit. It must also justify the way profit is obtained, give Cotters arguments with which to resist the criticisms that are bound to arise if they seek to implement its abundant recommendations, and to answer the demands for justification they will face from their subordinates or in other social arenas. Management literature must therefore demonstrate how the prescribed way of making profit might be desirable, interesting, exciting, innovative or commendable. It cannot stop at economic motives and incentives. It must also be based on normative aims, taking into account not only personal aspirations to security and autonomy, but also the way these aspirations can be attached to a more general orientation to the common good. Were it not for this, it would be impossible to understand why the transmission of operational modes for organizing firms is, in the work of some authors, glorified by a lyrical, even heroic style, or defended by numerous, heteroclite references to noble and ancient sources such as Buddhism, the Bible, and Plato, or to contemporary moral philosophy. It is likewise important for our subject to recall that the birth of management literature coincided, at the beginning of the century too, with the emergence of the new social body of salaried managers and administrators. The operational management of large firms was progressively transferred to them, as owners withdrew to the role of shareholders, except where they themselves became salaried senior management. Point 3 From the outset, management was thus intended for those who, following the crisis of the 1930s, were to become the new heroes of the economy and the principal addressees of the second spirit of capitalism. Management, which is presented as the systematization of practices within firms and their inscription in general rules of behavior, gradually enabled a professionalization of supervision. Regarded as one of the founding fathers of the discipline, Henry Fayol wanted to perfect an administrative doctrine that made it possible on the one hand to claim that management was a profession with its own rules, thus consummating the break with leadership whose legitimacy derived from ownership, and on the other to pave the way for a professional education. It is not surprising that cottars recognized their own aspirations in this eulogy to professionalism and competence, as in the importance assigned to education. Hence the second spirit of capitalism finds its most natural expression in management literature. Consequently, it is reasonable to suppose that such literature will likewise register changes and a trend towards other representations, or at least that it will echo the breakdown of the spirit of which it was the main vehicle. Our choice is, moreover, consistent with that of Werner Sombart or Max Weber. Sombart refers to the books of Leon Battista Alberti, whom he considers the perfect exemplar of the bourgeois of the Quattrocento, on family government. Point 4 And Weber supplies a preliminary description of the spirit of capitalism by citing the writings of Benjamin Franklin. Point 5 These texts and the management literature we use belong to one and the same literary genre, works of advice and edification concerning the conduct of business. The choices of Weber and Sombart are also explained by the impact of the works they used, and this refers us today to the question of the impact of management literature on practice. Granted that realism is not a major feature of the texts studied, since their aim is to state what should be, not what is, it is nevertheless of some relevance to know to what extent they are influential, and are thereby able to influence practices in the way intended by their authors. Failing this, they would not constitute an adequate object for studying the establishment of a new dominant ideology. To do things properly, we would have to know the figures for the diffusion, reading, and utilization in teaching of the texts concerned. In the absence of institutional sources, however, this represents an extremely onerous task. We have skirted round this problem by not choosing a limited number of texts, like our illustrious predecessors, but constructing corpora with many more authors, which afford a representative panorama of the writings of a given period. Moreover, a reading of these texts discloses a high degree of homogeneity in the discourse and, in each of the periods considered, its general organization around a limited number of themes, to the extent that it might be wondered, faced with the marginal variation in the texts, whether such a profusion of texts is justified. This is doubtless the best indication of their ideological character with a vocation to become dominant. Their ideas are taken up, repeated, conveyed by various examples, pass nimbly from one relay to another. The upshot is that it is extremely difficult to attribute paternity of these bodies of rhetoric to authorial authorities. Their differences, which are often minimal, have the effect of offering various actors different ways of getting a handle on the orientations the authors seek to communicate, and identifying with them. As is no doubt the case with any body of texts that is performative in intent, particularly when the number and diversity of persons to be convinced are great, variation on a few mandatory themes constitutes a condition for effectively transmitting a message that can be broadcast only by being adjusted appropriately. We have therefore constituted two corpora comprising 60 texts each. The first corpus appeared in the 1960s, the second in the 1990s, and both deal, in whole or part, with the question of cottars, even if the latter are sometimes referred to by different terms. For each of the periods under consideration, these two corpora make it possible to bring out a typical image of what was recommended to firms as regards the type of cottar to employ, the way they should ideally be treated, and the kind of work that might appropriately be asked of them. Appendix 1 sets out the characteristics of the texts analyzed, while Appendix 2 presents a bibliography of each corpus. The corpora thus constructed have been processed in two phases. In the first instance, we submitted them to a traditional analysis based on an extensive reading that aimed at an initial location of their authors' concerns, the solutions they proposed to the problems of their period, the image they offered of the inherited forms they declared to be outdated, and the various arguments advanced to effect the conversion of their readers. In a second phase, we used the analytical software Prospero to corroborate our hypotheses and confirm, by means of specific indicators running through the body of texts, that our analysis did indeed reflect the general state of the corpus, and hence the general state of management literature in the relevant years. The option adopted is basically comparative. Emphasis has been placed on the differences between the two corpora, whereas constants have been paid less attention. 6 Dumont observed that the comparative method is the most effective one in the study of ideologies, especially when they pertain to the world the analyst is immersed in, and their salient elements are difficult to identify without an external point of comparison. 7 Here that point will be provided by historical distance. Besides, the image of their era reflected by the 1960s texts is decidedly different from what the 1990s texts have to say about it. Once again, we should not ask this kind of literature to afford us a balanced panorama of the past, since its aim is to suggest improvements, and hence to break up some of the mechanisms derived from established practices. It selects, and consequently magnifies, the factors it is rebelling against, ignoring features that might be more enduring and no less important. Analyzing a change that is in the process of being effected, and in some respects remains embryonic, exposes one to the risk of being accused of naivete, even of complicity with one's object. It is true that in its modern forms, social evolutionism, prediction, futurology, prophecy has often been a powerful tool of mobilization and action. It can help to bring about what it describes or, in the case of certain prophecies of calamity, support reactionary opposition to reforms. 8 From this viewpoint, one unmasks the ideological character of some analysis of change, where those who promote it are simply taking their own desires or anxieties for reality. Positivist versions of this challenge often rely on a statistical description of reality. Descriptions of change are supposedly based on an illusion that takes the part for the whole and extrapolates from deliberately selected, unrepresentative cases, to impose a vision of the future for which serious empirical study of the current reality offers not the slightest confirmation. Thus, it will perhaps be objected that what we describe on the basis of management literature greatly exaggerates features that only marginally affect the operation of firms. The series of indicators assembled in Chapter 4, however, shows that there has already been considerable implementation of the mechanisms described in the literature. Moreover, it will be seen there that we do not possess all the requisite statistical data to bring out the relevant changes. The apparatus of statistical description rests, in fact, on equivalents that are homologous to those used in the established tests on which social selection mainly depended in the previous state. Hence, structurally, as it were, it does not constitute the most adequate tool for recording and counting the new forms of test, particularly when they are established gradually, under the impact of microdisplacements. In addition, there is a mass of historical examples of descriptions of change that cannot, a posteriori, be said to have been without foundation, even though they were based on fragmentary, partial evidence, which furnished reasons for discrediting them in the name of factual realism. Thus, as Pierre Ansert has shown. Proudhon, spokesman for the artisans, who were a large majority in mid-19th century France, was statistically right against Marx, whose proletarian utopia seemed to be grounded in circumstances that were not prevalent at the time. 9 Criticizing Peter Laslett for slighting the role played by the English East India Company and the Bank of England prior to the 18th century, Fernand Braudel writes as follows. Has are familiar arguments. Every time the volume of a leading sector is compared to the total volume of the whole economy, the larger picture reduces the exception to more modest or even insignificant proportions. I am not entirely convinced. The important things are those that have consequences, and when these consequences amount to the modernizing of the economy, the business model of the future, the accelerated pace of capital formation and the dawn of colonization, we should think more than once about them. 10. When it is read for the purpose of deriving ideal types of the spirit of capitalism in the two periods, one of the striking features of management literature is a persistent concern with mobilizing and motivating personnel, especially cadres. How can we give work in firms some meaning, is one of the central questions for the two generations, albeit in different ways. This signal fact is all we need to confirm us in our choice of sources for identifying transformations in the spirit of capitalism. Texts focused on the mobilization of cadres. In the 1960s, what concerned our authors was motivating cadres, whereas in the 1990s, knowing how to engage them is treated as only one particular instance of the problems involved in mobilizing all employees. In the 1960s, there were various grounds for anxiety about the engagement of cadres. People wondered how the finest offspring of the bourgeoisie were to be enrolled in the service of capitalism. For example, the directors of business schools expressed concern over the weak attraction of business to elites, states Marvin Bower, director of the consultancy firm McKinsey and former president of the Harvard Business School. There was also a desire to obtain their unqualified positive involvement or to avoid people of talent and great value resigning to go to other firms that satisfied their aspirations better. A majority of the management texts dealing with cadres in the 1960s seek solutions to involving the personnel whom the value of firms consists in. It is said that their aspirations are not satisfied too, that they expect more from their work, that through their work they want to play a useful role in society, to develop, to progress, and that the question is whether firms, with their traditional managerial style, are responding properly to these aspirations, and whether cadres feel that they can make a success of their life and not waste it. The pervasiveness in the texts of the time of works on motivation by the Human Relations School bears witness to this general concern. 30 years later, it seems that the problems have not changed much. But the problems of mobilization have increased as a result of redundancies or restructurings that are painful for the workforce. 3. In both periods, it is recognized that profit is not a very inspiring goal. 4 Cadres initially, in the 1960s, and then the workforce as a whole in the 1990s, wanted genuine reasons for engaged commitment. If it is to attract high-caliber men from the colleges and graduate schools, let alone develop them into productive executives, every business leader must somehow demonstrate that his company and others do contribute to society, that business does more than just make money. We can read in Bauer's work of 1966. In 1990, it is noted that, in contrast to previous generations, feel that a salary alone is small compensation if they have a sense that their work isn't contributing to the greater good. Thus, the firm must be a site for creating meaning, for shared goals, where everyone can simultaneously develop their personal autonomy and contribute to the collective project. For as Jean Genot said, the main thing isn't to live, but to have a reason for living. However, he added, and that isn't easy. Thus giving a meaning to wage labor, a spirit to capitalism, does indeed constitute an important concern on the part of management authors. We shall now examine what they proposed by way of response in each period. 2. The development of the management problematic from the 1960s to the 1990s. To bring out the changes in the spirit of capitalism over the last 30 years, we shall tackle the following points for each period in turn. What problems do the authors pose? These indicate the way that problems are broached and analyzed in a given period, and the implicit a prioris that underlie them. What responses and solutions do they offer? What aspects of the situation they are dealing with do they reject? In fact, the imposition of a new managerial norm is nearly always accompanied by criticism of a prior state of capitalism and a previous way of making profit, both of which must be abandoned to make way for a new model. We shall thus see that the management texts of the 1960s explicitly or implicitly criticize familial capitalism, whereas the principal foil of the 1990s texts is large, hierarchized, planned organizations. Criticism of the old savoir-faire and habits, which are presented as outmoded, is the way in which the relation between past and present functions in this literature bereft of historical memory. The 1960s, pleas for target management. In the management literature of the 1960s, two problems are tackled as a matter of priority: on the one hand, strong dissatisfaction on the part of cadres, and on the other, managerial problems bound up with the giant size of firms. Cadres, who are what a firm's value consists in, are not happy confined to the roles they play. First, that of technical expert, the typical cadre of the period was an engineer, and second, that of management relay, transmitting orders from above and taking up problems from below. They aspire to share decision-making power, to be more autonomous, to understand managerial policies, to be informed of the progress of business. This theme is present in numerous 1960s texts. V. The history narrated to us refers to the emergence of cadres as a new social body accompanying the growth of firms. The separation of ownership and management was a veritable commonplace at the time, but there is still a need to refer to it, whereas the theme would be completely absent 30 years later. This was also because the desire for a detachment from family capitalism had been fulfilled by then, and it was no longer necessary to define what, by comparison with the owner-manager, was the still relatively novel category in post-war France of salaried managers. In the 1960s, cadres have a sense of embodying modernity, but feel cramped, especially the young, more academically qualified among them, by structures that have developed without a change in the centralized, quasi-autocratic managerial mode characteristic of small and medium-sized firms. Managers have simply added further levels of hierarchy, without conceding one iota of power. This analysis explains why the demand for autonomy by cadres is often accompanied by a description of the perverse effects of large bureaucratic machines. Vi. In addition, large firms inspire fear. They are presented as an enclave threatening freedom in democratic countries. If the rule of the small firm could seem like the realm of freedom, observers ponder the effects of bureaucratization on the distinctive value of the West in contrast to the communist bloc. 7 From this point of view, the capitalist firm seems to share the same drawbacks as the collectivized or fascist firm. 8. The solutions to such problems are termed decentralization, meritocracy, and management by objectives. The essential goal of the battle conducted by the 1960s authors is to impose these new managerial methods. Management by objectives emerges as an especially effective mechanism for giving cadres the autonomy they desire, and for decentralizing decision-making in such a way as to limit the disadvantages of bureaucratic gigantism, since decisions will then be taken close to those concerned. All cadres find themselves granted autonomy, but this remains firmly controlled, on the one hand, by job descriptions that permit detailed specification of the margin of autonomy conceded, on the other, by fixing targets for them in line with the firm's general policy. Cadres will henceforth be appraised by their realization of these targets, that is to say, by the degree of success in their work, not by kowtowing to superiors. They will be given a certain autonomy in organization, resources will be allocated to them, and they will be monitored on the basis not of each individual decision, but of the overall outcome. Thanks to this ingenious mechanism, employers retain control while implementing the reforms deemed necessary by consultants. Cadres thereby gain autonomy, and firms will be able to profit from a workforce that is motivated once again. 9. Management by objectives has the further advantage of furnishing clear and reliable criteria for measuring performance, on which career management can then be based. Promotion will be given to those who meet their targets, that is to say, are effective, and not according to subjective criteria that are deemed unjust. Management literature in the 1960s wants to sound the death knell of arbitrariness in personnel management. This is bound to motivate cadres, who will feel that they are being treated fairly. X. The subsequent extension of management by objectives in large firms, and the wealth of detail and practical advice given by management authors, indicate that the stylized images and models of excellence that feature in management literature cannot be reduced to ideology, in the sense of a merely superficial discourse aiming, in order, for example, to satisfy the expectations of a new public, to present a mode of organization and management in a new light, while concealing its reproduction in identical form. The new managerial norm accompanies a set of measures intended to establish new mechanisms in firms. Even though, at the time these texts were written, such mechanisms were not as prevalent as some of their authors claimed, they were nevertheless in place, to varying degrees, in enough enterprises, and represented a sufficient break with old habits, to make this intense effort to explain and justify them necessary. As expressed in this literature, the spirit of capitalism is thus in a dialectical relationship with mechanisms whose implementation it accompanies and facilitates. The operating models and styles that serve as foils in the 1960s all pertain, to varying extents, to the logic of the domestic world. What is rejected is consideration of personal judgments, an open invitation to nepotism, in decisions about promotion, in favor of impersonal judgment on the basis of results. 11 The new appraisal systems equally aim to abolish preferment on grounds of seniority, which rewards only loyalty, domestic value par excellence, not efficiency, and also to reduce the role played by social relationships in career success. 12. Moreover, it is with these themes that discussion of the French case becomes most specific. The elimination of forms of behavior pertaining to a domestic logic is an urgent task in old Europe, particularly in France, which is still imbued with a feudal past of allegiances and privileges. Survivals of the ancien regime are ubiquitous, and the coup de grace must be administered forthwith, emulating the example of the United States. The latter had the good fortune never to experience such constraints, and had been constructed as a society of equals from the outset. The adoption of American methods, which are more democratic but also more efficient, is felt to be a matter of survival in France, for the power of the United States is such that French authors fear being unable to resist an economic invasion. 13. In the 1960s, the premium put on merit is coupled in those with the strongest convictions with a critique of academic qualifications when they procure lifelong advantages. 14 It must be noted that on this point at least, the reformists of the period failed, since the criticism has come down to us virtually unchanged. Even if the point is not always dealt with explicitly in management literature, legitimation of cadres has as its negative converse the delegitimation of traditional employers, with criticism of their meanness, authoritarianism, and irresponsibility. Especially denigrated are small employers, accused of abusing their property rights, confusing the firm's interests with those of their family, incompetent members of which are put in responsible positions. 15 And endangering not only their own firm but society as a whole, by ignoring modern techniques for managing organizations and marketing products. This operation of symbolic separation between salaried cadres on the one side and patrimonial employers on the other, in conformity with the diffusion of theories of the firm opposing managers to owners, had, moreover, existed from the category's origin. Following the 1936 strikes, the first unions for cadres, derived from engineers' associations, had been compelled to exclude employers from their ranks and recognize the validity of a distinction that had hitherto been irrelevant for them. Management literature in the 1960s thus accompanies the transition from a patrimonial bourgeoisie centered on the personal firm to a bourgeoisie of managers, who are salaried, academically qualified, and integrated into large public or private managements. 11. Comparison with the 1990s allows us to clarify this sketch. The 1960s project aimed at the liberation of cotters and relaxation of the bureaucracy that developed out of the centralization and growing integration of ever larger firms. The 1990s project was to present itself as a continuation of this process, taking up the themes of anti-bureaucratic struggle and autonomy. Even so, the 1960s proved respectful of the profession of boss. Emancipation of cotters occurs against the background of a hierarchy that goes unchallenged. There are recommendations to clarify it 16 not to add reactionary symbols of domination to it 17 to avoid bypassing subordinates by addressing their teams directly 18 but suppression or circumvention of hierarchy is never recommended. On the contrary, the point is to base it on merit and responsibility, and give it a new legitimacy by stripping it of the domestic ties that render it both inefficient and unjust. It will likewise be observed that the project of the 1960s was largely realized, since the texts from those years that we have read frequently contain forms of deference and expressions of authority pertaining to the domestic world, which have subsequently disappeared from management literature. The difficulties of extricating oneself from the domestic world, even for advocates of change, once again clearly demonstrate the anchorage of management literature in a reality whose forms are to be transformed. Moreover, they confer sincerity on the authors in their reformist desire, since they carefully, more or less unconsciously, sift out what it is advisable to preserve, what they are attached to, and what it is important to reject in their domestic heritage. Thus, for example, Octave Gillinier, future Director General of the consultancy firm Sigus, where he has worked as trainer and engineering consultant since 1947, convinced liberal and tireless advocate in France of management by objectives, devotes several pages to the thorny question of making cotters redundant. Ultimately, we are given to understand, it is important to make a cotter who has committed a few misappropriations, however minor, redundant, even if that cotter is competent and efficient. Contrariwise, it is unjust to do the same thing to an old servant who has become inefficient. 19 These are two infringements of the principle of efficiency, one in the name of morality, the other in the name of loyalty. Gillinier nevertheless has every opportunity to conceal them afterwards by invoking the risk of demotivating other cotters in the firm and, consequently, referring to an efficiency constraint after all, the rhetorical argument that ethics pays. This was to enjoy a vogue with the business ethics movement in the 1990s, and is an indirect way, frequently employed in management texts, of introducing moral references without appearing to impede the profit imperative. What makes this text of Gillinier's strikingly dated is not the nature of the dilemmas faced, which remain altogether current, but the fact that he devotes several pages to them. Making cotters redundant, which still represented a problem for this author, generally appears much more legitimate in management literature today. At the outset shocking, the major restructurings of the 1980s ended up making redundancies accepted as normal acts of management. And if the unemployment of cotters is present in the 1990s corpus, the question of redundancy is ignored. As another indication of the pervasiveness of the domestic world even among those who struggle to be rid of it, we shall cite Lewis Allen, who peppers his plea for decentralization with remarks intended to preserve managerial power. Thus, a manager inspires and encourages, but can just as legitimately have recourse to power, and cotters must not be led to believe that they can decide everything and comment on everything just because they are permitted to participate. XX. The 1990s, towards a model of the firm as network. Depending on the angle they are considered from, the questions posed by authors in the 1990s appear different or identical. They are identical inasmuch as they take up the critique of bureaucracy begun in the 1960s and press it to a conclusion. Hierarchy is a form of coordination to be excluded in that it is based on domination. It is now a question of liberating not only cotters but all wage earners. They are different insofar as new themes, such as competitive pressures and consumer demand, become central. The rejection in the 1990s of hierarchy is all the more striking in that the readership of the authors concerned basically consists of the cotters of large groups and multinationals, which, notwithstanding all their efforts, will have difficulty dispensing with hierarchies. The grounds invoked to justify this anti-hierarchical charge are often moral in character, and partake of a more general refusal of dominated relations. XXI They are also related to an ineluctable process of social evolution. Human beings no longer want to be ordered about, or even to give orders. XXII For others, a general rise in educational levels explains why hierarchy has become an outdated mode of organization. XXII If hierarchy is a favorite target, attacks are equally directed against planning, deemed to be rigid and based on coldly quantitative data that do not take account of the true reality, and, against all instances, associated with authority. Pejorative comparisons with the army are sometimes used, preferably containing a reference to non-commissioned officers, objects of repulsion, symbols of authoritarian petty tyrants, whereas in the 1960s the military metaphor, which was very rare, pointed in the direction of the officer serving his country, in line with a theme that was very prevalent in the 1930s to 1950s. Never exclusively critical, the 1990s management authors imagine, as we shall see later, a number of new organizational forms that take the maximum distance from hierarchical principles, promising formal equality and respect for individual liberties. Another striking feature of the 1990s is that the themes of competition and constant, ever more rapid technological change, already present in the 1960s, assume unprecedented salience. In virtually all the texts, we find advice on implementing the flexible, inventive organization that will be able to ride all waves, adapt to all the changes, always have a workforce that is up to date with the most recent knowledge, and secure a permanent technological advantage over competitors. While the objective in the 1960s was to make bureaucracies more flexible, the literature refrained from challenging basic principles, for example, the unity of command so dear to Fayol. In the 1990s, subversion of the hierarchical principle refers instead to a Big Bang, in the words of the veteran guru Peter Drucker, who, having been a highly esteemed promoter of management by objectives in the 1960s, now aims to turn organizations upside down. Another key figure in management literature, Rosabeth Moss Kanter, explains to us that it is henceforth necessary to teach giants to dance. This obsessive attention to adaptation, change, flexibility, is based upon a series of phenomena that left a deep impression on people's psyches from the end of the 1970s, and which the authors reintroduce, without any scrutiny, under the theme of increased competition. However, it is important to recall them, since they are constitutive of the image of the world conveyed by our authors. In the 1960s, management regarded as self-evident a representation of the world that can be schematically set out as follows. On one side there was the free, capitalist world, Western Europe and the United States, the other countries being largely absent from the picture, and on the other, there were the socialist countries with a planned economy. Within the free world, American domination was overwhelming, and Europe was scarcely emerging from a reconstruction that it was able to complete so rapidly only thanks to American aid. Thus, if we omit Jean-Jacques Servan-Schreiber's text, which contains a futurology on the economic development of all the world's countries at the dawn of 2000 XXIV, we find not a single mention of a country in Africa, Latin America, or Asia in the 1960s corpus. France is the country cited most often, with 51 mentions, followed by the United States, Germany, the Soviet Union and Italy. The other countries referred to are mentioned only once. Things are different in the 1990s. On the new map of the world, we find the old capitalist countries confronting the emergence of a third capitalist pole in Asia. First place here goes to Japan, whose success in penetrating the American market provoked genuine shock and fueled a large number of managerial changes, followed by the Four Dragons. In the mid-1980s, it was still possible to think that they would long remain the only newcomers. But although there is no trace of it in our corpus, which stops in 1994, added to them over the course of the 1990s were those third world countries that abandoned the policy of development via import substitution in favor of competition with the developed countries and exports, thus imitating the successful formula of Japan and the Four Dragons. The African continent remains absent from the dominant picture. Thus, in the 1990s corpus, Black Africa and Latin America are just as conspicuous by their absence. Contrariwise, Asia enters in force with 24 mentions, and the countries of Western Europe have a greater presence: Germany, Italy, Switzerland, Spain, Ireland, and Sweden, the other countries being mentioned only once. France with 84 mentions, and the United States with 24, have likewise increased their presence. The Soviet Union and the ex-Eastern Bloc countries have disappeared. The development of the references to countries in the two corpora furnishes a good gauge of globalization in the image management author's construct of it. The active participants in the capitalist mechanism of competition, so we are told, will soon no longer number some hundreds of millions of people, but several billion. 12 With this image in the forefront, authors from the developed countries make competition a major part of their argument, all the more so because slower growth over the last 25 years, and the rise in unemployment, reinforce their conviction that economic development has become more difficult and economic struggle ruthless. Furthermore, the constant progress in information technology, sound, and image is frequently invoked, and represents the standard example to which technological development in its entirety supposedly conforms. The mechanisms proposed by authors in the 1990s to face the challenges they identify comprise an impressive miscellany of managerial innovations. We may nevertheless attempt to articulate them around some key ideas: lean firms working as networks with a multitude of participants, organizing work in the form of teams or projects, intent on customer satisfaction, and a general mobilization of workers thanks to their leaders' vision. We have transposed the term lean firm from lean production, which was invented at the start of the 1990s to encapsulate a set of new production methods, partially drawn from observation of Japanese firms, Toyota, in particular. 13 Among these methods we may cite organizational principles like just-in-time, total quality, the process of continual improvement, autonomous production teams, and a series of tools to implement them, such as quality circles, which represent the oldest of the principles popularized in the West: quality assurance of suppliers, SMED, TPM, Kanban, fives, proposals for improvement, and so on. 14 The lean, streamlined, slimmed-down firm has lost most of its hierarchical grades, retaining between 3 and 5 only, and consigning whole layers of hierarchy to unemployment. XXV It has also parted with a large number of operations and tasks by subcontracting anything that does not form part of its core business, sometimes to former employees who have set up their own firms. As for its investments, increasingly it makes them in collaboration with other firms by means of alliances and joint ventures. XXVII So prevalent is this that the standard image of the modern firm today is of a slim core surrounded by a conglomeration of suppliers, subcontractors, service providers, temporary personnel, making it possible to vary the workforce according to the level of business, and allied firms. It is then said to operate as a network. XXVII The workers themselves, we are told, must be organized in small, multitask teams. Their real employer is the customer, and they have a coordinator, not a boss. XXIX The process of transforming the old organization to align it with this model is called re-engineering. In addition, the teams are not exclusively composed of the firm's permanent workforce. In them are also to be found suppliers, clients, consultants, and outside experts. And the members of a team do not necessarily operate together physically, for progress in telecommunications allows them to work at a distance. XXX Here again work is said to occur in a network, for the firm's boundaries become blurred, with the organization now seeming to comprise nothing more than a mass of more or less enduring contractual links. The development of new products thanks to simultaneous engineering is the stock example of the ideal team, which by definition is innovative, multiple, open to the outside world, and focused on the customer's desires. Teams are a locus of self-organization and self-monitoring. Thanks to these new mechanisms, the hierarchical principle is demolished and organizations become flexible, innovative, and highly proficient. Compared with integrated hierarchical organizations, organization in networks, which allows firms to be rid of a costly hierarchy that served merely as a management relay, and contributed no value added to the customer, is also thought to procure an economic advantage bound up with specialization. The integrated large firm undertakes a very broad set of functions. It cannot improve its performance in all tasks simultaneously. It must therefore keep in-house only those operations where it possesses a competitive advantage, its core business, and outsource the other operations to subcontractors who are better placed to optimize them. It maintains close and enduring ties with these subcontractors, continually negotiating terms and conditions, and exercising control over production. The more rapid circulation of information and innovation facilitated by specialization is bound to be universally profitable. In fact, whereas in the integrated large enterprise each department works exclusively for the firm of which it is a unit, the subcontractor must resolve the various problems posed by the demands of different customers. With the learning effects and transfer of information between different competing firms it induces, this enhances the general level of information and savoir-faire. In very general terms, these analyses foreground the importance of information as a source of productivity and profit. They therefore present themselves as particularly well suited to an economic universe where the main source of value added is no longer the exploitation of geographically located resources, or the exploitation of a labor force at work, but the ability to take full advantage of the most diverse kinds of knowledge, to interpret and combine them, to make or circulate innovations, and, more generally, to manipulate symbols, as Reich puts it. But the thorny problem of management remains unresolved, for our authors do not abandon the idea that firms still exist. Firms have not been completely dissolved into networks. They develop strategies of competitive struggle opposing them to other multinationals. All the self-organized, creative beings on whom performance now depends must be guided in a direction decided only by a few, but without reverting to the hierarchical bosses of yesteryear. This is where leaders and their visions come into the picture. Vision has the same virtues as the spirit of capitalism, for it guarantees the worker's commitment without recourse to compulsion, by making everyone's work meaningful. XXXI. Thanks to this shared meaning, to which all subscribe, everyone knows what they must do without having to be told. Firm direction is given without resorting to orders, and employees can continue to organize themselves. Nothing is imposed on them since they subscribe to the project. The key point in this mechanism is the leader, who is precisely the one with the capacity for vision, who knows how to communicate it and get others to support it. XXXII. This is doubtless the weakest link in the new mechanisms, for everything rests on the shoulders of an exceptional being, and it is not always clear how to train or even recruit such beings, especially in sufficient numbers, since every firm needs them. More broadly, neo-management is filled with exceptional beings, proficient at numerous tasks, constantly educating themselves, adaptable, with a capacity for self-organization and working with very different people. And in the final analysis, we are not told very much about the contribution of firms to the development of such a class of workers. Firms are going to become learners, skills management is going to become a key issue, and some new professions are conjured into existence, like the coach, whose role is to supply personalized support, making it possible for everyone to develop their full potential. In the version that strives hardest to give coaches an institutional position, the latter are responsible for training. XXXII. Given the set of reforms proposed by management authors, it is hardly surprising that we find cotters, as the 1960s conceived them, largely on the way out. The very term cotter, which suggests hierarchy and status, is rejected. Cotters are now regarded as agents of the very bureaucracies that are to be dismantled. In these discourses, the status of cotter is treated, either explicitly or implicitly, as an archaism whose rigidity obstructs the developments underway. Civ. A comparison between the uses of the term cotter in the two corpora underscores the developments of the last 30 years. Highly esteemed in the 1960s, cadres were the main agents of progress. In the management literature of the 1990s, reference to cadres is instead combined with criticism of a category deemed obsolete. The word cadre is surrounded by a whole set of terms which, employed pejoratively, are used to characterize the old organizational forms, regarded as outmoded. These are terms that convey rigidity and stability, but also self-interest and an attempt to control the future, and, secondly, terms referring to hierarchy, to statutory power defined as authoritarianism, to obedience. In the 1960s, the term cadre was employed in a sufficiently broad and vague way to point towards a principle of unity that transcended hierarchical divisions by associating executives or directors and middle managers or immediate supervisory staff. The literature of the 1990s, by contrast, alludes to cadres only to designate intermediate, subordinate employees and goes so far, an act of sacrilege inconceivable in the previous period, as to combine cadres, supervisors, technicians, white-collar workers, and even blue-collar workers in a single list. As a substitute for the French term cadre, we witness the emergence of manager, transferred directly into French. Manager is relatively recent in the French-speaking world. In the 1960s, it referred predominantly to the American cadre. In other cases, it was translated by cadre, directeur, or organisateur, and hence rarely featured as such in the texts. The term manager spread and assumed its current meaning in France in the course of the 1980s. Initially used to designate the management cadres in the head offices of large firms, it began to be used at the end of the 1980s to refer to those who display their excellence in team leadership, in handling people, in contrast to engineers focused on technology. Similarly, management came to be contrasted with gestion, distinguishing effective employment of people's abilities from a rational processing of objects and figures. Authors in the 1990s thus employ the term manager, in contrast to cadre, to define those qualities of human beings that are most appropriate to the present state of capitalism and the uncertain, complex environment firms have been plunged into. Managers do not seek to supervise or give orders, they do not await instructions from management before applying them. They have understood that such roles are outmoded. They become team leaders, catalysts, visionaries, coaches, sources of inspiration. This last appellation is specific to Hervé Sirieix. Like other authors in the 1990s, in the absence of a terminology to refer to the new entrepreneurial heroes, he was led to coin an expression of his own. Rosabeth Moss-Kanter, for her part, talks about business athletes XXXV Maryam Le Sajid about the intuitive manager, and Lionel Belanger about the pros. Other terms, like coach, leader, or midwife, are adopted by several authors. Managers can no longer rely on hierarchical legitimacy, or, as in the past, manipulate career expectations, for with the reduction in the height of organizational pyramids, there are far fewer opportunities to rise in-house, and in the framework of their projects, they must get all sorts of people to work over whom they have little formal power. Consequently, they are supposed to assert themselves by means of their skills and charisma, define actors thanks to the effectiveness of their network of personal relations, which provides them with information and aid, and galvanize people by the power of their vision and their skills as midwives of other people's talent and developers of potential. They derive the authority that makes them leaders from their personal qualities, not from some official position. Moreover, they refuse the signs of power. The authority they acquire over their teams is bound up with the trust that is placed in them on account of their communication and listening skills, which are exhibited in direct contact with others. Managers are in fact distinguished from cadres in terms of a contrast between creative intuition and cold, calculating administrative rationality. This opposition recycles a thematic initiated, in a wide variety of forms, around the mid-19th century, in a large number of taxonomic contrasts, for example, between forms of intelligence or the sexes, 30 between social groups, 15 even between countries. Managers are intuitive, humanist, inspired, visionaries, generalists, and creative. The universe of the manager is opposed to that of the coder, as the reticular is opposed to the categorial. The manager is network man. His principal quality is his mobility, his ability to move around without letting himself be impeded by boundaries, whether geographical or derived from professional or cultural affiliations, by hierarchical distances, by differences of status, role, origin, group, and to establish personal contact with other actors, who are often far removed socially or spatially. Besides the manager, we have seen some authors identify another character. This is the coach, whose task is to develop the skills and potential of the people in an organization. But we also come across a third striking figure in 1990s management, the expert. Experts are necessary, for they possess the information about innovation and the highly specialist knowledge that must be mastered to embark on technological competition. They can be internal to the firm, a full-time researcher, for example, or a specialist in computer systems or in administrative control. They can also be external, belonging to an agency, an independent research center or a university, and may be consulted on a selective basis. They are not asked to manage teams, for that is the role of the manager. In order for each of them to develop their specific skill in the most productive fashion, the manager, workforce motivation, and the expert, technical performance, management authors completely separate the two profiles. In the 1960s, by contrast, there was still the hope that every competent engineer could be made a manager by dint of a good management system. XXXVII. Among the forms of technical knowledge that are useful for running firms, when it comes to controlling and supervising the human factor, management is the equivalent of the engineer's science as regards machines and things. But it is important to highlight the way in which neo-management definitely remains management in the sense that we have just defined it. In other words, it still contains control mechanisms, even if they are different from those associated with the second spirit of capitalism. The history of management can in fact be conceived as involving constant refinement of methods for controlling what occurs in the firm and its environment. For Taylor and Fayol, regarded as the founders of management as a discipline, human beings are the main focus for the implementation of controls. Subsequently, with certain sub-disciplines of management, the will to control was to be extended beyond machines and workforce. With business strategy, control of markets and competition has developed. With marketing, control of the distribution circuit, customers and their purchasing habits. With purchase management, control of suppliers. With public relations, control of the press and political authorities. Similarly, within the workforce, each category has been subjected to specific mechanisms. Taylorism was invented to control workers, and management by objectives to supervise coders. In our time, the mechanisms of corporate governance are aimed at controlling the most senior managers of large firms. In the sequel to this history, we must ask what are the modalities of control contained in neo-management. This question is central because, within firms, coders are principally those agents who perform tasks of control over technical mechanisms, sales, and other wage earners, this function being vital for profit creation. Furthermore, the history of managerial practices is very often bound up with the emergence of new control problems caused by the advent of new types of actors, the setting to work of whom requires a change in methods. Coders are not controlled in the same way as blue-collar workers. Blue-collar workers who have gone through the education system are not controlled in the same way as workers who are first-generation immigrants or of rural origin, and so on. Like their predecessors, the 1990s authors place the question of control at the center of their concerns. One of their main problems is controlling a liberated firm, composed of self-organized teams working in a network that is not unified in time or space. Controlling the uncontrollable is not something with an infinite number of solutions. In fact, the only solution is for people to control themselves, which involves transferring constraints from external organizational mechanisms to people's internal dispositions, and for the powers of control they exercise to be consistent with the firm's general project. Point 17. This explains the importance given to such notions as workforce participation or intrinsic motivations, which are motivations bound up with a desire to perform the work and the pleasure of doing it, and not with some system of sanctions, rewards tacked on externally and capable of yielding nothing more than extrinsic motivations. 38 Moreover, the 1990s authors are suspicious of the term motivation, which connotes a form of control they endeavor to reject, and prefer mobilization, which refers to an attempt at motivation supposedly devoid of any manipulation. 36 The firm's culture and values, its project, the leader's vision, the ability of the firm's head to share his dream, these are so many stimulants that are supposed to encourage the convergence of forms of individual self-control, since the controls voluntarily exercised by everyone over themselves are more likely to remain consistent with one another if their original source of inspiration is identical. Moreover, the stress laid on the customer by management authors in the 1990s is a way of getting their readers to agree that customer satisfaction must be a supreme value, to which it is mandatory to subscribe. This dogma has a twofold advantage. On the one hand, it inflects self-control in a direction conducive to profit, given that a firm's differential ability to satisfy its customers is an essential ingredient of success in a competitive economy, and on the other, it transfers some of the control exercised by superiors in the 1960s to customers. Oversimplifying, the transition from control to self-control, and the externalization of control costs formerly met by organizations onto wage earners and customers, may be regarded as the most significant features of the evolution of management in the last 30 years. Why vest control in a hierarchy of cotters, who are all the more costly in that they subordinate their own adhesion to a stable career, if wage earners can be induced to control themselves? From this viewpoint, hierarchical cotters are simply unproductive workers. Thus it is that the new mechanisms, combined with a reduction in the number of levels of hierarchy, aim to increase the autonomy of people and teams, leading them to take responsibility for some of the supervisory tasks once assumed by higher grades or managerial departments. This development is especially striking in the case of factories, which were more marked than any other enterprise side by a Taylorist form of organization involving a separation between design, control, and execution. This is one of the most important principles undermined by Toyotism, which in the 1980s served as a fulcrum for rejecting Fordism and rethinking production methods from top to bottom. 18 Workers, henceforth called operatives, gradually found themselves charged with quality control and certain maintenance tasks. The increase in automation and robotics has, in addition, significantly raised the loss of earnings entailed by stoppages to machines and industrial plant, which are often more expensive than the workforce operating them, and whose cost, above all, cannot be varied. As Michel Aglietta explains, the new mode of regulation, which has replaced the Fordist regulation associated with the second spirit of capitalism, is based upon an increase in the productivity of investments. Fordism weighed capitalism down, but the gains in labor productivity were sufficient to maintain profit rates. This logic came up against its limits at the end of the 1960s, when the increase in income from wages outstripped productivity, triggering an inflationary process. The technological progress used to overcome these problems aimed to save on fixed, or constant, capital. This made it possible to turn around the productivity of capital in overall terms. 19. In managerial terms, in particular, this translates into pursuing maximum employment of technical resources 24 hours a day, with a minimum of stoppages and faulty work, the latter representing not only a waste of materials and manpower, but also a waste of machine time. It therefore becomes crucial to train operatives to provide emergency maintenance, anticipate and diagnose breakdowns, and rapidly call on technicians where necessary. Making workers aware of their responsibilities for the good health of machines has thus become economically important. Similarly, considerable effort is made to organize them into autonomous teams responsible for the whole of some output as regards quantity and quality. The requisite skills levels are therefore markedly higher for new entrants. A professional diploma is often demanded, with internal training programs to advance established workers and redundancy for those deemed incapable of keeping up, who can consequently be declared unable to adapt. Blue-collar workers are supposed to emerge as winners from these organizational changes, less alienated than before, because they become wholly responsible for some output, their work is thereby enriched, they are freed from authoritarian petty tyrants, and it is easier for them to obtain adjustments that facilitate the performance of their tasks. For its part, the outsourcing of a large number of operations, either by recourse to subcontracting or through the autonomization of sectors of large firms, which are treated as autonomous profit centers competing with the outside, has made it possible to replace hierarchical control by a market type of control. This is less directly associated with the dominated couple, rejected by contemporary authors, for it seems to refer to a contractually free relation between two formally equal parties. Creating competition has replaced control of work by the directors of these units, who in return can rely on customer demand to exercise control that seems to issue no longer from them, but from the market. At factory level, the suppression of stocks, a key mechanism of THIRD-WORLDism, in addition to reducing the costs bound up with storage, has the effect above all of relaying the pressure of demand directly to the production unit. Production must be carried out as and when customers demand it, in the quantity and of the quality they expect. Concealing mistakes, faults and breakdowns becomes impossible, since it can no longer be disguised by drawing on reserve stocks. The slightest faults entail a production stoppage, and therewith become evident. Stock suppression reveals problems and compels their resolution, because the customer is waiting. Control, then, is exercised by the transmission of the customer's order, which everyone must face up to, cotters and non-cotters alike, as a single team united in adversity. Planning, which belongs to the control mechanisms of the 1960s, is no longer used in so rigid or long-term a fashion as previously. Employed in the short and medium term, it essentially makes it possible to establish capacity within which the volume and quality produced can vary depending on customer demand. For what is above all at stake is responding to orders when they arrive, hence the author's insistence not on planning, but on an ability to react and organizational flexibility as the only things that can meet new specifications. With the decline of close monitoring by superiors, we witness the rapid development in management literature of the theme of trust. Trust is what unites the members of a team, a firm with its leader, the coach with the person he supports, or the partners in an alliance. Trust is a sign that the situation is under control, since people only place it in someone who they know will not abuse it, who is predictable, who says what he means and means what he says. Neo-management lays great stress on the need to develop this type of relationship, on the need for people to be worthy of trust themselves, and on the need to dismiss those who betray it. Trust is in fact the other term for self-control, since it designates a trustworthy relationship where the only mechanism that exists is the pledged word and moral contract. Besides, it is moral in character, whereas third-party control is simply the expression of a relation of domination. Finally, the reference to trust suggests that the new modes of organization are not simply the product of the market's entry into firms in force. Certainly, contracts are increasingly substituted for hierarchy, but this does not always involve traditional commercial contracts. The sales contract for goods is, moreover, one of the most simple and standardized that jurists have to handle, and they are generally agreed that the development of contractualism, or what they often call the contractual society, cannot be reduced to the expansion of market society. Whereas the purely commercial transaction is punctual, taking no account of duration, organizing collaboration and exchanges in network form assumes the creation of relations between the partners which, while not stabilized by plans or regulations, nevertheless possess a relatively enduring character. For if firms are more flexible and more reactive, they have not stopped being large and powerful. They are more so today than ever. Large firms have not been dissolved into a set of commercial contracts between small units competing in a pure, perfect atomized market. For large firms to retain an identifiable form, and the power associated with their name, some links must remain more enduring than others, without necessarily having the inflexibility of established hierarchical relations. The solution envisaged by management authors therefore consists, on the one hand, in relaxing and streamlining institutional mechanisms, which are invariably suspected of harboring the threat of renewed rigidity, and, on the other, in conferring an important role in economic mechanisms on personal relations and the trust people place in one another. These, it is anticipated, will facilitate coordination of the various resources that go into the creation of value added. As a considerable literature inspired by the theory of transaction costs, and referring to Williamson, has endlessly repeated over the last 10 years, networks constitute a specific form in between hierarchies and markets. 20. The answers proposed by 1990s management literature to the two questions of most concern to it, anti-authoritarianism, and an obsession with flexibility and the ability to react, are conveniently assembled by the authors under the metaphor of the network, which is deployed in all sorts of contexts. These include the generalization of work in autonomous teams, which are not unified in space or time, operating as a network, the development of partnership relations where trust plays a major role, analysis of the possibilities for long-distance work offered by computer networks, or the establishment of networks of firms, as in the case of industrial parks. The latter, especially with the recurrent example in the socio-economics of work and neo-management of the Third Italy studied by A. Bagnasco, have served as models for generalizing the possibility of economic development based on types of relationship that are partially geographical, administrative, and political and partially personal. 21/Slien. To promote these new organizational forms, the authors must also, as in the 1960s, criticize and delegitimate certain aspects of the organizations contemporaneous with them, which are deemed obsolete from the standpoint of efficiency and outmoded as regards human relations. But this time the critique is no longer directed at arrangements that are accused of transposing the domestic universe into the firm. It focuses on the type of organization advocated in the earlier period for purposes of ensuring a radical separation between the private world of the family and personal relations on the one hand, and that of professional relations and work on the other. In the 1960s, this separation was intended to make competence the sole criterion of professional success, to the point, indeed, where some authors were concerned about the balance between time devoted to the family and rest, and time spent at work. In the 1990s, management authors rebel against this separation, which is deemed deleterious inasmuch as it separates dimensions of life that are indissoluble, inhuman because it leaves no room for effectivity, and at the same time inefficient because it runs counter to flexibility and inhibits the multiple skills that must be employed to learn to live in a network. Sliv. To characterize the large impersonal organizations inherited from the previous period, 1990s management adopts a term derived from Weberian sociology, but popularized in the 1940s to 1960s by the Trotskyist critique of the state apparatus in totalitarian regimes, bureaucracy. This term connotes authoritarianism and arbitrariness, the impersonal, blind violence of cold monsters, but also inefficiency and squandering of resources. Not only are bureaucracies inhuman, they are also unviable. The struggle conducted in the 1990s thus has as its objective largely eliminating the model of firms constructed in the previous period, on the one hand by delegitimating hierarchy, planning, formal authority, Taylorism, the grade of cadre and lifetime careers in the same firm, XLV, and on the other by reintroducing criteria of personality and the use of personal relations that had been eliminated from firms. Even so, we are not dealing with an attempt to return to the first spirit of capitalism, since firms are larger than ever, managers are professionals not small-scale owners, and life at work is inscribed in networks, not in a domestic framework. As we said at the beginning of this chapter, we used a textual analysis software program to compare the two corpora systematically. In Appendix 3, readers will find a presentation of this work, offering statistical confirmation of the interpretation of their content we have just presented. Having identified the concerns, projects, hopes and enemies on which management literature in the 1960s and 1990s focuses, it still remains for us to verify to what extent these bodies of ideology do indeed contain two different expressions of the spirit of capitalism. To do that, we must examine whether their proposals do in fact offer those whom capitalism needs, and who must be persuaded by these texts, not only a list of good practices for the purpose of making profits for the firm, but a series of arguments capable of mobilizing them. Let us reiterate that, in order to meet the constraints of the test to which we are subjecting them, these texts must present engagement in reformation as a personally exciting venture, demonstrate that the measures proposed are justifiable in terms of the common good, and, finally, explain how they will deliver to those who invest in them a certain form of security for themselves and their children. 3. The change in forms of mobilization. The 1960s, the exhilaration of progress and job security. The attractive dimension of 1960s management is provided by the project of decentralization, and by the autonomy held out to cotters. They are finally going to be able to use the means put at their disposal as they see fit, and will be controlled exclusively on the basis of results. And those who are identified as efficient managers through this mechanism will have career opportunities, and rise in the hierarchy. The new system will be more just, and hence more conducive to everyone's benefit, because people in firms will be assessed according to objective criteria, and there will be an end to nepotism, favors, string pulling, the grapevine. As for society as a whole, the rational management proposed here, by making firms more efficient, serves economic and social progress, the two terms not being dissociated at the time. This is one of the essential features of the spirit of capitalism in the 1960s. Firms are at the heart of a societal project, and all are agreed in assigning them a prominent role with respect to general well-being, not only on account of the economic wealth they create, but also because of the way they organize work and the kind of opportunities they offer. Certain texts from the 1960s indicate very clearly how the role allotted to firms in social progress is connected directly with the Marxist critique, which was pervasive at the time, and with the shadow cast over the free world by the communist countries. There is no better illustration of the impact of critique on capitalism and the partial incorporation of its demands into the spirit of a particular period. The still recent memory of the fascist regimes, as well as the survival of dictatorships in Europe, is a further reason for urging firms to respond to people's aspirations, to divert them from totalitarian temptations. Slick's management is thus especially legitimate in that it serves the cause of democracy. Generalizing the use of rational criteria in the operation of firms, which marks the 1960s project, is presented as the best safeguard against the irrational assaults that threaten liberties. For management in the 1960s, the association of reason and freedom, in opposition to passion and barbarism, goes without saying. The 1990s hark back to this idea in order to counter it. The endeavor relentlessly to rationalize the way firms are run has created inhuman machines. The peculiarity of human beings has changed, reason in the 1960s versus feelings, emotion, and creativity in the 1990s. Despite everything, the irrational phenomena that people wanted to eradicate have succeeded in taking over the machinery, with bureaucracy proving to be the worst system imaginable. As far as demands for security are concerned, management in the 1960s counted on the advantage enjoyed by large organizations in offering cotters career guarantees. This mechanism was perfectly suited to the various questions posed by management consultants at the time. It can be justified from the standpoint of justice and control of the future. Management works of the time are full of advice about how to guard against the risk of a lack of cotters, planning requirements, careful recruitment, and the establishment of career profiles, making it possible gradually to raise beginners up to the level of competence attaching to posts with significant responsibilities. Careers motivate cotters, who feel appreciated for their abilities. The possibility of changing the post of someone who does not make the grade is mentioned, redundancy, never. The career, which involves a guarantee of regular salary increases, also represents a mode of redistribution between the generations. Young cotters are underpaid at the age when they are at their most effective, but recover the advance made to the firm at the end of their career, when their salary is higher even though their skills are tending to become obsolete. This way of organizing the life cycle has as its corollary the development of credit, mortgages and consumer credit, which is required to finance investments at the start of family life, and which people are assured of being able to pay back thanks to salary increases. A meritocratic dimension is nevertheless maintained in that the most efficient will receive higher than average income growth. In this way, security and emulation are reconciled. The future is radiant. The diffusion of Abraham Maslow's theory of needs, postulating a hierarchy of human needs such that certain needs cannot be satisfied unless other, lower needs have been, imparted self-evidence to the belief that security needs are essential because they rest at the base of the pyramid, immediately after physiological needs like food or sleep. As soon as one seeks to manipulate the needs of cotters for fulfillment through management by objectives, it becomes obvious that this cannot be achieved unless security is guaranteed. Security forms part of the implicit, but universally accepted, definition of the work contract. It is one of the central arguments in defense of capitalism, to the point where some authors reject anti-capitalist demands to entrust the management of firms to workers on the grounds that they would thereby risk losing the security they enjoy in exchange for their subordination. The final security mechanism management authors count on is none other than the welfare state, which is regarded as the requisite complement to economic existence. The corpus of the 1960s thus contains several defenses of the effectiveness of public policies and the central importance of the state. Servan-Schreiber will seek to promote the principle of a modern economy based, on the one hand, on firms employing the most recent management techniques and, on the other, on a state that practices a flexible form of planning. Firms produce wealth and forge technical progress, while the state ensures that everyone gains from these benefits. The distribution of roles is clear and the state is not at issue. Alone among our authors, Octave Gelinier proves slightly critical when he worries about the freedom granted firms by the state. But what he proposes is that the state should enforce competition between firms, put an end to monopolies and forms of protection, while being responsible for offering the indispensable complement of security that workers need, and firms cannot fully satisfy. The texts from the 1960s thus echo very strong concerns over security, with firms, which create redundancies only in exceptional cases, and offer jobs for life, and the state, which provides insurance against other types of risk and unemployment in the event of firms closing down, taking it in turns. In the 1990s, by contrast, we witness a simultaneous challenge to these two forms of protection, which is paradoxical, since one would have thought that any reduction in one of the two mechanisms would have led to greater intervention by the other. We may advance the hypothesis that the authors have in mind the financial difficulties of the welfare state, inhibiting them from turning to this ready-made solution. An apologia for change, risk, and mobility replaces the high premium put on the idea of security. As we shall now see, this is without a doubt one of the points where the new spirit of capitalism is at its weakest, even if management authors are not wanting in imaginative attempts to hit upon forms of security that are compatible with the currently dominant requirement of flexibility. The 1990s, personal fulfillment through a multitude of projects. Before broaching the way in which issues of security are treated in the 1990s corpus, let us examine the proposals by neo-management intended to galvanize those whose engagement is to be stimulated, and the justifications that are given for them in terms of the common good. As was already the case in the 1960s, one of the main attractions of the proposals formulated in the 1990s is that they adumbrate a certain liberation. But it is no longer merely a question of obtaining the supervised freedom of management by objectives, which in any case is open exclusively to cotters. In the New World, anything is possible, since creativity, reactivity and flexibility are the new watchwords. I.e. now no one is restricted by belonging to a department or wholly subject to the boss's authority, for all boundaries may be transgressed through the power of projects. Lemire dreams of abolishing bosses completely, in particular by introducing a principle of symmetry that allows the person in charge of a project to have as their basic collaborator the head of another project in which one is oneself merely a participant. Licks with new organizations, the bureaucratic prison explodes, one works with people at the other end of the world, different firms, other cultures. Discovery and enrichment can be constant. And the new electronic relations at a distance prove to be more sincere and freer than face-to-face relations. Lx. Another seductive aspect of neo-management is the proposal that everyone should develop themselves personally. The new organizations are supposed to appeal to all the capacities of human beings, who will thus be in a position fully to blossom. Lxi coaches will support people in this endeavor, and everything will be done to ensure that they attain a better knowledge of themselves, and discover what they are capable of. Lzi the new model proposes, so we are told, genuine autonomy, based on self-knowledge and personal fulfillment, not the false autonomy, framed by the career paths, job descriptions, and systems of sanctions, rewards, proposed by the 1960s. Lzi. To conclude, let us recall that the 1990s authors also entrust leaders and the power of their vision with responsibility for helping human beings to advance themselves. What in theory is equally attractive in neo-management is the prospect of working on an interesting project, which is worth the effort, led by an exceptional person whose dream one is going to share. And since management literature urges everyone, and especially cadres, to be charismatic leaders and visionaries who give meaning to people's lives, the implicit suggestion is that those to whom these proposals are addressed, the readers, could themselves, why not, very well be among those who, with the help of their firms, will realize their dreams and share them with others. As we have seen, in order to confront critiques that challenge the unjust character of capitalism, at enterprise level, management in the 1960s insisted on the meritocratic aspect of the mechanisms proposed, while at a more general level it stressed the necessity of sound economic management to defend democracy and the free world, and spur social progress. Justification through economic growth, assumed to be bound up with social progress, as well as the alliance of capitalism and democracy, are among the most stable justifications of capitalism, as we mentioned in the introduction. But we also observed that these very general justifications are insufficient in themselves to legitimate local action, in the absence of supporting evidence pointing towards local justice, to adopt John Elster's terminology. Point 22. Moreover, the possibility of rooting major principles in mechanisms attuned to the specific characteristics of the firms into which they were integrated was precisely what meritocracy, based on measurement by results, supposedly offered in the framework of the second spirit of capitalism. In the 1990s, the classical arguments invoked in defense of capitalism are still deployed. The theme of liberties is obviously the most pervasive of them. Now combined with it is another, no less traditional argument, which asserts that firms serve consumers. This increase in generality is readily ensured in the 1990s, given the focus on customers proposed by the new mechanisms. Contrariwise, the theme of economic progress, a third classical justification, is less in evidence, doubtless because most management authors in our day are too embarrassed to invoke it with confidence, given the rise in unemployment. They therefore fall back on the theme of surviving in a situation of increased competition, which does indeed represent a justification, but one that is rather too meager to engage people and elicit their enthusiasm. It remains for us to spell out the forms of local justice presented by contemporary authors, without which support for the current changes in capitalism risks being insufficient. In the 1960s, the idea was to reward people according to their results or efficiency. In contrast, the 1990s enhance the status of those who know how to work on a project, whether as leader or simple contributor. From this perspective, valuable members of staff are those who succeed in working with very different people, prove themselves open and flexible when it comes to switching project, and always manage to adapt to new circumstances. Lziv. This way of appraising people, which is conveyed in most of the 1990s texts, contrasts sharply with the precepts of justice formulated in earlier periods. but it remains decidedly unconvincing on account of its still imprecise character, and its vagueness about how it might give rise to convincing tests. Our hypothesis is that we are witnessing the emergence of a new ordinary sense of justice, which should eventually be amenable to codification in line with the architecture of political cities as described in De La Justification, whose main lines we recalled in the introduction. Point 23 For judgments corresponding to this new expression of the sense of justice to be made explicit, and embodied in tests with a claim to general validity, we still lack an elaborated grammar based on a clearly stated anthropology and political philosophy. The next chapter is devoted to this labor of clarifying and grammaticizing forms of judgment corresponding to the sense of justice contained in neo-management, deriving this new form by comparing the texts in our corpus. We have dubbed this new city the projective city with reference to the flexible world, composed of multiple projects conducted by autonomous persons, whose picture is painted by management authors. The question of what guarantees of security are contained in contemporary management texts exposes us to other problems, above all because security is not a dominant value in the 1990s, when it is associated with status, hierarchy, bureaucracy, all of them things that are insistently denounced, in contrast to what we observed for the previous period. The most combative author in this respect is Bob Aubrey, who recalls that Maslow's pyramid is a false scientific law. LXV More troubled by this lack of interest in security, Rosabeth Moss-Cantor weighs the reduction in guarantees for the future against the freedom that has been won, and hopes that the excitement generated by greater autonomy will prove stronger than fears for the morrow. LXV Even so, management authors also know that without new forms of security, their proposals will not tempt many people. LXI The first problem they have to resolve is to suggest some alternative to the hierarchical careers whose importance in the second spirit of capitalism we have seen. The suggestion is to replace them by a succession of projects. Henceforth people will not make a career, but will pass from one project to another, their success on a given project allowing them access to different, more interesting projects. Since each project is the occasion for many encounters, it offers an opportunity to get oneself appreciated by others, and thus the chance of being called upon for some other project. Being by definition different, novel, innovatory, each project presents itself as an opportunity to learn and to develop one's skills, which are so many assets for finding other engagements. LXVIII The key idea in this conception of life at work is employability, which refers to the capacity people must be equipped with if they are to be called upon for projects. The transition from one project to the next is the opportunity to increase one's employability. This is the personal capital that everyone must manage, comprising the total set of skills people can mobilize. While it is not able to avoid redundancies, or promise careers, a firm will be regarded as offering a certain form of security when it does not destroy the employability of its wage earners, but enhances it instead. LXVI Thus, the 1990s authors do indeed have solutions to propose for the problem of security. But their proposals still lack comparable orchestration to that offered by the 1960s literature on managing cadres, which explained in detail how to recruit, appraise, and advance human beings. In the texts that we have read, there are scarcely any mechanisms for appraising employability or confirming that it is increasing rather than diminishing. An optimistic explanation for this is that the 1960s texts offer a comparatively belated formulation of the second spirit of capitalism at a time when it is widely entrenched, whereas the 1990s texts are associated with a nascent new spirit of capitalism, which has not yet received its most bracing formulation. Another risk, of a very new type, generated by flexible organizations is that it is much easier for actors in firms to be out for themselves, as popular language has it, to pursue their own interests, without taking into consideration those without whom their action would not have been crowned with success. The refusal of instrumentation, regulations, and procedures, the rehabilitation of the affective and relational dimensions against which the 1960s consultants had struggled, these open up more space for this kind of behavior than in the past. Such reprehensible forms of behavior involve an opportunism in relationships that seizes on all the actually or potentially useful connections to which participation in the mechanisms surrounding daily life provides access, in order to divert them to the end of personal profit. In a world without borders, in which the firm is fragmented, virtual, postmodern, where hierarchical constraints are very attenuated, where institutions no longer reveal their presence through tangible signs and, in particular, a symbolic system of power, how can one guarantee the loyalty of the manager both to the team and to the profit center he depends on? Similarly, what guarantee is there that the integrity of persons will be respected in a context where they are called upon to bring to firms all their skills, including the most personal ones, not only their technical skills, but also their creativity, their sense of friendship, their emotionalism, and so on? The introduction of the coach, functioning as a psychologist in the firm's service, although charged with helping people to flourish, can be experienced by some as a danger of the firm encroaching on their private lives. Hence it is clear that, in order to be genuinely convincing in the eyes of those concerned, neo-management must comprise a minimum number of mechanisms aimed at controlling those risks that constitute other forms of attack on personal security. Management authors show that they are conscious of these risks to the extent of mentioning them, in particular when they tackle the question of coaching. Yet they rapidly brush them aside, stressing that not just anyone can be a coach, and that those who play this role will have to possess personal qualities such that they will not intrude upon the subjects with whom they work, or oppress them, in line with a deontological approach akin to psychoanalysis. LXX. Generally speaking, the mechanisms of neo-management need to be used by people whose behavior evinces a high level of ethical concern. The recent development of business ethics, as a specific management discipline, is no doubt related to these anxieties. Triggered by episodes of corruption to obtain procurement contracts, particularly abroad, this current of thought attests to the difficulty of supervising people's distant intrigues. And the problem is compounded by the generalization of new flexible mechanisms, since a very large number of wage earners are now induced to move around and pursue network activities that are less amenable to control. Once again, the security of workers, as of the firm, can be guaranteed here only by a form of self-control that assumes the internalization of rules of behavior safeguarding the integrity of persons, and avoiding a situation where their contribution is not acknowledged. Here we rediscover the theme of trust evoked in connection with new forms of control. To meet these anxieties, management authors foreground the regulatory effect of mechanisms of reputation. Actors in the world of business will police themselves, and will be keen in future not to work with those who have not observed the basic ethical rules. Reputational effects play a central role here. On the one hand, they are at the heart of employability, a good reputation being the surest means of continuous employment. On the other, they make it possible to exert especially effective normalizing pressure, since the persons with whom one is involved can seek to destroy one's reputation in the event of behavior they deem harmful. What remains problematic in these proposals is that reputation can also be taken hostage for less noble reasons, and be misappropriated to the advantage of the strongest. But this scenario, which doubtless requires a perverse mind to be taken seriously, is not envisaged by management authors, who are rather inclined to optimism. In the final analysis, the mobilizing capacity contained in the new spirit of capitalism as displayed in 1990s management literature seems to us poor. The proposals advanced certainly aim to sketch a world where life would genuinely be very exciting. But they exhibit a deficit in terms of justice, in that they presuppose reference to a new value system which exists only in outline. As for the security on offer, while there is no lack of ideas, they suffer from weak orchestration. Employability, personal ethics, and holding reputations hostage, in management literature at least, these have yet to find any very solid translation into mechanisms. It is nevertheless the case that the people best adjusted to the new world, and best placed to take full advantage of it, should not suffer from these absences and, consequently, should enthusiastically engage in reformation. The problem will be to persuade larger groups of people, in particular, all those without a very high reputation or varied resources, or whose possibilities of mobility are, for various reasons, restricted, and who desire a more sheltered existence, even if it might be reckoned less exciting according to the new criteria. Conclusion: New management as a response to critiques. The management literature of the 1990s contains ideals, proposals for organizing human beings, ways of arranging objects, and forms of security so different from those of the 1960s that it is difficult not to accept that the spirit of capitalism has undergone a sea change over the last 30 years. And this is so even though the new configuration does not possess the mobilizing power achieved by its predecessor, because of its incompleteness at the level of justice and security. Insofar as we have established that the critiques to which capitalism is vulnerable constitute one of the determining elements in the formation of the spirit of capitalism peculiar to a period, changes in this domain invariably being based upon the satisfaction of certain criticisms, whether of the reformist variety that seeks to improve existing mechanisms, or the radical variety that demands a transformation of the tests, we shall now seek to identify the demands which the new spirit is capable of satisfying. In any event, in order to take root, it must find sufficiently broad support and, to that end, offer different kinds of satisfaction from those proposed by the previous spirit. Otherwise, the change will be received in purely negative fashion. It must therefore be capable of meeting a demand that was not satisfied in the earlier period, for whose duration it was probably predominantly expressed in the rhetoric of critique. The pinpointing in the introduction of the four sources of indignation on which critiques of capitalism draw will help us to identify the demands satisfied by the new spirit. It thus seems to us fairly obvious that neo-management aims to respond to demands for authenticity and freedom, which have historically been articulated in interrelated fashion by what we have called the artistic critique, and that it sets to one side the issues of egoism and inequalities traditionally combined in the social critique. Challenging the hitherto dominant forms of hierarchical control and affording greater freedom are thus presented in management literature, but also by sociologists of work, as a response to demands for autonomy from more highly qualified wage workers, who on average have spent longer in the education system, and especially from young cotters, engineers, and technicians. Trained in a more permissive familial and educational environment, such people find it difficult to tolerate the discipline of the firm and close supervision by bosses, rebel against authoritarianism when they are subject to it, but are also loath to exercise it over their subordinates. It is not difficult to find an echo here of the denunciations of hierarchy and aspirations to autonomy that were insistently expressed at the end of the 1960s and in the 1970s. Moreover, this filiation is claimed by some of the consultants who contributed to establishing neo-management mechanisms in the 1980s. Hailing from leftism, and especially the self-management movement, they stress the continuity between the commitments of their youth and the activities that they pursued in firms, following the political turning point of 1983, with a view to making working conditions appealing, improving productivity, developing quality, and increasing profits. Thus, for example, the qualities that are guarantees of success in this new spirit: autonomy, spontaneity, rhizomorphous capacity, multitasking, conviviality, openness to others and novelty, availability, creativity, visionary intuition, sensitivity to differences, listening to lived experience and receptiveness to a whole range of experiences, being attracted to informality and the search for interpersonal contacts. These are taken directly from the repertoire of May 1968.24, but these themes, which in the texts of the May movement were combined with a radical critique of capitalism, and the proclamation of its imminent end, are often to be found in the neo-management literature autonomized, as it were, represented as objectives that are valid in their own right, and placed in the service of forces whose destruction they were intended to hasten. The critique of the division of labor, of hierarchy and supervision, that is to say, of the way industrial capitalism alienates freedom, is thus detached from the critique of market alienation, of oppression by impersonal market forces, which invariably accompanied it in the oppositional writings of the 1970s. Similar remarks may be made about the critique of disenchantment, of the inauthenticity of daily life in the capitalist universe. At the level of organizing production, the stress in neo-management on interaction, on authentic human relations, represents a response to critiques that condemned alienation in work and the mechanization of human relations. The discrediting of bureaucracy and its project of eliminating everything that is not rational, that is, formalizable and calculable, should, we are told, facilitate a return to a more human modus operandi, in which people can give full vent to their emotions, intuition, and creativity. Does not neo-management propose that everyone should stop being an instrument, and instead realize their deep desires and flourish? More generally, in stressing versatility, job flexibility, and the ability to learn and adapt to new duties, rather than possession of an occupation and established qualifications, but also the capacity for engagement, communication, and relational qualities, neo-management looks to what are increasingly called life skills, as opposed to knowledge and savoir-faire. Recruitment is now based on an assessment of a person's most generic qualities, those that are just as valid in justifying the pairings of private life, whether amicable or emotional, rather than on objective qualifications. Accordingly, it becomes difficult to distinguish between engaging collaborators to perform a particular task and attaching certain people to yourself because they suit you personally. These trends in neo-management are often, as we have seen, presented as an attempt to inflect the world of work in a more human direction. But through a backlash they can create new risks of exploitation, on which we shall elaborate later. For now, let us simply observe that those of the new mechanisms which are justified not only by the reduced wage costs and increased productivity they entail, but also by the intention of breaking with Taylorist forms of work, legitimately considered inhuman, are especially ambiguous in this respect. The Taylorization of work does indeed consist in treating human beings like machines. But precisely because they pertain to an automation of human beings, the rudimentary character of the methods employed does not allow the more human properties of human beings, their emotions, their moral sense, their honor, their inventive capacity, to be placed directly in the service of the pursuit of profit. Conversely, the new mechanisms, which demand greater commitment and rely on a more sophisticated ergonomics, integrating the contributions of post-behaviorist psychology and the cognitive sciences, precisely because they are more human in a way, also penetrate more deeply into people's inner selves. People are expected to give themselves to their work, and facilitate an instrumentalization of human beings in their most specifically human dimensions. Another form of reaction to the theme of disenchantment aims to answer critiques of the inauthenticity of daily life, the loss of uniqueness, the destruction of spontaneity, anxiety, the generalization of calculation, the will to total mastery, the proliferation of ossified things, the creation of products or spectacles, which are rooted in the sphere of consumption. These denounce prefabricated needs, the ascendancy of advertising and marketing, the crumbling away of human values under the influence of exchange mechanisms. 25 The reign of the quantitative, the standardization of goods in mass production, the domination of appearances, the tyranny of standing, the invasion of useless, ugly, ephemeral objects, and so on. The capitalist response to this modern variant of the artistic critique will to some extent take the form of seeking to develop the production and marketing of goods that are always new, whose novelty and limited distribution when they are first introduced temporarily assuages anxieties about massification. Furthermore, insistence on personalized service to customers, on the importance of careful attention to their wishes, and on the development of individualized relations. 26 aims to introduce authenticity into capitalist production in the form of the personalized. On a wider scale, this same concern to return to personal desires as closely as possible inspires the transition from mass production to the limited series production of an ever greater variety of goods, the flexible production characteristic of the second industrial divide. 27. Hence New Style management does indeed offer various responses to the critique of disenchantment by promoting the creation of products that are attuned to demand, personalized, and which satisfy genuine needs, as well as more personal, more human forms of organization. Similarly, it satisfies demands for liberation from the sway of bureaucracy associated with the critique of the second spirit of capitalism. These two dimensions help to give it salience and appeal, even if it proves to be somewhat lacking at the level of mechanisms of security and rests upon a form of justice which, while presenting characteristics that may be regarded as very specific, still remains largely implicit. The next chapter is devoted to bringing out that form of justice. 2. The formation of the projective city. The 1990s management texts reflect the image of a world that has been largely reorganized by comparison with the 1960s. This process took shape gradually, with successive organizational innovations, technological inventions, and managerial modes since the 1980s. One by one, all the mechanisms derived from the second spirit of capitalism have been questioned, modified, transformed, abolished, replaced. As a result, the need for some new general representation of the economic world has become pressing. The texts we have studied are presented as attempts to unify the small-scale alterations that have occurred over more than a decade into a comprehensive vision. In effect, there comes a time when it is very difficult for actors in firms to continue to work, to project themselves into the future, if their only support is a kaleidoscopic image of economic existence and forms of economic success, composed of a mixture of queries and fragmented mechanisms. Those who run firms, those who advise them, and those who train the codders destined to join them need to be able to invoke some plain, self-evident truths that make the world intelligible. Young codders in particular feel a need clearly to identify the new forms of success and the new rules of the game in the economic world, in order to know how to conduct themselves and prepare their children. This demand for intelligibility exerts significant pressure for greater explanation and formalization of the rules of conduct, which will then guide action. In fact, people tend to conform to these emergent new rules, if only because they confer meaning on what would otherwise merely seem like an arbitrary proliferation of ad hoc mechanisms and locally convenient improvisations. There is no doubt that the term network is, as we suggested in Chapter 1, the term most frequently used to connect up elements that are in fact highly disparate, not only in management literature but also, for example, in microeconomics and sociology. Point 1. So pervasive is this in management literature that it can lead people to take their distance from it. We witness this in the case of the futurologist Alvin Toffler, one of the authors in our corpus. Noting the fad for reticular forms, which are in the process of becoming the new one best way, he counterposes the proliferation of forms recommended by him. Not so long ago, the term network was associated either with technical distribution networks, a usage that was extended to the distribution of other goods, or with organizations of a secret character. The latter invariably possessed a negative connotation, their members being accused of seeking illicit advantages and profits through this type of association, obtained without going through the usual meritocratic mediations, thanks to favors and sometimes by resorting to patently illegal methods. The term has been rehabilitated owing to a particular historical conjunction, characterized by the development of computer networks opening up possibilities of long-distance work and collaboration in real time, and by the search in the social sciences for concepts with which to identify structures that are minimally hierarchical, flexible, and not restricted by boundaries marked out a priori. As an existing concept, constructed around contemporary ideas, technologies, and research, associated with a specific vocabulary, models of causality and mathematical models, and formed to offer an alternative to hierarchical algorithms, network naturally enough finds itself mobilized by capitalism. Employed in academic works in economics and the sociology of work, disciplines that help to provide management with its theoretical foundations, it was almost bound to invade the literature addressed to codders that we have studied. This is how the forms of capitalist production accede to representation in each epoch, by mobilizing concepts and tools that were initially developed largely autonomously in the theoretical sphere or the domain of basic scientific research. This is the case with neurology and computer science today. In the past, it was true of such notions as system, structure, technostructure, energy, entropy, evolution, dynamics, and exponential growth. Point 2. Social life today is no longer presented in the form of a series of rights and duties towards an extended familial community, as in a domestic world, or in the form of the wage-earning class within a hierarchical body whose rungs one climbs, where one spends one's whole career, and where professional activity is clearly separated from the private sphere, as in an industrial world. In a reticular world, social life is composed of a proliferation of encounters and temporary, but reactivatable connections with various groups, operated at potentially considerable social, professional, geographical and cultural distance. The project is the occasion and reason for the connection. It temporarily assembles a very disparate group of people, and presents itself as a highly activated section of network for a period of time that is relatively short, but allows for the construction of more enduring links that will be put on hold while remaining available. Projects make production and accumulation possible in a world which, were it to be purely connectionist, would simply contain flows, where nothing could be stabilized, accumulated, or crystallized. Everything would be carried off in an endless stream of ephemeral associations which, given their capacity to put everything in communication, constantly distribute and dissolve whatever gels in them. The project is precisely a mass of active connections apt to create forms, that is to say, bring objects and subjects into existence, by stabilizing certain connections and making them irreversible. It is thus a temporary pocket of accumulation which, creating value, provides a base for the requirement of extending the network by furthering connections. New maxims for success accompany the establishment of such a world, and a new system of values is constructed on which people can rely to make judgments, to discriminate between behavior that is satisfactory and behavior that leads to exclusion, to put a value on qualities and attitudes that had not hitherto been identified as distinctive, to legitimate new positions of power, and to select those who are to enjoy them. We have endeavored to bring out this new system of values by identifying anything in the management literature that seemed to us specific and unprecedented, particularly compared with the dominant values of the 1960s. In order to put this in relief, and reveal its systematic character, we have codified it using the grammar of cities presented in the law justification. Point 3. This has led us to construct a seventh city, the projective city, a sketch of which will be found below. Obviously, the 1990s texts do not contain only the rhetoric of projects. In them, though to very different degrees, we find references to other logics of action, for example, commercial, industrial or reputational logics. In accordance with the methodology of ideal types, however, we have tried to extract from the most recent management texts whatever marked them out as singular, without stressing the more familiar features, for example, all those referring to an industrial logic, which are still present. For reasons it is advisable to explain, given that the term might seem unwieldy and rather unclear, we have chosen to call the new apparatus of justification that seems to us to be being formed the projective city. It is in fact modeled on a term that frequently crops up in management literature, project organization. This refers to a firm whose structure comprises a multiplicity of projects associating a variety of people, some of whom participate in several projects. Since the very nature of this type of project is to have a beginning and an end, projects succeed and take over from one another, reconstructing work groups or teams in accordance with priorities or needs. By analogy, we shall refer to a social structure in project form or a general organization of society in project form. Point 4. What is more, the term designating the city which codifies the forms to which justice must conform in a reticular world could not simply refer directly to networks, as would have been the case had we spoken, for example, of the connectionist city or the reticular city. For a certain number of constraints must weigh on the operation of the network if it is to be characterized as just, in the sense that the relative status accorded to beings in it appears to be justified and legitimate. For this it is imperative that various tests can be identified, in the course of which beings confront one another in a relationship that creates equivalence between them. Now, we shall see that in such a world these tests are quintessentially the moments marking the end of a project, when people are in search of a new engagement, their ability to integrate themselves into a new project constituting one of the palpable signs of status. Fairness in the distribution of status, according to people's contribution, also presupposes closing the list of the relevant parties at any given moment. Now, in a completely networked world, no such closure is possible. The network is continually extended and altered, with the result that there exists no apposite principle for finalizing, at a given point in time, the list of those between whom scales of justice may be established. It follows that in a world so constructed as to be entirely subject to a network logic, there is no reason to pose the question of justice, because those of low status tend to disappear without trace. Not only is there no equipment with which to establish the equivalences required to weigh justice, but there is not even that co-presence in the same space which makes it possible, through simple comparison, to inquire into the relationship between the misery of some and the happiness of others. This is why the network cannot in itself represent the support for a city. Given that membership of the network remains largely indeterminate, the very notion of the common good is problematic in the topic of the network because it is not known between whom a good might be placed in common and also, for that reason, between whom a scale of justice might be established. In fact, a demand for justice cannot wholly dispense with units conceived on the basis of a spatial metaphor, wherein people's claim to have access to material or symbolic goods in accordance with their comparative value might be assessed. The notion of project, in the sense we intended, can thus be understood as a compromise formation between exigencies that at first sight appear antagonistic, those that follow from representation in networks and those inherent in the design of providing a form which makes it possible to venture judgments and generate justified orders. In the seamless fabric of the network, projects delineate a multitude of many spaces of calculation, wherein orders can be generated and justified. Finally, as we shall see later in this chapter, when we investigate the support that these new reticular representations of the world have found in recent developments in political philosophy, the ontology of the network has been largely established in such a way as to liberate human beings from the constraints of justification placed on action by metaphysics at two levels, the one occupied by scattered beings, the other by conventions making it possible to compare them as equivalents, and thus subject them to judgment. These mark the political philosophies of the common good from which the concept of city has been derived. Against these two-tiered constructs, the network is presented as a plane of immanence, to use Gilles Deleuze's expression, in which the test is wholly defined as a test of strength, or simply as a structure of relations, or again as an encounter. This dispenses with the loops of reflexivity that take the form of a moral judgment. 5 This is why the composite notion of project, which is taking root in the common sense of members of our society, involves loans from at least two different sets of paradigms of the network and paradigms that, while likewise stressing communication and relation, include the requirement of reflexivity and convergence on shared judgments, for example, in Habermas, via the medium of exchanges regulated by communicative reason. The projective city thus presents itself as a system of constraints placed upon a network world that encourages people to forge links and extend its ramifications, while respecting only those maxims of justifiable action that are specific to projects. Projects are a fetter on absolute circulation, for they demand a certain engagement, albeit temporary and partial, and presuppose monitoring by the other participants of the qualities that everyone brings into play. As we suggested in the introduction to this work, reference to justice presupposes that force is shackled in such a way that relations of force can be redefined as relations of status. Cities thus present themselves as constraining forms, restricting the possibilities of action in a certain world whose logic they embrace and also legitimate. The projective city is no exception. It constrains the network, subjecting it to a form of justice that nevertheless safeguards its content and puts a premium on the qualities of the network creator, something none of the established cities was able to do. 1. The projective city. This city is founded on the mediating activity employed in the creation of networks, making it valuable in its own right, independently of the goals pursued or the substantive properties of the entities between which the mediation is conducted. From this standpoint, mediation is a value in itself, or rather, in the conceptual framework employed here, a specific status of which each actor is liable to take advantage when putting people in contact, making connections, thereby helping to construct networks. But let us be quite clear. Entertaining the hypothesis that we are witnessing the formation of a new city, where the tests that matter involve constructing or loosening connections in a network world, obviously does not mean that the establishment of networks represents a radical new departure. This is what is sometimes suggested by the writings devoted to them, whose current proliferation precisely contributes to establishing the world vis-a-vis which such a city might be pertinent. Our position is different. The formation of more or less extensive networks is no more novel than commercial activity was when Adam Smith wrote The Wealth of Nations. But it is as if we had to wait until the last third of the 20th century for the activity of mediating, the art of making and using the most diverse and remote kinds of connection, to be autonomized, separated from the other forms of activity it had hitherto been bound up with, and identified and valued for itself. This is the process that seems to us to be a novel development deserving of attention. We shall now seek to paint a full picture of the projective city without any critical distance, as if we were entering it with the determination and naturalness expected of those to whom these new normative requirements are furnished as an exemplum. The architecture of the projective city is illustrated in the main by extracts from our 1990s corpus, and secondarily by other social science works employing the metaphor of the network. We present it in three stages. The first is devoted to highlighting the principle of equivalence that makes it possible to order things and persons, and to deliver a judgment as to their superior or inferior status. The second is centered on the forms of justice employed in the projective city, and thus bears on the preconditions that must be satisfied for the hierarchy of conditions, in accordance with the principle of equivalence established in, to be transmuted into a justifiable order. The third stage of our exposition concerns the rooting of the projective city in a definition of nature, the nature of society, in order to confer a universal vocation on the city, and human nature, an indispensable specification for grounding the equal potential of all human beings to attain the status that corresponds to the logic of the city and, consequently, a precondition for the realization of justice in the world corresponding to it. Principle of judgment and hierarchy of beings in the projective city. According to the grammar employed by us, the asterisk is the principle in accordance with which acts, things, and persons are judged in a given city. In the industrial city, for example, the common superior principle is efficiency. It represents the convention that creates equivalence between entities, in the sense, for example, that it can be said, in terms of efficiency, X is equivalent to Y. Similarly, using this same convention, it can be said that Z is superior or inferior to X. Thus, identification of the common superior principle in a city leads us straight to the great man being the one who embodies the city's values, as well as to the, defined by the absence of such values. The, like the, refers to situations where behavior is deemed unsatisfactory by the city's values. But it also makes reference to general configurations which, while claiming to be inspired by the relevant status, fall down in such fundamental aspects that they embody nothing but a perverted status. If the in the new city applies to bad behavior in a world of projects, the involves unsatisfactory rhizomorphous forms, bad networks. The description of what counts in this world is based on categories of things, the, of human beings, the, or of verbs, referring to figures, objects and modes of relations, specific to a given form of status. Each of these value spheres thus tends to encompass a specific vocabulary, referring to the categories that embody status according to the city's criteria. The presence of these categories of things, beings, qualities, or actions in an argument is an index of the justificatory register adopted by the speaker. Thus, someone situated in an industrial world will readily refer to instruments, methods, measures, or procedures, invoke engineers and specialists, and list controlling or organizing as among the actions worth performing. On the other hand, it would be incongruous to find them evoking opinion leaders or press attaches, who are subjects of the reputational world, propriety and good manners, which are domestic mechanisms, or to hear them using the verbs dream and imagine, which point to inspirational status. To facilitate the city's insertion into concrete situations and impart substance, as it were, to the value hierarchy measured by the common superior principle, we shall now present these different categories of words. Activity, projects. Extension of the network. Proliferation of connections. In a projective city, the general equivalent, what the status of persons and things is measured by, is activity. But in contrast to what we observe in the industrial city, where activity merges with work and the active are quintessentially those who have stable, productive waged work, activity in the projective city surmounts the oppositions between work and non-work, the stable and the unstable, wage-earning class and non-wage-earning class, paid work and voluntary work, that which may be assessed in terms of productivity and that which, not being measurable, eludes calculable assessment. Management authors take up the idea floated by their English colleague Charles Handy, in his book The Age of Unreason, when he proposes to replace the traditional notion of a job by the concept of a portfolio of activities that everyone manages for themselves. At least 5 categories of work are listed: waged work, remunerated in line with the time spent on it; work for oneself, remunerated by the results obtained; domestic work, performed for the upkeep and maintenance of a home; voluntary work, performed for charitable organizations, the community, friends, family, or neighbors; educational work, which makes it possible to learn, to develop skills, to read, and to educate oneself. 6. The suggestion is to avoid being dependent on a single category, especially the first, given that after the age of 40 many people will have to reconstruct their portfolio completely. Development of all the categories in the portfolio is therefore indicated. Thanks to the multiplicity of clients, work for fees offers a certain guarantee of activity. Self-educational work helps improve the chances of remaining active, and voluntary work makes it possible to construct social networks outside work, to participate actively in progress towards a better world, and to transmit wisdom to others. Activity aims to generate projects, or to achieve integration into projects initiated by others. But the project does not exist outside of the encounter. Hence the activity par excellence is integrating oneself into networks and exploring them, so as to put an end to isolation, and have opportunities for meeting people or associating with things, proximity to which is liable to generate a project. Activity expresses itself in the multiplicity of projects of all kinds that may be pursued concurrently, and which, no matter what happens, must be elaborated successively, since the project represents a transient mechanism in this logic. Life is conceived as a succession of projects, and the more they differ from one another, the more valuable they are. Characterization of these projects according to categories that are apposite in other cities, and above all their classification according to the distinction between that which pertains to leisure and that which relates to work, is not what matters in the city's logic, except in a very subsidiary fashion. What matters is to develop activity, that is to say, never to be short of a project, bereft of an idea, always to have something in mind, in the pipeline, with other people whom one meets out of a desire to do something. When they engage in a project, everyone concerned knows that the undertaking to which they are about to contribute is destined to last for a limited period of time, that it not only can, but must, come to an end. The prospect of an inevitable, desirable endpoint thus accompanies engagement without affecting enthusiasm. This is why engagement is conceived as voluntary. Having the option not to engage in a given project, and hence choice over one's projects, is a condition for the city's harmonious functioning, and this condition is guaranteed by the multiple activities everyone develops. Furthermore, awareness that the project will come to an end is accompanied by the hope that a new project will follow, that it is already in gestation in the fabric of current connections, even if it is not yet known what form it will take. Accordingly, tension between the requisite commitment and the indicated outcome appears surmountable. Anything can attain the status of a project, including ventures hostile to capitalism. Describing every accomplishment with a nominal grammar that is the grammar of the project erases the differences between a capitalist project and a humdrum creation. Capitalism and anti-capitalist critique alike are masked. Utterly different things can be assimilated to the term project: opening a new factory, closing one, carrying out a re-engineering project, putting on a play. Each of them is a project, and they all involve the same heroism. This is one of the ways in which the projective city can win over forces hostile to capitalism, by proposing a grammar that transcends it, which they in turn will use to describe their own activity while remaining oblivious of the fact that capitalism, too, can slip into it. It is precisely because the project is a transient form that it is adjusted to a network world. By multiplying connections and proliferating links, the succession of projects has the effect of extending networks. The extension of the network is life itself, whereas any halt to its extension is comparable to death. The network spontaneously tends to develop, but it is constantly threatened by the risks of internal ossification or degeneration that can result in death, which might consist in its transformation into a pyramidal organization. Those without a project who no longer explore networks are threatened with exclusion, that is to say, in effect, with death in a reticular universe. They risk not finding a way to attach themselves to projects, and ceasing to exist. The development of oneself and one's employability, which is the long-term personal project underlying all the others, will not be successfully accomplished. Connection. Connecting. Communicating. Coordinating. Adjusting to others. Trusting. In a connectionist world, a natural preoccupation of human beings is the desire to connect with others, to make contact, to make connections, so as not to remain isolated. To succeed, they must trust and be trusted, know how to communicate, discuss openly, and also be capable of adjusting to other people and situations, depending on what the latter demand of them, without being held back by timidity, rigidity, or mistrust. This is the price of coordinating themselves in mechanisms and projects. Engaged, engaging. Mobile. Enthusiastic, involved. Flexible, adaptable. Versatile, having potential. Employable, autonomous. Not prescriptive, knows how to engage others. In touch, tolerant. Employability. Knowing how to engage in a project, to get fully involved in it, is the mark of the. To engage, one must be capable of enthusiasm. Furthermore, given that the project is a complex, uncertain process, which cannot be confined within the limits of invariably incomplete contracts, one must know how to trust those with whom connections are formed, connections that are destined to develop as the project develops. But since projects are by their very nature temporary, the ability to disengage from a project in order to be available for new connections counts as much as the capacity for engagement. Even at the peak of engagement, enthusiasm, involvement in a project, people at ease in a network world remain adaptable, physically and intellectually mobile, prepared for change and capable of new investments, in order to increase their ability to respond to a changing world. Far from being attached to an occupation or clinging to a qualification, the great man proves adaptable and flexible, able to switch from one situation to a very different one, and adjust to it, and versatile, capable of changing activity or tools, depending on the nature of the relationship entered into with others or with objects. It is precisely this adaptability and versatility that make him employable, that is to say, in the world of firms, in a position to attach himself to new projects. Flexibility and adaptability here are qualities that do not derive from obedience. The great man in a connectionist world is active and autonomous. He is his own leader, leader in his relations with those above and those below, leader in his networks. The great man in the projective city retains the initiative in his projects, and knows how to take risks in order to make connections, to be forever making new contacts that are full of possibilities. Thus, the idea of a link seems to prose rather like a vein, or seem to exploit, in the manner of a gold prospector. You never quite know what is at the end of it. It is sometimes necessary to turn round and go back, give up en route, go and look elsewhere. Always on the lookout, great men refuse to be impeded by rigid plans, for to follow such plans could result in squandering the opportunity for interesting connections. Plans and strategies would diminish their capacity for local action. Point 7 But they know how to take full advantage of each situation in its uniqueness. Point 8 For the same reasons they appear spontaneous, in contrast to strategists, whose maneuvers are overly conspicuous, and frighten people. They know how to locate sources of information, and to select between connections with a lot of new potential and those that revert to routine existing links. They are capable of optimizing the use they make of their scarcest resource, time, by selecting their relationships with discrimination and, in particular, by avoiding linking up with people who occupy kindred positions, and are thus likely to contribute superfluous information and connections. Given that one can't do everything, what should one concentrate on? This is a question pros are familiar with. In this city, the great man is a plunderer of ideas. For that, he must possess intuition and talent. He scans the world around him in search of novel signs, and knows how to anticipate, sense, sniff out the links worth pursuing. This is to say that in a network world there is a close correlation between the importance of social capital and of information capital. Information is at once the result and the condition of multiplying connections, so that inequalities of information are cumulative. To succeed in discovering good connections, such information must be integrated into a representation of the universe to be explored. In a network world, however, there can be no question of an overarching representation. Useful representations are local, singular, circumstantial, able to be deployed from one person to the next, and bound up with a kind of knowledge deriving from personal experience. But those of high status in the projective city do not merely identify connections. They must also show themselves capable of becoming established in them, by forging links that last as long as is necessary. Given that links presuppose the engagement of at least two people, they must avoid being rejected. On the contrary, they must attract the attention and sympathy of others, interest them. Point 9 To this end they must not be timid, or, which boils down to the same thing, so proud as not to take the first step for fear of rejection. They write to people in the public eye to express their admiration and request advice or a meeting. They regard everyone as contactable and any contact as possible and natural. They treat well-known and obscure people in identical fashion. They tend to ignore the differences between separate spheres, for example, the private, professional, and media, etc., universes. For them the world is a network of potential connections. In respect of links, it's all one. The great man in the projective city is not a nowhere man. At ease wherever he finds himself, he also knows how to be local. In fact, since the network has no overarching representation, actions in it are always embedded in the contingency of a present situation. Point 10 To adapt to the situations that crop up, while preserving something unfamiliar that makes him interesting, connectionist man relies on his communication skills, his convivial temperament, his open and inquiring mind. But he knows also how to give of himself, to be there as and when appropriate, to exploit his presence in personal relations, in face-to-face encounters. He is always available, even-tempered, self-assured without being arrogant, familiar without overstepping the limits, obliging, with more to offer than he expects in return. Without his demanding information or going in search of it, others give him the information he needs. Point 11 He knows how to listen, to give answers that are to the point, to echo people, to ask good questions. As Belanger develops the point, he possesses a strategy for conducting relationships, a kind of self-monitoring that results in an aptitude for producing signs which can facilitate contacts. He knows how to be attentive to others in order to identify signs that will make it possible to intervene advisedly in uncertain situations. he possesses the ability to control and alter self-presentation, which can extend to a capacity for improvising appropriately, even for lying without qualms if necessary, as well as the desire and ability to adjust his own actions with ease, in order to adapt to different people. Great men, past masters when it comes to self-monitoring, know how to judge other people's emotional states more lucidly and are perceived in their turn as more friendly, open, less uneasy, less anxious, less nervous in their relationships. Basically, they have a good manner with people, adroitness in the way they conduct themselves in the world, in making connections, in acting in such a way as to get what they want. They also possess charm, in the sense that they depart from the stereotyped image one might have had of them before getting to know them. Point 12 They make it clear that they are not reducible to the statutory properties defining them in their curriculum vitae. Face to face, they are real people, in the sense that, far from mechanically performing their social roles, in the way a program is executed, they know how to step back and deviate from their role, which makes them captivating. But these qualities do not suffice to define the condition of great man, because they can be employed in opportunistic fashion, as part of a purely individual strategy for success. In the logic of the city, the great are not only those who excel at exploiting the specific resources connected with the world, but also those who place the capacities disclosed in tests at the service of the common good. That is to say, in the projective city they are not only those who know how to engage, but also those who are able to engage others, to offer involvement, to make it desirable to follow them, because they inspire trust, they are charismatic, their vision generates enthusiasm. All these qualities make them leaders of teams that they manage not in authoritarian fashion, but by listening to others, with tolerance, recognizing and respecting differences. Point 13 They are not bosses, but integrators, facilitators, and inspiration, unifiers of energies, enhancers of life, meaning and autonomy. The team trusts them inasmuch as they prove to be connectors, vectors, who do not keep the information or contacts gleaned in networks to themselves, but redistribute them among the team members. Tomorrow's manager must ensure that information is shared, that it irrigates the firm thoroughly. In such a context, everyone can constantly and increasingly improve their employability, both through these technical skills and their ability for teamwork, even and especially when these teams are flexible, neural, and rarely made up of the same individuals. The project head thus provides employability, and develops for others in the firm a network of personal relations that they can count on in the event of unforeseen problems. In this way, employability, that is to say, a level of skills and flexibility allowing each individual to find a new job inside or outside the firm, employability is thus a gift in return from the firm to individuals who are aware of their responsibilities in it. Mediator, project head, coach, expert, customer, supplier, innovator. If everyone possesses the capacity to relate, and thus to constitute a link in a network, some people realize this potential in their person in exemplary fashion. In very general terms, this is true of all those who, playing an active role in the expansion and animation of networks, act as mediators, whether characterized as strategic brokers able to make strategic exchanges outside of hierarchy and boundaries, as partners of the third kind, or as tangential contributors. They possess the art of reconciling opposites, and know how to bring very different people together, and put them in contact. Such are, in the first instance, project heads, managers, but also coaches, who stimulate, support the development of managers and practice the art of delivering minds. But such equally are customers, suppliers, and subcontractors when they enter into relations of partnership. These innovators have scientists, and especially artists, as their models. The informal network is the preferred organizational mode of writers, scientific researchers, and musicians, who develop in domains where knowledge is highly specialized, creative and personalized. The intuitive manager, like the artist, is accompanied by disorder, is in a permanent state of alert and doubt and at ease in fluid situations. But the intuitive manager, the source of inspiration and the coach are not the only models of excellence. We saw in Chapter 1 that another figure also lives on, the expert, whose leadership is based upon competence and intelligence, on a highly specialized, creative and personalized knowledge. Experts also enjoy high status in the projective city because their competence, which is indispensable, is composed not of standardized knowledge but of personal, integrated knowledge. It is the fruit of past experience, that is to say, of multiple connections, particularly with others possessing specific knowledge, formed during earlier projects, of which they preserve the memory. Dispensing with experts would require being in a position to repeat their careers. Experts are consulted. But their image is less heroic than that of the project head, because they are deemed less adaptable. The project head is precisely the one who proves capable of making connections between very different zones of expertise. What all these exceptional beings have in common is that they are in a position to explore the links with the richest opportunities, those that will extend the network furthest, which are defined largely by the distance they surmount. Not all links are of equivalent worth. The status of a connection depends upon the extent to which it has established a mediation that makes it possible to abolish distance. In so doing, creators of links temporarily find themselves in the position of keyholder 14, since all those who in turn want to cross the boundaries they have traversed will, for a certain period of time, have to go through them. The most interesting links often consist, in fact, in crossing zones where there were few, if any, mediations. Point 15. This distance, the crossing or gradual reduction of which defines the quality of the links created, can be referred to in different ways. It can be referred to in temporal terms, when old, dormant connections are reactivated. It can be alluded to in spatial terms, whenever there is coordination in real time with others who are spatially distant, particularly by taking full advantage of modern means of communication, as we see in the example of the global laboratory, which is not geographically located and allows researchers in the same discipline, but scattered throughout the world, to collaborate in solving the same problem. Point 16. And above all, it can be evoked in institutional or social terms, when the beings between whom some transfer is established, and who are proximate in space and time, were hitherto separated by boundaries isolating institutions, disciplines, domains, or fields from one another. The forms in which a distance is overcome define different ways of possessing high status. Thus, whereas the expert is above all rich in links of the first or second types, the project head or source of inspiration excels in establishing connections between domains or fields. He establishes collaboration between people from different disciplines or professions, belonging to various departments, institutions, or firms, and brings together, for example, two experts each of whom has experience, but in different domains. In a network world, where the more unpredictable and remote connections are, the more likely they are to prove profitable, the class habitus, on which the spontaneous convergence of tastes relies in predominantly domestic social orders, is no longer a sufficient support for intuition or flair. Point 17. On the contrary, the great man is he who establishes links between beings who are not only removed from one another, located in different universes, but also distant from his social background and the circle of his immediate relations. This is why, unlike the old bourgeois society, a capitalism that incorporates connectionist justifications accepts those who, thanks to a rather erratic career path, have a fund of experience and are acquainted with several worlds, endowing them with considerable adaptability. The verdict delivered on the quality of a link does not take into account only the distance that it has made it possible to bridge, that is to say, its extant probability. It also takes account of the degree to which the link, once established, has proved fruitful, in the sense that its result is to refocus and extend the network by prompting the emergence of new links. In this way, we can distinguish between links that are highly probable but largely unproductive, such as those established between the members of a clique, where the connections are compact and within everyone's reach, but define a self-enclosed set, very probable but nevertheless productive links, in the sense that they open onto the outside world, such as the links that popularizers or journalists make, links that are very unlikely but also very unproductive, such as those established by the misunderstood forerunner or, worse, the crank or madman who, finding no one to follow him, cannot operate as a key holder, and finally links that are simultaneously unlikely and highly productive, which create the status of the innovator or audacious project head. All the instruments of connection. New technologies. Informal relations. Relations of trust. Partnership, agreements. Alliances. Subcontracting. Networks of firms. Network firms. Link, loop. Synapses, neurons. Projects. In a world where the principal operation is establishing connections, it is thus normal to find a marked presence of new communication technologies based on computer science. The characteristics of our corpus, composed exclusively of management texts, certainly entail an overrepresentation of instruments of industrial dimensions, to the detriment of more familiar devices for making contact. Numerous in the domestic world, such objects are reinterpreted in other contexts, so that they can take their place in the connectionist world of the projective city. The same may be said of the mechanisms, primarily entrepreneurial mechanisms here, which characterize the postmodern, post-Fordist, re-engineered, network, etc., firm. The descriptive terminology of the connectionist world is pulled in two different directions, either towards a thematic of action without a subject, where the only entity that counts is the network, where what occurs is of the anonymous order of the ID, of self-organization, or towards a neo-personalism, which emphasizes not the system, but human beings in search of meaning. This second orientation is dominant because it is on it that the normative, ethical dimension of the projective city largely rests. Hence the importance accorded to face-to-face relations, to taking responsibility, to trust, to situations experienced in common, to giving one's word, to mutual aid, to cooperation in establishing partnerships, in setting up projects, in constructing networks. Trust is established in time through the consolidation of behavior involving reciprocal understanding, through a whole learning process. Given that what matters most is intangible, impalpable, informal, a term that characterizes both relations and the rules of the game, which are invented as one goes along, the most appropriate organizational mechanisms are thus likewise interpersonal. Point 18 in numerous texts, these two dimensions, the systemic and the personalist, overlap to a great extent. The general nature of the rhizomorphous form is declined by means of different metaphors, which refer either, in traditional fashion, to weaving, or to the devices in which fluids circulate, or, in more modern fashion, to the biology of the brain. This last register is employed in particular to emphasize the autonomy and even the volition of the network, which is stronger than that of the beings immersed in it, and whose properties are then described in the language of self-organization, self-regulation, and spontaneous morphogenesis. Finally, the project is indeed the central mechanism of the city that bears its name. It has at its disposal unity of time, but not unity of place. It must optimize internal resources, compare them with external resources, and make the best use of experts organized in network structures. Unemployable. Unadaptable. Does not inspire confidence. Authoritarian, rigid. Intolerant. Immobile, local. Rooted, attached. Status, security. In a projective city, the little people are those who cannot be engaged, who are not employable on a project, or who prove incapable of changing projects. Different grounds for non-engagement identify different types of little person. Given that trust and relational qualities are the cement of projects, the unemployable ones are those who do not know how to inspire trust, or cannot be trusted because they do not deliver what is expected of them, or do not circulate the information they possess and are out for themselves, which is a form of dishonesty in their engagement. The basic rule is reciprocity. The best intentioned are discouraged if they receive nothing in exchange for what they have given. Anyone who retains information that could be useful to others to himself is a killer of networks. Likewise inferior are those who do not know how to communicate, because they are impervious or have fixed ideas, are authoritarian and intolerant, making them incapable of compromise. They resemble all the office miseries, the sullen types, the individualists who withdraw into themselves, never go out, don't participate in the end-of-year drinks, shun cocktails, return to the hotel pronto, and plant themselves in front of the tele, that absolute network killer. Rigidity, which, as the converse of flexibility, in this world constitutes the main failing of little people, can have different origins. It can derive from attachment to a single project that it is impossible to let go of when a new project comes along, or from attachment to a place which, by rendering them immobile and rooting them in what is local, confines little people to the existing circle of links, and prevents them making new connections. Finally, its origin can be found in a preference for security even at the expense of autonomy. Thus, in a projective city someone who has a status is not mobile. Someone who has a status knows what to expect from life, what their duties are and what their rights are. If the disadvantages attaching to a status stem principally from the limits it imposes on people's activities, in the logic of the projective city statutory advantages are suspected of concealing injustices. For by establishing people in a situation of continuity, they make it possible to avoid the quintessential tests represented by the moments of transition from one project to another. Closure of the network. Corruption, privileges. Buddy relationships, mafia. The city falls when the network is no longer extended and, closing in on itself, benefits some people, but no longer serves the public good. This is the case when the networker keeps information to himself, weaves connections in secret, unbeknownst to his team, in order not to share the links he has established and retain the benefits for himself, avoiding a situation where others can pursue them without going through him. This monopolistic conduct leads fairly rapidly to the closure of the network on itself for two reasons. On the one hand, the activity of the networker, who acts alone and without others knowing it, is rather quickly restricted by his availability in time. On the other hand, maintaining his connections exclusively for himself, he has no incentive to construct new ones, unlike the major mediator of the projective city who, redistributing his links to place them in the service of the common good, must incessantly discover new contacts, and thus extend the network, in order to retain the comparative advantage on which his high status depends. Closed networks permit privileges. In them the tests of connections are distorted. They are networks of privileges that encourage string pulling 19 which predominantly benefit the members of corporate bodies closed in on themselves, to the detriment of others who are in fact better endowed with connectionist skills. This is the case with large bodies, for large bodies are today anti-networks inasmuch as they exercise authority over their members in order to further their own objectives. Closed networks that call a halt to their own extension, and which are appropriated for the exclusive benefit of those who are in on them, are also dangerous. It would be a mistake to think that every network automatically favors enterprise and development, as is clearly indicated by the dramatic events marking Italy's attempts to restructure an economy engulfed by networks of corruption. It is important to sweep away the networks of buddies, bureaucracy, or corruption that obstruct the path of progress. Forms of justice in the projective city. The elements of grammar we have just laid out clarify the principle of equivalence on which the projective city is based, and the way it can be employed to characterize persons and things, and to define the conditions of great man or little person. But we also know that in order to be robust in the face of critiques based on a sense of what is just, this specific order must be geared towards the common good, and submit to a certain number of constraints. We have already seen that great men are not only versatile, engaged and mobile themselves, but that they cause others to benefit from these qualities by striving to advance their employability at the same time as they develop their own. They do not keep what they garner via their connections for themselves, with the result that the good network remains open and expands continuously, to the maximum benefit of all. This specifies precisely the nature of the relations between great men and little people and, in particular, the way in which because it contributes to the common good, contains the. In the civic city, for example, it is via political representation that the great man, elected by universal suffrage, represents all the little people. Redistribution of connections. Putting in contact. Redistributing information. Integrating into networks. Providing employability. The relation between great man and little people is just when, in exchange for the trust that the little people place in them and their zeal for engaging in projects, great men enhance the value of the more humble, in order to increase their employability, that is to say, their capacity, once one project is finished, to integrate themselves into another. Terminating a project without worrying about what becomes of those who have participated in it is unworthy of a great man. In place of the traditional contract, which guaranteed security, promotion, and development, it is now appropriate to make an agreement that creates a sense of belonging, which helps the individual to maintain his employability or the value of his labor, and which exploits the various opportunities to learn while at work. To that end, great men must redistribute the scarce goods they have access to, in the first place, information and integration into networks, whose collective function is to support and enrich each member's assignment. They must publicize people outside their own departments, and people into organizational and professional networks. More generally, great men must inspire in others their own dynamism, and awaken them to themselves, by liberating their taste for thinking and acting with their talents, by making them collaborators, authors, and by helping them to publicize their results in such a way as to enhance their reputation. We still have to clarify two elements that are crucial for the implementation of justice in a rhizomorphous world, what the grammar we are employing calls the as well as the. The is a major condition for the city's harmony, for by linking access to the to a sacrifice, it arranges things so that benefits are balanced by costs. High status procures benefits for the person who accedes to that condition. But the customary sense of justice also has it that you can't win on all counts, that people deserved access to high status on account of specific sacrifices which have, moreover, been of universal benefit or, more simply, useful to society as a whole. It is then just that someone who is so deserving, and who has done so much for the common good, should be recognized as great, and enjoy the advantages bound up with this condition. Adaptability. Being streamlined, flexibility. Tolerance, renting. In a projective city, access to the condition of great man presupposes sacrificing anything that might impede availability, that is to say, the ability to engage in a new project. The great man renounces having a single project that lasts a lifetime. He is mobile. Nothing must hamper his movements. He is a nomad. 20 In this sense, all the sacrifices that are made have the effect of enhancing the streamlined character of entities, of persons, but also of things, in order to favor their reorganization when the next project comes along. Thus, a leaner organization that contracts out for services depends on the suppliers of those services and therefore benefits from close cooperation with them. The requirement to be streamlined first of all assumes renouncing stability, rootedness, attachment to the local, the security of long-standing links. When it comes to links, to invest effort is to give up what one already has for an uncertain alternative, not to shut oneself away in pre-established links, so that one is available to try out new connections that might fail. In the knowledge that time is limited, it is in fact advisable to carve out the time to forge links with different persons and universes, rather than always remaining in the same circle of people. Being a pro means revising one's accessibility in quasi-strategic fashion. Time can't just be invented, and so it is a question of making choices and daring to take decisions. A pro's appointments are handled with extreme care. Extension of the network thus demands that people renounce friendship, or, rather, that when assessing the quality of a link they abandon the distinction between disinterested bonds of friendship and professional or useful relations. Network is always based on strong interpersonal relations, situated beyond work in the strict sense. Depending on the case, such trust can be founded on situations that were experienced in common in the past, on belonging to the same institution, on the existence of a common objective or project, on relations of friendship or mutual respect, even on mere complicity derived from being connected to the same communications network. Thus, it can be said of social and family networks that this capital represents relations which, in addition to satisfaction on a human level, offer a potential contribution to the enterprise envisaged. But while connections with members of the extended family, assimilated to a network, can prove profitable, the restricted family, like the group of old mates or the clique of office neighbors, preserves the tie to old, superseded connections, and by that token represents a burden, a handicap. Great men in the projective city are also streamlined in that they are liberated from the burden of their own passions and values, open to differences. For the same reasons, they are not critical. Nothing must get the upper hand over the imperative of adjustment, or hamper their movements. They are determined exclusively by factors deriving from the situation and connections they are caught up in, which completely define them. 21 The tolerance required to adjust to others can also be expressed in terms of emancipation from bourgeois morality. The streamlined human being has learned from psychoanalysis, and, more generally, from the diffusion of interpretation as exercise of suspicion. 22, that one must know how to free oneself from moralism by casting suspicion on the hidden motives involved in moralizing ventures and acknowledging the validity of ambivalence. The numerous tools of analytical provenance integrated into the projective city thus aim to develop realism. They serve to look reality in the face, including the reality of desire, treated as one datum among others, but also, by the same token, to recognize the limits placed on desire by reality. In a network world, it is thus realistic to be ambivalent, because the situations people have to confront are themselves complex and uncertain. According to the same principle of eliminating anything that might hinder mobility, the streamlined human being must not be attached to a burdensome patrimony, and should prefer to ownership other formulas that provide access to the enjoyment of objects, such as renting. In this instance, distance with respect to ownership does not derive from some ascetic contempt for material goods, which it is perfectly licit to have at one's disposal and to enjoy, but is simply the result of the need to streamline oneself so that one can move around easily. For the same reasons, connectionist man likewise tends not to let himself be trapped by institutions, with all the various obligations that entails, and not to allow himself to become entangled in a web of responsibilities towards the other people or organizations he has responsibility for. That is why he prefers to renounce official power in favor of network forms of power. 23 Freed of the constraints of supervision, invigilation, management, representation, and respect for the state rules regulating the use of goods and the management of human beings. He leaves that to others. For he prefers autonomy to security. Great men in the projective city likewise renounce exercising any form of domination over others by taking advantage of statutory or hierarchical properties that would vouchsafe them ready recognition. Their authority depends exclusively on their competence. They do not impose their rules or objectives, but agree to discuss their positions. Underlying these different forms of renunciation we find a more basic sacrifice, that of personality, in the sense of a manner of being that expresses itself in similar attitudes and conduct whatever the circumstances. The image of the chameleon is a tempting one for describing the pro, who knows how to conduct his relationships in order to reach other people more easily. Adaptability is the key to the network spirit. Streamlined people sacrifice a certain interiority and fidelity to the self, the better to adjust to the people with whom they come into contact and to the ever-changing situations in which they are obliged to act. Consequently, streamlined people can root themselves only in themselves, the sole instance endowed with a certain permanency in a complex, uncertain, and changing world. However, the quiddity that is recognizable is not the result of a pre-existing endowment, or even of a trajectory or experience. It derives from the constellation of established connections. They are themselves only because they are the links that constitute them. Are just as necessary for fulfilling the requirements of justice, and for their inscription in the fabric of everyday relations. These are situations when the status of persons and things is revealed with a special clarity. Disagreement over a claim to status can be resolved only through a test on which assessments can converge, and which for that purpose must be wholly uncontaminated, that is to say, directed towards measuring status and nothing else. This presupposes that any risk of contamination by forms of status pertaining to alternative worlds has been excluded. The test provides proof of status. It must be amenable to demands for renewal since, as a result of the ability formally accorded everyone to accede to conditions of high status and the non-attachment of a definitive status to persons, people must be in a position to reveal changes in their condition and have them recognized. As for it characterizes the manner, different in each city, in which the outcome of the test is marked. Is the mode of knowledge peculiar to the world under consideration. These categories aim to define the qualities and the acts of the persons engaged in a test. So and so will be adjudged great if he does some particular thing and inferior if he exhibits a particular kind of behavior. The end of a project and the beginning of another. People cannot be judged on the basis of a single project, because their status reveals itself in the model test, and this, as we already know, is the transition from one project to the next. It is when a project is finished that the key holders are revealed and an appraisal is conducted. Appraisal is positive in the case of those who, having enhanced their reputation in the course of the project they are leaving, succeed in integrating themselves into a new one. Contrariwise, it is negative when an inability to maintain or develop links and to liaise with others disqualifies the applicant. In fact, links are a form of capital that does not belong to those who have the use of them. By way of sanction, links can always be unilaterally withdrawn by those with whom they are made. If the moment of the transition from one project to another constitutes the test par excellence, in the logic of a projective city the world is the more testing, and hence also the more just, the shorter, the more numerous, and the more changeable projects are being called on to participate. Inserting, causing to participate. Speaking of. Avoiding, keeping at a distance. Ignoring, rejecting, excluding. People are appreciated if others want to make their acquaintance, to meet them, call upon them, or work with them. Those from whom nothing is to be expected are avoided, kept at a distance or, more simply, ignored. One of the peculiarities of network forms is that, unlike what occurs in totalities defined by an inscription of spatial order in a territory, of temporal order in a history, or of legal order in an institution, those who are depreciated lose all visibility and even, in a way, any existence. For in the logic of this world, existence itself is a relational attribute, every entity, and human persons by the same token as the rest, exists to a greater or lesser extent depending upon the number and value of the connections that pass via it. This is why such a world has no sanctions other than rejection or exclusion, which, in depriving someone of their links 24 expels them to the margins of the network, where connections are at once both sparse and worthless. The excluded person is someone who depends on others, but on whom no one any longer depends, who is not wanted by anyone, who is no longer sought after, no longer invited, who, even if his address book is full of names, has disappeared from other people's address books. It follows that in such a world the mechanisms of justice are essentially preventive. They must anticipate the possibility of failure by relying on predictive indicators. Anthropology and naturalness in the projective city. The question of a city's anchorage in a definition of nature is a crucial one. First of all, it is important on the level of justice that all human beings have the ability to achieve better conditions, and only a definition of human nature guarantees the sharing of this ability by the whole of humanity. The refers to this dimension in each city, it is what makes for equality and points towards the natural human properties that give everyone the same opportunity to achieve greatness if they do what is required, in particular, if they make the indicated sacrifices. The need to connect. All the active operators in a network can accede to better conditions, because they all possess the ability to connect with others. The desire to connect is a basic property of human nature. In this anthropology, all women and all men are beings of contacts and relations, attachment is not the result of a libidinal or learning process, it corresponds to a primary tendency, the need for others, which is stronger than hunger and earlier than sexuality. This need for connection, which is so universal, is the reason why everyone can integrate themselves into networks and acquire employability. No one is excluded a priori. Functioning in networks also satisfies the highly human characteristic of wanting to be simultaneously free and engaged. Of us make commitments. They may erode our freedom to act autonomously, but in return they provide some meaning in our lives and on the job. Our deep desire for autonomy and self-reliance combined with an equally deep conviction that life has no meaning unless shared with others in the context of community. Without this radical duality that each of us bears within ourselves, the series of engagements and disengagements supposed by the projective city would seem absolutely inhuman. Every city also presupposes the designation in nature, that is, in reality, of an ideal form in which conditions are fairly distributed. If it is to be mobilized in everyday life, inspire action, or foster justifications, a city's logic must be embodied in some typical examples putting it within people's reach. In the case of the projective city, the is obviously the network, or rather, the networks that have always existed in the life of human beings. The network. The most natural form is the network. It imposes itself on entities, whether human or non-human, even if actors are not conscious of it. Organization in networks is not something new, it has always existed, like the prose that Monsieur Jourdain composed unawares. We are also dealing with a quite universal form of organization. The example of the Silk Road teaches us that networks are primitive, universal things. The family, friends, old schoolmates, the members of all the associations that people belong to, are so many networks around each of us. All beings and all societies have their networks, and we normally think of them as the informal pathways along which information and influences flow. Feminists complain an old boys network. Homosexuals have networks that are particularly strong in certain industries like fashion and interior design. Ethnic minorities have strong networks, the overseas Chinese throughout Southeast Asia, Jews in Europe and America, West Indians in Britain. Transplanted people in general, New Yorkers in Texas, the so-called Georgia Mafia that came to Washington when Jimmy Carter was president, the Ukrainians who came to Moscow with Leonid Brezhnev, also form their own communication networks. In short, informal networks of many kinds crop up in virtually all complex societies. To these one must add formal networks, Masons, for example, Mormons, or members of the Catholic order Opus Dei. But the network form of organization was previously suspect in firms, and bore the stamp of the clandestine. The moment for its rehabilitation has now arrived. In the traditional firm, it had an unofficial, even clandestine character, which was deemed subversive of the official hierarchical organization. For workers, for example, it consisted in discovering tricks to reduce the unpleasantness of their task. Informal networks were thus directed against hierarchy. The objective was to defend oneself against decisions that were resented as irrational or unjust. Such relationships were the breeding ground of trade union activity. The expression network management, by contrast, emerged only very recently. The projective city as we have just described it allows us to underline the main themes of justification in a world conceived as a network. With it we have sought to grasp the new forms of justice for which the existing cities could not account, but which nevertheless featured in 1990s management texts. We shall now satisfy ourselves that the projective city does indeed constitute a specific form, not an unstable compromise between existing cities, by rapidly comparing it with the other normative forms described in de la justification and, in particular, with those that seem closest to it, that is to say, the commercial city and the domestic city. 2. The originality of the projective city. Compared with the inspirational city. The projective city shares with the inspirational city the importance assigned to creativity and innovation. Similarly, both these cities stress the uniqueness of beings and things, whose very difference creates value. but these similarities are superficial, and even misleading. In effect, whereas in the inspirational city people are creative when they are separated from others, withdrawn into themselves as it were, into their internal being, the only place where they can enter into direct relation with a transcendent source of inspiration, or buried in the depths of the psyche, in the projective city creativity is a function of the number and quality of links. Moreover, it is a matter of recombination 25 rather than creation ex nihilo, and readily assumes a distributed form, with responsibility for innovation being allocated between different actors. Accordingly, within the framework of the city it would be inappropriate to seek to specify the particular responsibility of each person in the process of innovation too closely, or, worse, to demand radical originality and accuse others of plagiarism. Compared with the commercial city, network models have been developed over the last 20 years in the framework of classical microeconomics, in particular, to deal with market failures and account for market transactions in situations characterized by a marked asymmetry of information, in which the quality of goods or services cannot be known a priori, and consequently remains uncertain for the purchaser, who will be able to test it only after consumption. Point 26. In these cases, it is important that a relationship of trust be established between vendors and purchasers, with the purchasers trusting the vendors, who, for their part, are supposed to know the true quality of the goods offered, so that they know they are not being misled about what they are buying. The weapon at the purchaser's disposal when it comes to committing the vendor to being trustworthy is the reputation that he can act on. Ultimately, business will go to vendors whose reputation is good, that is to say, vendors whose trustworthiness is regularly tested and just as regularly confirmed. On the basis of this research, we can bring out various aspects of the specificity of a network world, to which the projective city applies, compared with the ideal of a commercial world. The first aspect is time. Whereas the purely market transaction is of the moment, and ignores time, organization of collaboration and exchanges in network form assumes establishing relations between partners which, without being stabilized by plans or regulations, nevertheless possess a relatively enduring character. Two partners operating in a network can thus envisage investing together, something that is not pertinent in a commercial world. A second aspect is transparency. Whereas the market is assumed to be transparent for the purposes of price formation, networks can be known only on a person-by-person basis. No one is in a position to totalize them. They are not regulated by the projection of a general equivalent. Each connection, as well as the transactions conducted there, has a local character. If, in a network regulated by the projective city, information circulates from one person to the next and is not interrupted, it is accessible only at the point of connections. Information is not available to everyone simultaneously in its entirety, as in the ideal of pure and perfect information allowing all the participants in a market to be put on an equal footing. Moreover, it is this characteristic that renders networks so vulnerable to the strategic practices of withholding information, not circulating it, in order to derive an advantage that is unwarranted in terms of the projective city's values. Point 27. The third aspect, which derives from the first two, concerns personal relations. The market functions anonymously, or with personal relations that are reduced to a minimum and conducted from a distance. Point 28. By contrast, exploitation of the network form presupposes an ability to establish relations of interdependence and trust, and consolidate them, over the long term. Relations of this type offer different advantages. What they have in common is that they rest on the utilization of fine-grained, open information, rather than on possession of minimal information about prices and, when standards exist, quality, as is the case with the market. Take trust, for example, leitmotif of partisans of networks. It can be described as a prop for selective, specific information that is difficult to confirm, with the help of tacit, diffuse information, bound up with a syncretic estimation of persons, past experience, or an impression of reputation. One of the most important things about relations of trust in market relations is, as we have seen, that they facilitate the exchange of goods and services which are difficult to format in a contract that is intended to be reasonably comprehensive. They also lie behind two other types of advantages. The first is the possibility of sharing or exchanging fine-grained information. A mere it is said when separated from a human medium, such information can circulate only from person to person, because it is credible and interpretable only in the light of the implicit knowledge mobilized by the recipient about the character of the person communicating it. The second is the possibility of restricting the pursuit of selective, purely selfish gains by sharing solutions, allowing a more rapid adaptation to the changes affecting technologies or markets. Point 29. A fourth aspect concerns the description of the products included in the transactions. Whereas, in a commercial world, the product is separated from persons and stabilized by conventions or standards guaranteeing its quality, this, in particular, is the role of brands. 30. In a connectionist world, the product, which circulates with difficulty when separated from persons, is transformed by the relation. In a commercial world, the transaction sees a price formed, but it does not alter the qualities of the product, or of those supplying and demanding, which predate the market encounter. In a connectionist world, by contrast, links are useful and enriching when they have the power to change the beings who enter into relations. 31. Obviously, this is especially true of work, whose autonomization with respect to persons constitutes the essential legal fiction on which the operation of the labor market is based. To be able to talk about a market where the price of labor is formed at the intersection of supply and demand, there are two prerequisites: both the work qualifications people offer, and the job descriptions they are capable of filling, must be stabilized and predefined independently of one another. By contrast, in a network organization, the qualities of persons and the qualities of jobs are mutually defined in the relationship. 32. But in such a setup, labor can no longer be treated as a commodity separable from the person of those performing it. It is, in particular, by changing their information that the connection alters the beings who enter into a relationship. The transmission of information plays a key role in establishing the link in all those sectors where the value added is cognitive in kind, as is the case, for example, with scientific research. 33. Each partner can hope to access the information held by the other, either by supplying information in exchange, or, if the relation is asymmetrical, by obtaining information without reciprocation, so to speak, from the connection itself. In the latter instance, little people spontaneously present great men with useful information, in order to make themselves interesting, that is to say, both in order to be noticed and identified and so that great men find it advantageous to remain in contact with them. The information released by the connection can also focus on the beings between whom a link is established. The relationship alters the information each of the partners possesses concerning the other, and can thereby change their image of the other. It is to an unfolding process of this kind that people refer when they speak of earning someone's trust, something that consequently opens up or shuts off access to resources. It follows that in a connectionist world, products are not, contrary to what occurs in market exchange, clearly identified and distinctly separated from persons. Consequently, it is understandable that the issue of whether the relationship is advantageous or costly, symmetrical or asymmetrical, can remain unresolved for rather a long time. No one knows straight off what they have to gain or to lose from the relationship. The forms of calculation specific to the commercial world encounter their limits here. This set of characteristics specific to the connectionist world constitutes so many checks on the harmonious functioning of competition, which is the common superior principle of the commercial city. Yet without guaranteed competition, no commercial justice is possible. But the partisans of a network world do not set much store by this central value of the commercial city, and argue instead for co-opetition, to employ the neologism used of late to designate a relationship comprising a mixture of cooperation and competition. 34. The connectionist world is therefore distinguished from the commercial world and calls for different mechanisms of justice. This prompts some reservations about interpretations that describe recent changes as a mere strengthening of economic liberalism. It would seem, in fact, that in a number of cases the activity of those who succeed in a network world is relatively free of commercial tests. It could even be that their ventures, their projects, would have been subject to negative market sanctions and, consequently, would have failed on a strictly commercial basis. But such failures do not affect their status, or the reputation they have acquired. Compared with the reputational city. At first sight, the world in which the projective city is inscribed seems to have a great deal in common with the reputational world. As Ronald Burt emphasizes 35, the extension of relations in a connectionist world is also profitable inasmuch as it makes it possible to enhance the reputation of those who form them and who, incapable of being everywhere at once, must rely on others talking about them, pronouncing their name at opportune moments, in arenas from which they are absent. To exist in this world, one must exist in the memory and the habits of those who might call upon you. But the network world of the projective city does not possess the transparency that is one of the dimensions of the reputational world. Each link in it is established independently of the others, without visibility and without there existing a point from which the quantity of links amassed could be assessed in the way, for example, that the popularity of a particular politician or TV star is measured by opinion polls. If the reputational world is today associated with mass communications in the first instance, the world of the projective city privileges personal communication, by two people alone together or in a small group. Reputations spread by word of mouth more than by media hype, lobbying replaces advertising campaigns. 36 It can even happen that accusations are leveled against the reputational world from a normative position favoring networks, by invoking its asymmetrical character. Famous people ignore the little people who admire them, whereas in the projective city great men know how to listen. 37 Compared with the domestic city. Considered superficially, the projective city appears to have a lot in common with the domestic city, so much so that it might be asked whether it does not simply represent its contemporary form. In fact, in both cases we find a strong emphasis on personal relations, direct dealings, and trust, particularly in work relations. Furthermore, celebration of the advantages of family organization is by no means absent from the writings of 1990s management authors, who see in it the original source for the construction of networks. If links can be created in the name of friendship, work, fraternity, they remain of a kinship type in the first instance. To live a highly pro-life, the best thing is a well-constructed family universe. For the family represents a primary network that is less outmoded than people think and which, on the contrary, is undergoing massive changes. Alvin Toffler goes so far as to foresee a major return of family organization in the business world, but not in the superseded form of the independent small firm. On the contrary, family organizations should, in his view, develop within large firms or in close collaboration with them. It is clear that in the economy of tomorrow huge firms will become more dependent than in the past on a vast substructure of tiny but high-powered and flexible suppliers. And many of these firms will be family-run. Today's resurrection of small business and the family firm brings with it an ideology, an ethic, and an information system that is profoundly anti-bureaucratic. But this apparent similarity does not withstand closer examination of the way links are formed in a domestic world and in a connectionist world. The domestic city presents forms of control, gratification, and sanction that are very different from those proposed by a projective city. In a domestic world, personal relations are largely defined in advance by the properties attaching to persons and, in particular, according to the position occupied in the family hierarchy, or the position of the family in the community. Links, the cost of access to which is high, are enduring and rarely elective. On the other hand, relations are subject to community control that is made possible by the co-presence of persons in one and the same space. It is very difficult for people to escape from this space, inasmuch as it is in the community, defined by spatial proximity, and not in their individuality that the resources they need to be what they are, or simply to survive, are to be found. 38 Communitarian rootedness and local presence play a not insignificant role in the tests of status. Consequently, links at work are controlled largely through the medium of links outside work and, in particular, family links, as we can see, for example, in the case of apprenticeship. The apprentice master is not merely a substitute for the father in the workplace. He also derives his authority from the possibility that is open to him of appealing to the apprentice's family to reinforce his own sanctions. 39 In a domestic world, the level of information everyone has about others is high. 40 Although this does not mean that such a universe is subject to the exigency of transparency. Disclosure of what everyone knows about others cannot occur freely, and the transfer of information is, in common with all transfers, controlled and subordinated to hierarchical relations. Thus, for example, in the predominantly domestic system of academic patronage as it operated in France until the middle of the 20th century or thereabouts, students remained attached to their supervisor during the often very extended period in which they worked on their doctorates, without being able either to publish freely, or to move around as they wished and circulate information between different centers of intellectual power. 41 This high level of social control and personal dependency was compensated for by guaranteeing the subordinate a certain security, their loyalty to their superiors presupposing their superiors' loyalty to them in return. In terms of the different relations that we have just mentioned, the world of the projective city is opposed at every point to the domestic world. In the first place, relations are not prescribed, something management authors do not fail to stress in contrast to the restriction of freedom in the family model. People nostalgic for the family of yesteryear ignore the restrictions it actually imposed on the individual's autonomy and freedom of choice, as well as the limited opportunities for escaping the framework of family origins. In a network world, everyone seeks to establish links that interest them, and with people of their choice. Relations, including those not involving the world of work directly but the family sphere, are elective. 42 What is more, the distant and relatively unpredictable character of a contact is precisely what enhances its value. The links of no interest are those that are maintained within the narrow group of mutual acquaintances. 43 Whereas interesting links are the ones established with new people or objects from which one is separated by several levels of mediation. Spatial distance is not relevant. Nothing exists resembling a territory where displacements could be subject to control. The circulation of information is very difficult to control. No one can totalize the network, which is more or less opaque to everyone as soon as they deviate from paths that have already been opened up. Finally, in contrast to what we observe in a domestic world, mobility and instability are very important elements in the stuff a person is made of, and constitute a condition of access to high status. It follows that personal relations assume a very great importance, even though no one can be sure of the loyalty of those with whom the links are established. They are not only free to move around, they are stimulated by the very logic of the network to form different links, with other people or mechanisms. We can even venture the hypothesis that the formation of a connectionist world, to which the projective city applies, is correlated with the disintegration of the domestic world. The latter's particular form of status has, over the last 20 years, been excluded from most situations in social existence and, in particular, from professional life, retaining validity only in the narrow field of family relations in the strict sense. This is to say that if the projective city borrows some of the vocabulary with which it describes itself from the domestic world, actions or mechanisms with the same name have a quite different character in the two cases. The preservation and even revaluation of a domestic way of being have, in fact, been accompanied by a withering away of the modes of control, gratification, and sanction associated with the domestic city, whose formulas of investment were becoming unacceptable to the various actors on more than one account. Compared with the industrial city, the attraction exercised by the network model over 1990s management authors is based in large measure on the fact that it is opposed precisely to the industrial world of the 1960s. In the industrial world, people are respected only to the extent that they perform certain duties and occupy certain pre-existent posts in an organizational structure designed in specialist departments. They are judged on their functional character, that is to say, the efficiency with which they perform their job. Work relations are prescribed by the structure, and the same goes on the whole for methods, supervised by regulations and procedures. In a connectionist world, people are called upon to move around, to forge the links they use in their work themselves, links that cannot, by definition, be pre-established in advance, and to distrust any structure and post designed in advance, which risk confining them to an overfamiliar universe. Their flexibility, their ability to adapt and learn continuously, become major advantages, which take precedence over their technical expertise and their experience. Personality makeup, the qualities of communication, listening and openness to differences, thus count for more than efficiency as measured by the ability to achieve predefined objectives. Work methods are developed in line with constantly changing needs. People organize themselves and invent local rules that are not amenable to totalization and comprehensive rationalization by some putative organization department. Point 44. The analyses above lead us to believe that what we have called the projective city does indeed constitute an original mode of justification, whose architecture is based on a world of objects and mechanisms whose formation is relatively recent. We can also confirm it by demonstrating, with the aid of the textual analysis program Prospero, that the projective city definitely specifies the 1990s corpus. The specification of the 1990s corpus by the projective city. We have entered into the interpretative apparatus in which the program gives access to the grammars of the 6 previously identified worlds, as well as that of the projective city. The grammars are represented in their computerized form by groups or categories of words associated with one or other world. It is then possible to compare the two corpora with respect to the presence or absence of the different categories. The presence of a city will be measured here by the sum total of all occurrences in a given corpus of the members of the category created to represent it. Table 2.1 The presence of the 7 worlds in each corpus. 1960s-1990s. Industrial logic 6764, industrial logic 4972. Domestic logic 2033, network logic 3996. Commercial logic 1841, commercial logic 2207. Civic logic 1216, domestic logic 1404. Network logic 1114, inspirational logic 1366. Inspirational logic 774, civic logic 793. Reputational logic 479, reputational logic 768. A first observation, which is scarcely surprising given the nature of our two corpora, is that industrial logic is dominant in both periods. But this preeminence is virtually uncontested in the 1960s, whereas it is qualified in the 1990s by the position occupied by the entities of the projective city. If the second-ranking logic in the 1990s is that of the network, domestic logic occupies this position in the 1960s, which would tend to confirm the hypothesis of a substitution, or rather an absorption, of domestic by connectionist logic. The maintenance of commercial logic in third place, albeit with a slightly higher number of occurrences, is a further indicator suggesting that the changes affecting the world of work over 30 years do not so much take the form of an increase in popularity of market mechanisms as of restructuring described by reference to networks. This tends to invalidate analyses that seek to reduce current tendencies in the spirit of capitalism solely to the extension of market justifications. Two other phenomena should be emphasized: on the one hand, the eclipse in the 1990s of the civic world, which can be straightforwardly related to the important association that obtained in 1960s discourse between the action of firms and that of the state, which has subsequently disappeared, and on the other hand, an increase in popularity of the inspirational city, which should be connected with the stress laid in the 1990s on innovation, risk, the constant search for new solutions, and highly personal qualities. Appendix 4 offers supplementary analysis of the relative presence of the different justificatory registers in the two corpora. The program of textual analysis that we have employed thus makes it possible to bring out a major transformation in the space of 30 years in the registers of justification on which management literature bases itself, and an increase in the popularity of the network logic to top position. Further changes of smaller magnitude also occurred: a redistribution of commercial references, a significant decline in domestic references, and the disappearance of civic logic, replaced by inspirational logic. The projective city, which, we argue, is the basis for the local justifications used to account for the new mechanisms over and above the classical theoretical justifications of capitalism, equally describes what distinguishes the 1990s from the 1960s. For the emergence of the register that corresponds to it proves to be the most striking phenomenon when one uses the grid for analyzing cities. Hence this tends to confirm the hypothesis that the construction we have extracted from texts does indeed represent, in stylized and concentrated form, what characterizes the new spirit of capitalism in a highly original fashion. Certainly, the list of words used by the program to make an inventory of appearances of the projective city includes numerous new terms that were by no means common in 1960s management literature, and which precisely correspond to the new mechanisms, words such as alliance, partnership, coaching, and so on. But this observation does not invalidate our results, for every change of significance brings in its wake a new terminology and new ways of thinking. And one of the analyst's roles is to extract what is new in a given situation. The cities were not all unfurled in the same period, and just as there was a time when the notions of objectives, planning, organization chart, and optimization, which characterized industrial status, did not exist, so there was a time when the network could on no account claim to serve as a general model for organizing societies. For one of the most striking aspects of the emergence of this new system of values, of which we have sought to offer an initial description by applying to recent management texts a grid previously used to describe the worlds associated with the cities, is that this phenomenon is in no way restricted to the domain of management, or even to the sphere of firms. On the contrary, various indications suggest that the metaphor of the network is gradually taking on the task of a new general representation of societies. Thus, the problematic of the link, the relationship, the encounter of rupture, loss, isolation, and separation as a prelude to the establishment of new links, the formation of new projects, and insistence on a constantly reactivated tension between the demand for autonomy and the desire for security, these are also at the heart of current changes in personal life, relations between friends, and especially family life. Such changes have been analyzed in recent works on the sociology of the family 45, but equally, and this is perhaps even more relevant for our purposes, redescribed in TV dramas which, via imaginary variations, put this stock theme to work, as it were, by setting its various facets in motion. 46 As disclosed by novelistic, cinematic, or TV fiction, an investment of the imagination by the social in the shape of dramas, tensions, complexes, or dilemmas associated with the question of class and social origins, which was very marked in the 1960s and 1970s, and was doubtless in keeping with the sensibility of generations that had experienced high social mobility, thus tends to be replaced today by a focus on the question of bonds, which are grasped as invariably problematic, fragile, to be created or recreated. The focus is on a representation of the lived world in terms of connection and disconnection, inclusion and exclusion, of closure in collectivities that are closed in on themselves, or of openness to a hazardous world of encounters, mutual aid, losses and, ultimately, solitude. 3. The generalization of the network form of representation. One cannot fail to be struck by the protean, heterogeneous character of the references that can be mobilized from numerous domains of research and thought, in the construction of a new everyday morality. Below we offer a general survey of the enormous conceptual brew that such a construction presupposes. The proliferation of texts on networks. The connectionist genre, whose formalization we have sketched, does not constitute a form which is, as it were, sui generis, which has a meaning only by reference to developments internal to the literature intended for firms. Even a rapid overview of various highly active currents during the last 20 years, in both philosophy and the social sciences, is enough to demonstrate the opposite. The notion of network, which, until approximately the 1970s, was a relatively specialist or marginal usage, has since become the object of much attention and is now to be found at the heart of a large, fairly diverse number of theoretical or empirical works in several disciplines, so much so that promoters of these developments readily talk about a new paradigm. 47 The ease with which the reference to networks has spread, the speed of diffusion of specialist research and the new usages it has given rise to, further makes any attempt to trace a clear line of demarcation between a scientific and an ideological use of reticular themes hazardous. 48. However, although a large number of the terms or notions drawn from management texts where network logic predominates have their equivalent in writings from the human sciences, direct references to these works are rather rare in our corpus, and pretty much concentrated under the signatures of a few authors. These authors associate management in network form with three terms: first, communication; secondly, complexity; and, finally, disorder, chaos and self-organization. 49 As a general rule, the authors of our corpus predominantly cite other management authors, and frequently one another. This accords with the existence of management as a specific discipline. 50. In other respects, we find in the writings of the main authors from whom we have extracted the outline of the projective city traces of a reading of Ivan Illich's works in the 1970s. Their anti-authoritarian emphasis, critique of centralization, stress on autonomy and on what might, with a certain anachronism, be called self-organization, and also their technological humanism, placing tools in the service of humanity, not vice versa, were to be taken up in the thematic of the projective city. It remains the case that Illich is rarely, if ever, cited by the management authors, at least in their writings. And this is because the extent to which he pushed the critique of industrial society, his critique of commodification and the power of capital, are not readily compatible with managerial tasks. 51. In order to outline the interface between management literature and literature from the natural or social sciences capable of supporting a representation of the world based on a minimal grammar of the link, that is to say, to construct sets containing both management texts and texts frequently cited in works published in social science journals, we must turn to a different source. The works of interest to us here have as their objective, in a more generalist perspective, to get a broad public to understand that in order to decipher the world we are entering into we must, whatever the sphere concerned, call upon the notion of the network. Take, for example, La Planète Relationnelle, published in 1995 by two consultants. Products of the Grandes Écoles, they composed a work mediating between the spaces of academia and enterprise. Thus, in this work we find references to the administration of firms in network mode, and particularly to a large number of management texts included in our corpus, classics of communication, information economists, works on cyberspace, the virtual, internet culture and, more generally, information technology, theories of self-organization, works connected with the American sociology of network analysis, the new sociology of science and technology. 52. The rather heterogeneous character of these references should not surprise us. In the formation of cities, the assimilation as equivalents of a multiplicity of objects, hitherto perceived as belonging to distinct spheres or logics, is accompanied by an intensive collective effort of homogenization to exhibit the potentialities of a world and also to test its moral consistency, to test its compatibility with the requirements of justice, so that action in this world can be adjudged legitimate. So self-evident is it that there is no need to stress the way that significant development in the technical mechanisms of communication and transport has stimulated the connectionist imagination. In particular, it has had the effect of making universally tangible a phenomenon that is not in itself novel, the way that the bonds and constraints consequent upon belonging to a territory are challenged by links that are established at a distance. Today, it is a commonplace that long-distance communication in real time, even more than transport facilities, tends to diminish the importance of neighborhood solidarities compared with links deriving from despatialized affinities. 53 Take, for example, the model of the scientific researcher who is connected with people who share his interests throughout the world, but has no relationship with colleagues in adjoining offices. More generally, for a significant number of wage earners, the development of the media, and especially of computer tools in workplaces, has conferred concrete existence on the abstract notion of network. The accumulation of specifically technical changes, combined with an appreciable, regular reduction in the cost of using them, has helped to attenuate the boundaries between units. Combined with obvious political responsibility for deregulation or the absence of legislation. 54 It has equally rendered obsolete a number of forms of legal protection that were secured through prolonged, costly effort. It has thereby opened up space for possible connections, and given unprecedented impetus both to the activity of networking and to the theoretical work of redefining the social bond and, more profoundly, establishing a new anthropology grounded not, for example, in a universal propensity to exchange objects, but in a propensity, described as no less universal, to form links. The network, from the illegitimate to the legitimate. The establishment of a projective city, by conferring an exigency of justice on the network form, constitutes it as a legitimate political form. This legitimating operation is observed every time the establishment of a city gives salience to a way of seeing and constructing the world that was hitherto either absorbed into other forms and not identified as such, or criticized. In the case to hand, it is all the more striking in that, but a short while ago, the term network was used uncritically only in approximately technical senses. Thus, in the 1960s management literature, where the word is still rare, reference to networks is made in passages dealing with communication, mainly to evoke vertical and horizontal relations within the firm. 55 Hence it is used in a sense that is quite different from the sense given to it today, when the network is associated with the idea of transgressing all boundaries, in particular, those of the firm and the channels of communication and subordination inscribed in organization charts. The word network is thus used in the 1960s to refer to constraints, meshes being associated with those of a net hemming the individual in, rather than representing the activity of connecting. Thus, the French are protected from others by a complicated network of laws, cotters are caught up in networks of obligation, bureaucracy maintains a whole network of authority, dependency, and subordination. Similarly, in order to ground a negative appraisal of someone factually, it is necessary to close around the person concerned the network of policies, objectives, programs, and budgets that he was unable to realize. The rarest usage, and the one closest to the current sense, employs the word to distinguish the informal dimension of life in firms from formal structures. 56 But the authors then turn out to be embarrassed when it comes to assessing the phenomenon negatively or positively, for in one respect the emergence of processes that are not controlled by the structure is problematic for management, while in another the authors are sensitive to the support that is often afforded by informal relations. Research into the uses of the word network in dictionaries from earlier decades likewise indicates that this term, until the 1980s when it was used to refer to human organizations, was nearly always employed pejoratively to characterize clandestine, illegitimate, and or illegal forms of links. Practically the only exception is resistance networks, which were distinctive in being simultaneously illegal, and hence clandestine, but legitimate. But even in this case, unlike what we observe today, network is always associated with secrecy, in contrast to the transparency of public relationships that are legal. Finally, unlike the tight-knit gang, a criminal conspiracy, the network is not only opaque in relation to the outside, it is also opaque from within. Those involved in it do not know the identity of all the others. Consequently, network conjures up conspiracy or what Rousseau, to designate forms of private association contrary to the general interest, calls intrigues in the social contract. In this essentially pejorative sense, network could refer either to dealing, which was simultaneously illegitimate and illegal. Or it could refer to groups of people who, while dispersed in space and mixed with other populations, secretly maintain a private bond and aid each other, to the detriment of others, without their actions necessarily possessing an illegal character. In a recent work by two journalists, Les Bonnes Fréquentations, Histoire secrète de réseau d'influence 57, we still find this older use of the reference to networks. This book, which is presented as a secret history of networks, aims to expose the covert solidarities that swarm around the power of money and knowledge. Moreover, in their introduction the authors take the trouble to differentiate themselves from the new, positive conception of networks developed in management literature. This charming rediscovery of the warm, reassuring collective restores a rather idyllic image of networks 58 for our two authors. By contrast, networks are neither lobbies, because they go beyond a strict, conjunctural alliance of interests, nor community structures, because they carefully avoid any institutionalization. Rather, they are fluid links aiming at mutual aid, influence, money, power, forged by people who, unbeknownst to others, recognize each other by the fact that they possess an identical original quality, which is not emphasized in public life. The list of networks that the two authors follow closely gives a good enough idea of the groups traditionally suspected of serving hidden interests at the expense of the public good. What unites them might be regional, particularly when they come from peripheral or poor regions, ethnic, religious or communitarian, sexual, political, financial, administrative, intellectual, or fashionable. The use of the term network in sociology has, over the last 20 years, undergone the same changes of connotation as we observe in its ordinary usage. Predominantly used in the 1960s to expose privileges, particularly in education and the labor market, which people advantaged by their social origin were able to exploit discreetly, network is today employed neutrally, as a tool. It is even presented, at least implicitly, as a more efficient and just social form than formal relations based on criteria, making possible gradual, negotiated integration into employment. Consequently, sociology makes its contribution to the delegitimation of conventions resting upon a compromise between the civic and industrial cities, and to the enhanced legitimacy of the projective city. But we cannot really understand why the metaphor of the network has been chosen to represent the world that is in the process of emerging, and its increased legitimacy, if we limit ourselves to registering its compatibility with the development of new technical instruments of connections, transport, and communication, or its concomitance with the proliferation of associated concepts in other fields. It is also important to show, through a rapid sketch of the origins of the notion of network, how it was itself constructed to counter conceptions bound up with the old world. Hence it was fairly naturally pressed into service for its transformation. Remarks on the origin of works on networks. Such is the number and profusion of currents contributing to the development of the network paradigm over the last 30 years that it is impossible to retrace their history, something which would demand a book in itself. On the other hand, we can present some of the main outlines. The formation of the network paradigm was bound up in a very general way with a growing interest in relational properties, as opposed to properties substantially attached to entities they supposedly defined in themselves. Onto this central perspective, common to approaches pertaining to different disciplines that are fairly diverse at first sight, other representations were then grafted. They found support, for example, in the persistence since the 19th century of an organicist conception of society as a living body irrigated by flows, whether material or immaterial. 59 Or they could find a prop in the development of sociometric techniques perfected in social psychology, particularly by J.L. Moreno, in the 1930s and 1940s, to describe by means of diagrams the way individuals in small groups are connected by directed communication flows. 60 This latter current, in particular, was to ensure the success of network analyses, first of all in social anthropology 61 and then in sociology and history, a domain where their employment poses particular problems that we shall underline shortly. Finally, as a last example we may take the formation over the last 20 years, in the framework of the cognitive sciences seeking to bring together computer science and brain biology, of models of distributed intelligence of a connectionist type, intent on conceiving theoretical devices for simulating intelligence without appealing to hierarchical algorithms. Point 62. If we can assimilate these very diverse expressions of interest in networks to a shared epistemological orientation, that is, the privileging of relational properties over properties attached to entities, it remains the case that the roots leading to the formation of this paradigm assume different courses in the Anglophone countries, especially the United States, and in France. In France, interest in the field of the human sciences for representations in network terms emerged in the course of the 1960s from philosophy, in particular, philosophical enterprises that helped to renew the philosophy of science by rejecting the boundary established by the dominant epistemologies between scientific activities and other types of practice of knowledge, in order to set this discipline on non-reductionist paths. References to networks were combined with a search for modes of totalization that would introduce minimal distortion into the particularity of the relations identified and the entities they connect. This was contrasted with reductionist approaches that totalize by relating entities and relations to original types, classes, structures, in such a way as to assemble them into groups amenable to becoming objects of calculation in their turn. Consequently, approaches based on a representation in terms of networks have a complex relationship with structuralism. They share with it the fact that they stress relational properties, not substances, as is well known, since Saussure the game of chess, where each move displacing a piece alters the positional value of all the pieces in play, has constituted the quintessential metaphor for the structural approach. However, unlike structuralism, whose project is to identify the original structures on the basis of which transformations occur, and which therefore sets off in search of the logical structure of the world. 63 The network approach is identified with a radical empiricism. Rather than assuming a world organized according to basic structures, it presents a world where everything potentially reflects everything else, a world, often conceived as fluid, continuous, chaotic. 64 Where anything can be connected with anything else, which must therefore be tackled without any reductionist a priorism. Recourse to the notion of network thus derives from an aspiration to furnish very general formulations and models capable of combining any kind of entity, without necessarily specifying their nature, treated as an emergent property of the network itself. Yet this reticular world is not posited as a chaos. Analysis will be able to detect some relations that are more stable than others, preferential paths, crossing points. However, as Michel Serres explains 65, this requires the support of a schema that makes it possible for us to understand how this generalized connexity can be realized. In his work, this schema is communication, elective side of innovation, which makes it possible to take up the challenge of the multiple. 66 By furnishing instruments of totalization that encompass sensitivity to differences. Here the reference to communication is clearly associated from the outset with the project of replacing essentialist ontologies with open spaces, without borders, centers, or fixed points, where entities are constituted by the relations they enter into and alter in line with the flows, transfers, exchanges, permutations, and displacements that are the relevant events in this space. 67 The ontological primacy accorded to the event of connection with respect to entities related to one another is much more radical than in American versions of the network paradigm, which we shall examine shortly. The moment of connection is the moment of constitution of the identity of the entities that enter into a certain relation. In such a world, nothing is thus a priori reducible to anything else from a standpoint which would be that of an outside observer, since reduction is precisely the operation whereby the links are created and stabilized within the network. To describe the network is to observe and report these operations of reduction which, in the open space of interconnections, create relative irreversibility. The utterly original kind of description made possible by this novel language helped in the 1980s to renew sociology, penetrating it via the new sociology of science developed by Bruno Latour and Michel Collin. In this current, representations in terms of networks are turned to good account to overcome the separation, hitherto dominant in the sociology of science, between that which supposedly pertains to science proper and that which belongs among its social uses. 69. But the same philosophy is also involved in less specific trends. At least in France after May 1968, it was placed in the service of a critique of the subject, insofar as the latter is defined with reference to a self-consciousness and an essence that could be anything but the trace of the relations in which it has been caught up in the course of its displacements. It was likewise deployed in a critique of anything that could be condemned as a fixed point capable of acting as referent. This comprised, for example, the state, the family, churches and, more generally, all institutions, but also master thinkers, bureaucracies and traditions, and eschatologies, religious or political, because they make beings dependent upon an essence projected into the future. During the 1970s, this critique was almost naturally directed at capitalism, which was conflated in one and the same denunciation with the bourgeois family and the state. These were condemned as closed, fixed, ossified worlds, whether by attachment to tradition, legalism and bureaucracy, or calculation and planning, as opposed to mobility, fluidity and nomads able to circulate, at the cost of many metamorphoses, in open networks. 70. On the other hand, however, it also made it possible to have done with rigid separations between orders, spheres, fields, classes, apparatuses, instances, and so on, which had in the same period, particularly in sociological versions of Marxist structuralism, assumed the form of hypostases that were regarded as sacred, any querying of which was tantamount to blasphemy at the time. 71. In so doing, and in part unbeknownst to itself, this critique also lent itself to an interpretation in terms of liberation, not only from the personal and institutional loyalties, now experienced as unjustified servitude, which characterized the old domestic order that was in the process of being marginalized, but also from all hierarchies and apparatuses, that is to say, both from the state apparatus and from the apparatuses which, like trade union apparatuses, had contributed to the creation of labor law, the recognition of social classes, and the process leading to their representation in the state. 72. In the Anglophone literature, the worldviews based on network logics attached themselves to pragmatism and radical empiricism. In this case, too, the question of how a relationship is established between elements posited as different and separate is primordial, and it directs attention towards processes of communication. It leads to representing the world in the form of a meshing of signs, each of which is capable of reflecting or representing the others according to its particular position. Hence the often implicit importance of semiotics, invented by C.S. Peirce, in the formation of a representation of the world conceived as a network. Indeed, in Peirce's work the sign is not only related to an object. It must itself be interpreted in order to have a meaning. This triadic conception of the sign makes it possible to represent the world, inasmuch as it can be invested with a meaning, as a network with indeterminate contours constituted by a multiplicity of translations, since the sign is not a sign unless it can be translated into another sign in which it is more fully developed. 73. The interpretant thus plays a role as translator or mediator, allowing the network to expand by connecting entities that would otherwise remain isolated, and hence devoid of meaning. The network thus makes it possible to conceptualize objects in between crystallized form, defined by stable but closed connections, and chaotic non-form, where no link makes it possible to cross several times from one element to another by the same path. It was mainly in the American sociological currents which situate themselves in a straight line from pragmatism that this problematic was to penetrate the field of the social sciences. Without for the most part resorting to the methodology of networks, these two currents posit a framework into which analyses in network terms integrated themselves without difficulty because, in a way, it presupposes and calls for them. The properties of this framework that interest us here are essentially of three sorts. First, the possibility of establishing causal links between highly diverse elements that coexist in the same space, whose uniqueness is respected. Secondly, a concern to grasp processes situated between what can be discovered by a purely individualist approach, criticized for its atomism, and, conversely, an institutional approach focused on the most formal organizations and macro-social phenomena. Finally, a desire to start out from interactions within small groups, conceived essentially, according to the perspective established by G.H. Mead, as communicative activities through which people at once construct their own self and produce the meanings operative in social life, defined by its symbolic nature. In this logic, people are inseparably actors, who perform actions, and interpreters, who elaborate social meanings by exchanging signs, which are the form action takes when it is caught up in flows of relations on which people seek to confer meaning. From this angle, the seemingly most stable properties of individuals, for example, sex or profession, are themselves signs subject to interpretation in interaction. Rather than treating them as substantial properties, it is therefore appropriate to regard them as relational properties. It is in interactions, where they are subject to interpretation, that these qualities are invested with meanings, and meanings, depending on the relation as they do, vary as we pass from one relation to another. It is therefore not possible to define individuals, as in structuralist-influenced constructions, by a bundle of properties that derive mechanically from membership of groups, institutions, organizations, and so on. The radicalization of these positions led, in the 1960s and 1970s, in two different directions. The first, of which ethnomethodology, which does not directly concern us here, constitutes the consummate expression, consisted in laying stress exclusively on the processes of interpretation whereby actors seek to impart meaning to social accomplishments in the course of action itself. It is stymied by the problem of totalization, since the meaning of the words on which the work of interpretation depends is itself tied to these situations, and these situations are, hypothetically, quite unique. The second radicalization likewise consisted in abandoning the idea that there exist stable properties of persons, individual or collective, which permit totalization. But rather than focusing on the work of interpretation in interaction, it would endeavor, redeveloping the old Mornean sociometry, and employing a language derived from the theory of graphs, to reconstruct mechanisms of totalization by fixing exclusively on relations in a network, which were hypothetically open-ended. In this perspective, individuals are always less pertinent than the relations linking them. 74 They can be treated as nodes at the intersection of bundles of relations, so that it becomes possible to populate this empty space with highly diverse entities. Together with those of Mark Granovetter 75, it is without doubt the works of Harrison White and his team that have played a predominant role in the development of this current, by proposing algorithms amenable to automated treatment in order to construct networks of relations on a much grander scale than did Moreno, whose works were concerned with small groups. The innovation was not simply technological. It also aimed to free sociology from old ideas of categories, groups, classes which, presented as valid for earlier, status-based societies, were no longer suitable for open, fluid societies where chance plays a preponderant role. 76 The much heralded methodological revolution thus contained, in embryo, the promise of liberation from old institutions enclosed within their boundaries, rigid organizations, comprising registers of roles and statuses that were fixed once and for all, treated as constraining and outmoded. As with the most radical versions of the paradigm, this orientation was to lead to discounting the properties of the elements between which a relation is established, that is to say, people, whose characteristics, for example, of being a woman, a black, a youth, a worker, and so on, were no longer treated as relevant, and considering only the relational properties, that is to say, the number, frequency and direction of connections. It is only in the last 10 or so years that the American sociology of networks has become solidly rooted in France, through the medium of surveys focused on sociability 77 and taking directions which, in the majority of cases, do not overlap with those whereby the network paradigm was diffused, via French philosophical currents in the 1960s and 1970s, which we have cursorily recalled, to the new sociology of science and technology. We have sought to demonstrate that it is possible to derive both from schemas which are ultimately fairly cognate, and can evidently be deployed to undertake a delegitimation of the world associated with the second spirit of capitalism, with its bureaucracies, states, bourgeois families, and social classes, in favor of a new reticular world on which the third spirit of capitalism helps to confer meaning. Even so, we do indeed find ourselves in the presence of two schools, whose intersection, measured by the frequency of personal contacts in seminars, colloquia, and so on, or by citations, would turn out to be limited, if not non-existent. Why have we not used one of these seminal texts to delineate the features of an order founded on the construction of the network, following the approach tried and tested in de la justification, which proceeds from canonical texts to manuals of practical application? Because, as far as we know, there is no key text that attempts to establish the possibility of a harmonious, just world based on the network. The connectionist type of order whose formalization we have sketched has not, in the same way as the domestic, civic, or commercial orders, for example, been the object of a systematic construction in the tradition of political philosophy. This, no doubt, is because the contemporary currents in which the concept of network was elaborated were constructed precisely against the metaphysical structures underlying the political philosophies of the common good. And in some cases they were constructed as philosophies of immanence in such a way as to avoid, bypass, or absorb the position occupied by a moral instance whence legitimate judgments referring to justice might derive. This is why these philosophies have, as we shall see later, borrowed from psychoanalysis notions such as force or displacement, in such a way as to absorb the two-tiered space of Western political metaphysics into a plane of immanence, as Deleuze puts it. This is also why attempts to reconcile representations in terms of networks and concerns expressed in moral terms, containing a reference to justice, which thus approximate most closely to what we have called the projective city, have been composed by grafting elements derived from quite different currents onto reticular themes. These currents, while likewise stressing communication, elaborated a new problematic of the subject, formulated with the aid of a pragmatics, and, adopting a Kantian legacy that reticular ontologies had jettisoned, more or less explicitly assigned themselves the task of refounding the possibility of judgments cast in terms of truth and or moral correctness. 78. The naturalization of networks in the social sciences. The contribution of the social sciences to describing a connectionist world with the coherence and immediacy of something natural, where action can be justified if it is inscribed in projects, stems ultimately from their capacity for naturalization, which itself derives from their conception of science. For, in the final analysis, to state what the world is composed of is always to confer a nature upon it. Obviously, the naturalization effect is especially powerful in those disciplines which, aiming to connect biology and society, derive the social bond from implantation in the order of living organisms, or construct their representation of society on the basis of a physiological metaphor, not, as in the old organicism, cellular differentiation, but instead today the metaphor of the neuron, with its networks and flows. But naturalizing effects are equally brought to bear in less hardline paradigms, especially when they are orchestrated by a specific technology. Thus, the ambition, inscribed in the strong program of the sociology of networks, of describing all social processes solely in terms of the number, form, and orientation of connections, this ambition does indeed aim, in a reductionist spirit, to give the social sciences a genuinely scientific foundation by basing them on analysis of fundamental components, or the connections that supposedly constitute the cement of societies. The wish to construct an authentically scientific sociology on the basis of network analysis has been expressed in two different fashions. Schematically, the first might be characterized as historicist, the second as naturalistic. The first, historicist approach has consisted in defending the idea that network analyses are especially suitable for describing contemporary societies, because the development of networking activities is characteristic of these societies. This first point of view would appear to be that adopted by White, Borman, and Brager. 79. However, with the development of specific technologies applicable to any object whatsoever, and the formation of a veritable school, network analysis has increasingly been employed to re-examine and reinterpret historical data, in an approach that we would characterize as naturalistic. These redecryptions replace earlier explanations, in terms of conflicts between classes, groups, political cultures, for example, or symbolic exchanges, by analyses that aim to describe historical changes taking account solely of the structure of networks. Typical in this respect is the interpretation of the rise of the Medicis in Florence between 1400 and 1434 proposed, on the basis of previous data, by John Paget and Christopher Ansel. Against earlier interpretations that invoke the rise of new groups and class conflicts, they stress the way in which Cosimo de' Medici succeeded in positioning himself at the junction of different networks, whose structural holes he exploited judiciously. 80 Similarly, we can read Fernand Braudel emphasizing that in his description of the origin and development of capitalism he stressed, not competition and the market, but the social networks that served as a support for long-distance trade. 81. From the viewpoint of elaborating a projective city, each of these two positions presents advantages and disadvantages. The first, historicist, position is good because it underscores the novelty of the network world and the suitability of the description of networks to the current world, the one we inhabit and are seeking to understand. It chimes well with the assertion, which accompanies the description of a connectionist world, that this form is characteristic of the world being constructed before our eyes. But the second, naturalistic, position possesses the advantage of basing the network form more solidly on the naturalness of the world. The researchers who are active in these two currents could reply that debates on networks revolve not around the world but around modes of description, and thus that it is purely a matter of methodological discussion. But over and above the fact that the validity of the description cannot be separated from the properties of the object being described, the critiques they direct at categorical approaches do indeed tend to establish the image of a world whose meaning is disclosed only to those who have understood that networks constitute its main armature. However, the tension between a historicist position and a naturalistic position can be reduced if one accepts that in the order of knowledge, reticular organization constitutes the form that is best adjusted to the global vision of the world from the viewpoint of a city founded upon a connectionist logic. To take the example of the commercial city, the market had to be placed at the heart of a political philosophy at the end of the 18th century for the market dimensions of past societies in their turn to be apprehended as such, that is to say, with the vocabulary and concepts of the commercial city. Similarly, the network possibly constitutes an appropriate form for describing the way in which, according to Braudel, the bankers of London or Amsterdam realized surplus values greatly in excess of the opportunities offered by local markets. But they did not describe their own actions on the basis of the network form and, above all, did not appeal to the network or project to deliver value judgments or construct justifications. The historicist and naturalistic approaches commit the same error, which consists in believing that states of things and modes of description can be treated independently of the normative positions from which a value judgment on events can be made. We believe that if something new has come to pass in the respect that concerns us here, it is precisely the formation of a mode of judgment which, taking it for granted that the world is a network, offers fulcra for appraising and ordering the relative value of beings in such a world. Conclusion: the changes wrought by the new spirit of capitalism at the level of ethics, the development of what we have called a connectionist world, and the gradual formation of a projective city that subjects it to a demand for justice, comprise the main normative fulcra on which the new spirit of capitalism rests. Now that we have largely set out the projective city, we can extend the comparison between the new spirit of capitalism and those that preceded it, endeavoring to bring out their differences at the level of ethics. Whereas the first spirit of capitalism gave more than its due to an ethic of saving, and the second to an ethic of work and competence, the new spirit is marked by a change in terms of the relation to both money and work. The change in the relation to money and possessions. In the form of the spirit of capitalism that dominated the 19th century and the first third of the 20th, saving constituted the main means of access to the world of capital and the instrument of social advancement. It was, in large part, by means of inculcating an ethic of saving that the values of self-control, moderation, restraint, hard work, regularity, perseverance, and stability prized by firms were transmitted. In a network world, the significance of saving has not disappeared, but it applies to a different kind of goods. As Gary Becker anticipated more than 30 years ago, 82, the main scarcity in our societies, at least among categories like cotters, who do not face immediate necessity, concerns time, not material goods. In this world, to save is thus in the first instance to prove sparing with one's time and judicious in the way one allocates it. Obviously, this applies in the first instance to the time one devotes to others. Not wasting time involves reserving it for establishing and maintaining the most profitable connections, that is, the most improbable or the most long-distance connections, as opposed to squandering it in relations with intimates or people with whom social intercourse brings only pleasure of an affective or ludic variety. But a suitable allocation of free time also concerns access to information and money. People must not be prodigal with their time, or reserve it for themselves, save it up to no purpose. They should devote their time to seeking information about good projects and, if they have saved up time, not squander it on useless things, but keep it in reserve to exploit opportunities to invest in a new project, which is unexpected but potentially interesting. Time represents the basic resource for connecting the actors who control access to money, and on whom the project budget depends. Given that time is a resource that cannot be stored, however, this type of saving cannot remain dormant, and must be constantly reinvested. The imperative to make the resource on which one is dependent work, which also applies to money, is rendered more exacting in this instance by its personal character. Whereas the management of monetary savings can be entrusted to others, optimum investment of one's time must be handled personally. More generally, in a network world, the everyday relationship to money and property differs from bourgeois custom as traditionally defined. But it also differs from the new forms of relationship to property that marked the rise of an elite of university-educated, qualified, salaried managers, integrated into large bureaucracies, in the 1940s. The modes of activity best adjusted to a connectionist world signal a turning point in the history of capitalism, because they contribute to making a Western definition of property operative. Kiyokazu Washida has devoted a remarkable article to this definition, on which the remarks below draw. 83. The constitution of the category of managers was marked in the first instance by a fragmentation of the various components contained in the notion of property, in the form of a separation of ownership and control. Managers, who do not own what they control, are counterposed to owners, who are often numerous and whose power is limited or non-existent. To a certain extent, this separation may be regarded as the basis for the formation of one of the principal modern conceptions of power, bureaucratic power. It is pure in the sense that it is severed from the characteristics it possessed by dint of its association with property. Construed thus, however, power retained an essential feature of property, analysis of which, present in Hegel, was popularized by Marx, just as the possessor is possessed by his possession. 84. The man of power is dependent on what his power is exercised over. Hence two temptations, both of which aim to dispose of the constraints of possession or power, absolute power and radical divestment. However, a third possibility exists, whose current development is remarkable: renting or borrowing/loaning. Renting isolates a third component of property, availability, which is total but temporary. Now, it is precisely this component, and it alone, that people should be concerned with in a connectionist world. Rather than property owners absorbed by the things they possess, or managers dependent upon the objects whose reproduction they ensure, there is another option privileging things that are loaned, which are used as one pleases at a convenient moment. Thus is isolated in the relation of property to objects the component that corresponds to the mode of existence in the world of the projective city, availability, without the constraints of property or those of power. Human beings adjusted to a connectionist world will thus prefer, for example, to rent their main residence, since they often have to change it, or the cars they drive. This, in particular, is what distinguishes the streamlined human being of the projective city from the traditional figure of the bourgeois, who is always associated with heaviness, with weight. Renting is the form suitable to the project, to arrangements for a temporary operation. In fact, given the comparatively unpredictable character of fruitful projects, it is difficult to anticipate the kind of assets one might need. To full, outright ownership, it is therefore reasonable to prefer ready, temporary access to resources that are borrowed, employed, or expended in the framework of the project, while maintaining sufficient flexibility to refund them when required. But this kind of relationship to property is not restricted to the world of objects. It is just as valid in the sphere of information, where the optimal strategy consists in borrowing elements that can be recombined without having to become the exclusive owner of the ensembles to which they pertain. In some respects, intellectual rights may be treated as rental contracts. The main issues then concern the form that information must take if it is to have the characteristics of a property, that is to say, be subject to identification and, consequently, to protection such that borrowing is no longer possible without taking the form of renting. This presupposes, on the one hand, some form of objectification, and, on the other, a definition of the level starting from which protection is guaranteed. Does this mean that the anthropology underlying the projective city is indifferent to ownership? On the contrary, it takes an element at the origin of the liberal conception of property to its ultimate conclusion. Connectionist human beings are the owners of themselves, not by natural right, but inasmuch as they are the product of a labor of self-fashioning. The advent of the projective city is thus closely bound up with another striking feature associated with the current change in conceptions of ownership and, in particular, the ownership we have over bodies, whether our own or those of others. This is the very significant growth in industries whose purpose is the exhibition of a self-image, from fashion, health, dietetics or cosmetics, through to the rapidly expanding personal development industry which, as we have seen, accompanied the reorganization of firms with the emergence of new professions, like that of coach. In this logic, property is dissociated from responsibility to others. It is now defined exclusively as a responsibility towards the self, insofar as they are the producers of themselves. Everyone is responsible for their bodies, their image, their success, their destiny. The change in the relationship to work. As Max Weber insistently stressed, the formation of capitalism was accompanied by a growing separation between the domestic and professional spheres, in terms of both the modes of subordination and the accounting methods used in the home and the firm. Separation between the domestic unit and the firm was the corollary, in the property regime and for employers, of a separation between the person of the worker and the labor power he sells on the market, for the wage-earning class. These two dynamics, which, according to many observers help to define the very essence of capitalism, culminated in the organization of a capitalism of bureaucratized large firms, managed by competent, academically qualified salaried staff, distinct from the owners. For the second spirit of capitalism, the separation between family life and professional life, the family and the office or the factory, personal opinions and professional competence, a separation laid down in law in various forms, seems to be an established thing, if not always de facto, then at least in principle. Evidence of this is to be found in the fact that during this period a number of the critiques directed at capitalism, particularly by academically qualified personnel, focused on its failure to respect the distinction. Such, for example, was the case when employers were criticized for favoring their intimates, confusing the firm's interests with that of those of their families, or taking account, when it came to hiring or appraising people, of their employees' private lives, the morality imputed to their family or sexual life, or again of their political opinions. In a connectionist world, the distinction between private life and professional life tends to diminish under the impact of a dual confusion, on the one hand, between the qualities of the person and the properties of their labor power, and on the other, between personal ownership and, above all else, self-ownership and social property, lodged in the organization. It then becomes difficult to make a distinction between the time of private life and the time of professional life, between dinners with friends and business lunches, between effective bonds and useful relationships, and so on. Erasure of the separation between private life and professional life goes together with a change in working conditions and rhythms, as well as methods of remuneration. The full-time salaried cotter, holding a stable job in a large firm, who embodies the second spirit of capitalism, is replaced by the periodic contributor, whose activity can be remunerated in different ways: wage, honoraria, author royalties, royalties on patents, and so on. This tends to blur the difference between capital revenues and labor incomes. At the same time, the whole work ethic, or, as Weber put it, the ethic of toil, which had permeated the spirit of capitalism in various forms, was affected. Associated in the first state of capitalism with rational asceticism and then, in the mid-20th century, with responsibility and knowledge, it tends to make way for a premium on activity, without any clear distinction between personal or even leisure activity and professional activity. To be doing something, to move, to change, this is what enjoys prestige, as against stability, which is often regarded as synonymous with inaction. The transformation of everyday morality as regards money, work, assets, and relations to the self supposed by the new spirit of capitalism is thus not tantamount to a mere adjustment or alteration at the margins, if we take seriously the new form of normativity underlying it, to which this chapter has been devoted. We are indeed witnessing a profound change in the type of normativity that permeated the second spirit of capitalism, not its continuation in partially transformed external forms. The mystery we must now resolve is why such a change seemed to transpire without encountering any pronounced hostility. A priori, it is hard to imagine so significant a change in normativity provoking no significant struggle, critique, or reaction. Apart from the denunciation of exclusion, however, which is precisely a condemnation of the new connectionist world in terms of disaffiliation, that is to say, disconnection, which appeared at the beginning of the 1990s but remained largely unconnected with the new mechanisms of capitalism, at least until recently, it must be said that the new world became firmly established without a fuss. It was as if it had been covered up by the clamor surrounding the slowdown in growth and rising unemployment, which no public policy succeeded in curbing. Similarly powerless, critique was unable to analyze the transformation beyond exposing the new forms of social suffering. Quite the reverse, those in the vanguard of critique in the 1970s often emerged as promoters of the transformation. The following chapter is devoted to the history of the establishment of this new world and to the roles, active in certain respects, passive in others, played by critique in the years when it emerged and established itself. Part 2. The transformation of capitalism. And the neutralization of critique. 3. 1968, Crisis and Revival of Capitalism. How was the new spirit of capitalism, and the projective city from which it draws justifications in terms of justice, formed? We shall seek an answer to this question by starting out from the dynamic of the spirit of capitalism insofar as its mainspring is critique. We shall show how the opposition that capitalism had to face at the end of the 1960s and during the 1970s induced a transformation in its operation and mechanisms, either through a direct response to critique aiming to appease it by acknowledging its validity, or by attempts at circumvention and transformation, in order to elude it without having answered it. In a more complex fashion, as we shall demonstrate, evading a certain type of critique often occurs at the cost of satisfying criticisms of a different kind, so that opponents find themselves disorientated, even making common cause with the capitalism they earlier claimed to be contesting. One of our objectives will also be to understand how the large-scale social mobilization that embodied critique at the end of the 1960s and in the 1970s could, in the space of a few years, disappear without a major crisis at the beginning of the 1980s. In fact, one cannot fail to be struck by the contrast between the decade 1968 to 78 and the decade 1985 to 95. The former was marked by a social movement on the offensive, extending significantly beyond the boundaries of the working class, a highly active trade unionism, ubiquitous references to social class, including in political and sociological discourse and, more generally, that of intellectuals who developed interpretations of the social world in terms of relations of force and regarded violence as ubiquitous, a distribution of value added that shifted in favor of wage earners, who also benefited from legislation affording greater security, and, at the same time, a reduction in the quality of products and a fall in productivity gains that were attributable, at least in part, to the inability of employers, directorates, and management to control labor power. The second period has been characterized by a social movement that expresses itself almost exclusively in the form of humanitarian aid, a disorientated trade unionism that has lost any initiative for action, a quasi-obliteration of reference to social class, and especially the working class, whose representation is no longer guaranteed, to the extent that some famous social analysts can seriously assert that it no longer exists, increased casualization of the condition of wage earners, growth in income inequality and a distribution of value added that is once again favorable to capital, and a reassertion of control over labor power, marked by a very significant reduction in disputes and strikes, a decline in absenteeism and turnover, and an improvement in the quality of manufactured goods. Order reigns everywhere. The main objective of political action in Europe since the first crisis of modernity at the end of the 19th century the construction of a political order in which the capitalist economy could expand without encountering too much resistance or bringing too much violence in its train, seems finally to have been achieved. And this has been done without having to compromise with social classes represented at the political level, unlike the solution negotiated between the end of the 1930s and the beginning of the 1950s. How could such a change have come about in such a short time span? It is difficult to answer this question inasmuch as the period under consideration is not marked by any sharp political breaks, a change of political power in an authoritarian direction, for example, or an ultra-liberal turn, but, on the contrary, by comparative continuity. This was assured, in particular, by the arrival of the socialists in government in 1981, which seemed to extend and entrench the May 68 movement politically. Nor can we evoke clearly defined economic events of major significance, like the Wall Street crash of 1929, for example. And the term crisis, used to refer to the years that followed the first oil shock, proves inapposite if, as is sometimes the case, one seeks to apply it to an entire period that was in fact marked by a massive redeployment of capitalism. Our interpretation takes the revolt of May 68 and its sequel seriously, and we shall regard it as a major phenomenon from two contrasting angles. On the one hand, we are dealing, if not with a revolution in the sense that it did not lead to a seizure of political power, then at least with a profound crisis that imperiled the operation of capitalism and which, at all events, was interpreted as such by the bodies, national or international, charged with its defense. On the other hand, however, it was by recuperating some of the oppositional themes articulated during the May events that capitalism was to disarm critique, regain the initiative, and discover a new dynamism. The history of the years after 1968 offers further evidence that the relations between the economic and the social, to adopt the established categories, are not reducible to the domination of the second by the first. On the contrary, capitalism is obliged to offer forms of engagement that are compatible with the state of the social world it is integrated into, and with the aspirations of those of its members who are able to express themselves most forcefully. 1. The critical years. The worldwide conflicts that marked the year 1968 were the expression of a very significant rise in the level of critique directed at Western societies. Forms of capitalist organization, and the functioning of firms in particular, were the targets of the protesters and, as we shall show, this critique was not merely verbal but accompanied by actions that entailed a not insignificant disruption of production. A crude indicator of the level of critique, at least in terms of work, can be found in the statistics for the number of strike days, which averaged 4 million in the years 1971 to 75. By comparison, this number was to fall below 500,000 in 1992. The combination of the social critique and the artistic critique. An important feature of the period around 1968 is that the critique of the time developed from the four sources of indignation we identified in the introduction. The first two sources are at the heart of what can be called the artistic critique, while the last two are characteristic of the social critique. These two types of critique are frequently combined in the revolutionary movements of the second half of the 19th century and the first half of the 20th, especially in France. But whereas the artistic critique had hitherto played a relatively marginal role because its investigators, intellectuals and artists, were few in number and performed virtually no role in the sphere of production, it was to find itself placed at the center of protest by the May movement. The French crisis of May had the dual character of a student revolt and a working-class revolt. The revolt by students and young intellectuals was in fact extended to cotters or engineers who had recently left the university system, and served as a trigger for a very widespread working-class revolt. Point 2. The workers, mobilized against the threats posed to them, especially wage earners in traditional sectors, by the restructuring and modernization of the productive apparatus undertaken in the 1960s, would speak the language of capitalist exploitation, struggle against the government of the monopolies, and the egoism of an oligarchy that confiscates the fruits of progress. In the tradition of social critique. Point 3. The working class revolt can thus be interpreted as the result of the economic policy pursued since the arrival of the Gaullists in power, and as a response to the prolonged exclusion of unskilled and semi-skilled workers from the benefits of growth, and to an unequal distribution of the costs of growth borne by different categories. Point 4. Moreover, the Employers' Report of 1971 on the problem of semi- and unskilled workers would recognize the exceptional character of the French situation when it came to the wage inequalities suffered by blue-collar workers. Point 5. Students, who had seen their numbers increase significantly during the previous decade marked by the university explosion 6 but had simultaneously seen their conditions deteriorate and their expectations of obtaining autonomous, creative jobs diminish 7 instead developed a critique of alienation. It adopted the main themes of the artistic critique, on the one hand, the disenchantment, the inauthenticity, the poverty of everyday life, the dehumanization of the world under the sway of technicization and technocratization, on the other hand, the loss of autonomy 8 the absence of creativity, and the different forms of oppression in the modern world. Evidence of this in the family sphere was the importance of demands aimed at emancipation from traditional forms of domestic control, that is to say, in the first instance, women's liberation and youth emancipation. In the sphere of work and production more directly of interest to us, the dominant themes were denunciation of hierarchical power, paternalism, authoritarianism, compulsory work schedules, prescribed tasks, the Taylorist separation between design and execution, and, more generally, the division of labor. Point 9 Their positive counterpoint was demands for autonomy and self-management, and the promise of an unbounded liberation of human creativity. The forms of expression of this critique were often borrowed from the repertoire of the festival, play, the liberation of speech, and surrealism. Tenet was interpreted by commentators as an eruption of youth, as the manifestation of a desire to live, to express oneself, to be free. 11 Of a spiritual demand, of a rejection of authority, of contestation of the bourgeois family and, more generally, of domestic forms of subordination. These themes, which revived the old artistic critique by translating it into an idiom inspired by Marx, Freud, and Nietzsche, as well as surrealism, were developed in the small political and artistic avant-gardes of the 1950s 12 long before exploding into broad daylight in the student revolt of May 68, which was to give them an unprecedented audience, inconceivable 10 years earlier. They answered to the expectations and anxieties of new generations of students and cadres, and spoke to the discrepancy between their aspirations to intellectual freedom and the forms of work organization to which they had to submit in order to be integrated socially. Point 13. Nevertheless, we must guard against inflating the divergences between the student contestation and the forms of protest expressed in firms into an outright opposition. Themes pertaining to both critiques, the social and the artistic, were developed conjointly in the world of production, particularly by technicians, cadres, or engineers in high-tech industries and by the CFDT. The latter, competing with a CGT that was firmly implanted among manual workers and skilled workers, sought to mobilize both intellectual workers and semi- and unskilled workers. In the context of firms in the 1970s, the two critiques were formulated primarily in terms of a demand for security and a demand for autonomy. In those of its aspects directly related to work at least, the critical movement in effect challenged two types of division. The first focused on power and, more particularly, the distribution of the legitimate power of judgment. Who has the right to judge whom? According to what criteria? Who is to give the orders, and who is to obey? Its point of attack was most of the tests that involved the faculty of appraisal and decision-making at work, especially making decisions for others. It was expressed in a challenge to those in command and to hierarchy and by a demand for autonomy in the tradition of the artistic critique. The second division concerned the distribution of risks and, more specifically, of the ups and downs in life experience directly or indirectly connected with market developments. The critical movement aimed to increase the security of wage earners and, in the first instance, of those who, possessing neither savings nor an inheritance, were highly vulnerable to the impact of changed economic circumstances or modes of consumption on the productive apparatus. In particular, it applied to tests involving time and, more especially, those that define the kind and degree of solidarity linking the present to the past and future, for example, in cases where it is agreed to make holding a certain type of post dependent on obtaining a particular educational qualification, paying on a monthly basis, calculating a pension, or defining a level of unemployment benefit. The construction of stable intertemporal links must ensure people's continuity between their current condition and potential future conditions. People at work being eminently changeable, this operation can be performed only by stabilizing identity with categorical instruments, hence guaranteeing people an official status that is itself dependent on their attachment to a category. Challenging the just character of tests assumes a different meaning depending on whether we are dealing with a test of performance or statute. In the first case, it isn't just signifies that the relative reward, or the ranking of status, is not aligned with relative performance. In the second, it isn't just signifies that people have not been treated in accordance with their statute. Furthermore, we usually refer to justice in the first instance and social justice in the second. The way in which tests are resolved concerning power and distribution of the capacity to deliver legitimate judgments on the one hand, security, and the distribution of risks originating in the market on the other, affects the capitalist test par excellence, profit. Where the former is concerned, an increase in demands for autonomy, in the refusal to obey, in rebellion in all its forms, disrupts production and has repercussions on labor productivity. Where the latter is concerned, protecting wage earners against risks originating in markets has the effect of increasing firms' vulnerability to market fluctuations and increasing labor costs. The demands for autonomy and security, which originally derived from different sources, converged in the years after 1968 and were often embodied by the same actors. On the one hand, it was obviously in sectors where protection was best guaranteed, and where the need for averagely or highly academically qualified personnel was great, that demands for autonomy could be expressed with most vigor, that is to say, in study or research services, teaching or training, belonging to the public sector, the nationalized sector, or large high-tech firms where the CFDT happened to be particularly well implanted. On the other hand, those who did not have a statute often backed up their demands for autonomy with equivalent demands for protection. The young graduates who, faced with what they called the proletarianization of their positions, demanded more autonomous, more interesting, more creative, more responsible work, did not thereby envisage quitting the wage-earning class. They wanted more autonomy, but within the framework of large organizations that could offer them job and career guarantees. The conjunction of these two types of critique, simultaneously aiming for more autonomy and more security, posed problems. In effect, critiques focused on the fact that judging for others is unjust, contesting the command structure, and demanding autonomy. These lead to an emphasis on individual performance. Contrariwise, critiques centered on the unequal distribution of market risk, which demand a strengthening of security, incline towards tests of a statutory variety. To press these two types of demands simultaneously, and radically, can pretty rapidly lead to demanding a world without tests, without professional tests in the usual sense, at least, which has some features in common with the communist stage in Marx. In such a world, security would be guaranteed to completely autonomous producers whose appraisal by a third party would never be legitimate. The disruption of production. In May 1971, a meeting of employment experts from various West European countries, the United States and Japan was held in Paris under the auspices of the OECD. The rapporteur was Professor R.W. Ravans, advisor to the Belgian Industry/University Foundation. This group conference was prompted by the phenomenon of a deterioration in workers' behavior today, by a hardening of attitudes and flagging motivation in industry. The industrial economies are undergoing a revolution that crosses all cultural boundaries. Occurring simultaneously in all the OECD countries, it is not restricted to workers, but is also influencing the conceptions and reactions of cadres. This revolution takes the form of a challenge to authority. It is prevalent, so the report informs us, even in nations where the Protestant ethic was expressed with the greatest moral vigor and material success. The crisis of capitalism was deemed especially acute in industrial France, which endlessly debates the need to construct a society without classes, hierarchy, authority, or regulations, and in Italy, a country where the effects of industrial conflicts and social malaise are constantly combined, and minor details of technical progress in workplaces provoke conflicts whose violence is out of all proportion to their causes. In these two countries, but also in Germany, established authority has been demolished in an organized, deliberate manner that sometimes takes the form of outright physical violence. 14. The crisis referred to by these experts was not imaginary, their concerns were justified. The very high number of strike days provides only a limited idea of a protest movement that equally found expression in a stepping up of the level of disputes, often accompanied by violence, and also daily guerrilla warfare in the workplace. 15. If interprofessional national strikes remained within legal bounds, the same was not true of strikes in individual factories, where recourse to illegal and even violent action was frequent, signaling a clear break with the previous period. 16. In their work on 123 conflicts in 1971, Claude Durand and Pierre Dubois find instances of verbal violence in 32% of cases, heavy picketing in 25% of cases, occupations in 20% of cases, physical violence against the employer, cadres, supervisory staff, illegal confinements or deliberate clashes with the police in 20% of cases. Resort to some form of significant illegality affected 1 in 2 strikes. Participation in illegal action extended to something like a third of workers. 17. Strikes and open conflicts were not the only indicators of a crisis that manifested itself in many forms in firms' everyday operations. Absenteeism, turnover, reaching a disturbing level for normal functioning of many firms, and betokening an escape from the situation of work, a quality of work and service that increasingly suffers because of the workers' lack of interest, occasioning problems of delays and obstruction, and leading firms to include in their costs scrap and defects. Connected with a decline in the quality of work, the wastage of raw materials and the social costs of the climate of discontent, go-slows remain as widespread as ever, and instances of sabotage are far from rare, A working class capacity to control output has crystallized in firms, and wage earners are developing a kind of passive resistance that is expressed in a variety of forms, such as workers' resistance to timing, interprofessional pressures on the group not to exceed norms, concerted slowing down of the pace of work, refusal to apply the operating methods that have been laid down. The same author, one of the most acute observers of the disruption of work in the 1970s, stresses the crisis of authority and opposition to hierarchies that exacerbate tensions inside workshops and offices and lead to a risk of paralysis in large production units, where young workers have made certain workshops ungovernable for supervisors, and monthly paid staff, employees, typists, and so on, rebel against the work rhythms, harassment, and impoliteness of managerial staff. 18. The extension of these forms of resistance had direct and indirect consequences on production costs. On the one hand, writes Benjamin Coriat, difficulty in ensuring the pursuit of increases in labor productivity during this period can at least in part be attributed to it. On the other, management sought to restore control over the workforce by overloading their apparatuses of supervision and control, significantly increasing control costs that were not directly productive. New categories of controllers, retouchers, repairers, etc., rapidly emerged. Thus repair workshops in manufacturing units had to review an increasing number of products for tests and various kinds of repair, even before they were delivered to the public. 19. The demands. 3 sets of demands, associated with 3 different social groups but closely linked in commentaries, attracted particular attention from socio-economists of work: the refusal of work by the young, the strikes and crisis of semi- and unskilled workers, finally, demands which, especially among cadres, express a need for autonomy, a demand for greater participation in control of the firm or, in its most radical forms, for self-management. The refusal of work by the young, the allergy to work, as Jean Rousselet put it. 20, was the subject of a very large number of commentaries. The young no longer wished to work, above all, they no longer wanted to work in industry, and many of them were opting for marginalization. In 1975, the recently created Centre d'études de l'emploi devoted a notebook to what the authors called marginalism. 21 The number of young people under the age of 25 who had a marginal, occasional activity was estimated by Rousselet to be of the order of 600,000 to 800,000 in 1975. The fact that they were not integrated into an occupation and regular work was attributed not by the youth specialists questioned in the C investigation to a shortage of jobs, but to a form of deliberate avoidance of wage labor, the pursuit of a different lifestyle, working conditions that offered greater flexibility in hours and rhythm, transient schemes that made it possible to maintain a stance that was detached, distanced from work, to be autonomous, free, without having to put up with the authority of a boss. The authors of the C research justifiably observe that the marginal activities cited by the youth specialists surveyed are not fundamentally different, in their content, from the jobs offered to young people on the labor market. What is different is the irregular, transient character of the activities dubbed marginal, and one cannot fail to be struck by the similarity between the attitudes of the young denigrated at the beginning of the 1970s as betokening a refusal of work, and those that were to be extolled in the second half of the 1980s insofar as they supposedly displayed a spirit of resourcefulness and flexibility in the search for odd jobs. 22. The beginning of the 1970s was marked by a series of serious, long strikes. Among the most notable of these disputes we might mention Rodiaceta in 1967, Faradeau in 1970, Leclerc Faugeries, Somersedan, Batignolles and Moulinex in 1971, the strikes by semi- and unskilled Renault workers at Mans and Sandouville in 1969-72, the bank strikes from 1971 to 1974, LIP in 1973, and Radiotechnique in 1974. In a number of cases, the initiative lay with semi- and unskilled workers. 23 Not with skilled workers or craft workers, who had a longer and stronger record of unionization. Involved in the front line of social struggles were immigrant workers, semi- and unskilled workers in automobile firms, unskilled workers in the electronic and textile industries, bank and insurance company employees, gyrocheck employees, packers at sorting centers, shop assistants in hypermarkets. Point 24. As we shall see, the role played in these disputes by young, unqualified workers, sometimes, as in the West, newly urbanized workers, prompted numerous commentators, sociologists of work or employment experts, to regard strikes by the semi and unskilled as an indirect expression of rejection of the working conditions and forms of authority that obtained in mass production industries or in highly standardized services. As Olivier Pasteur has shown, the 1960s and the beginning of the 1970s were marked in France by an acceleration in the process of rationalization and taylorization of work, which went together with a growth in the size of firms and increased concentration of capital. Point 25. Yet whereas in the 1950s work rationalization was accompanied by significant productivity gains, the relationship was inverted in the 1970s, characterized by pursuit of the process of taylorization and a conjoinment collapse in productivity gains. Point 26. To explain this paradoxical relationship, Pasteur invokes the crisis of work in the 1970s, whose scope he seeks to measure by means of a number of quantitative indicators, absenteeism and turnover, in particular, which increased in different but invariably significant proportions in the main industrialized countries between the mid-1960s and mid-1970s. Without possessing the statistical series, the author amasses the indices of a no less significant rise in other manifestations of the crisis of work, such as obstruction, defective products, or even sabotage. As this study indicates, this phenomenon, far from affecting only assembly line workers, something that would be insufficient to give it the requisite explanatory value, since they remained a minority despite the increase in taylorization during the period, affected most categories of young wage earners, including white-collar staff, office employees, technicians, or cotters. The decline in the quality of work was, according to Pasteur, bound up with the improvement in the quality of workers that occurred at the same time. Like many commentators on the crisis, in particular those belonging to employers' circles, Pasteur regards the increase in educational levels accompanying the development of taylorization as the main reason for the rejection of work. Higher aspirations generated by a higher level of studies came into conflict with the generalization of work fragmented into individual operations. The challenge to hitherto predominant forms of authority in firms, which constitutes one of the principles of the interpretation of strikes by semi and unskilled workers, is quite explicit among engineers and technicians, who joined in the wave of protest at the beginning of the 1970s. A minority of cotters participated in the movement. It seems that they were basically young, university-educated cotters, still closely related to students, like young engineers in research centers or leading firms in high-tech sectors. Point 27. Even though they were a minority, the mere fact that they entered into open rebellion, unionized, and expressed their solidarity with blue-collar workers constituted an especially troubling sign for the management of firms. Did not the very existence of the category of cotters, albeit very heterogeneous in many respects, primarily mark a break with the working class world and solidarity with the firm's design and supervision departments? Among cotters, two demands were especially clear. First of all, a demand for security. It was bound up, especially among junior, self-taught cotters, with fear of unemployment and a loss of status following the restructurings and fusions of the mid-1960s. The expression of such fears was evident above all among CGT cotters, who included a majority of the highest-ranking cotters, promoted and self-taught. Point 28. Among graduate cotters, and especially young cotters belonging to the CFDT, the security dimension found expression predominantly in anxieties about the future, which were closely akin to the question, very important in student discourse, of prospects. It was linked with fears about a devaluation of degrees as a result of the increase in the number of graduates during the period and the theme of the proletarianization of students and cotters. The second demand advanced by engineers and cotters, which was much more insistent than the demand for security, concerned autonomy. Moreover, this demand was not really new, cottars having taken a lead over other wage earners in demanding autonomy. The management literature of the late 1960s that we have studied already suggested some solutions, with the generalized establishment of management by objectives. What was new in the demands of the 1970s was the challenge to the hierarchical principle itself, which was particularly worrying when it involved those who embodied that principle in firms, and an extension of the demand for autonomy beyond managerial cottars to all the occupations using graduate personnel. In its most radical versions, the demands extended as far as laying claim to democratic control over firms. In the CFDT, the demand for self-management and democracy in firms played a key role in cottars' participation in the 1970s movement. 29 It was accompanied by a critique of traditional forms of representation and traditional trade unionism. 30 The self-management proposals of the CFDT, wholly unacceptable to the employers, would nevertheless inspire the renewal of managerial methods some years later. 2 Reactions and responses to the critiques. Initially, the employers, in collaboration with the Chabandelmas government, interpreted the crisis in terms of social critique. They sought to calm things down by negotiating benefits in terms of wages or security with union federations at the national level, without conceding anything on points which, like demands for autonomy or creativity, were bound up with the artistic critique. Management of the crisis was situated on the terrain of employers, state, unions, industrial relations, where tests of strength had been gradually codified and established since the 1930s, thereby assuming the form of legitimate tests. Contrariwise, demands for which no established framework existed were ignored or foiled. In a second phase, confronted with what the employers regarded as the failure of this strategy, which proved costly and did not succeed in halting the protest or reasserting control over behavior at work by either management or unions, disruption to production did not decrease significantly. Innovative fractions among the employer class adopted a new interpretation of the crisis. From this there flowed a second strategy: the crisis would be construed in terms of the artistic critique, as a revolt against oppressive working conditions and traditional forms of authority. Employers would no longer anticipate a restoration of social peace from action by union federations, would stop negotiating social benefits with them, and would instead endeavor to circumvent them at a local level and in the workplace. But the order of response to the two critiques, the social critique in the first instance, then the artistic critique, derived not only from an evolution in employers' thinking and opportunities, but also from a transformation of critique itself. In fact, at the end of the 1960s and the beginning of the 1970s, social critique in its most classical form, articulated by the working class movement, but also in Trotskyist and Maoist far-left activism, underwent a revival to the point of eclipsing the artistic critique, which had unquestionably been more in evidence during the May events. The artistic critique was to have its revenge in the second half of the 1970s, when the social critique seemed to be exhausted. This period was in fact marked by the flowering of new social movements. 31, by the progressive domination on the left of the ideas of its non-communist, self-management fraction, and, throughout the 1980s, by a very harsh critique of communism, to which the analytical categories of totalitarianism were applied, without encountering the same resistance as in the 1950s or 1960s. 32 Given the especially strong association in France between social critique and the communist movement, the discrediting of the latter was accompanied by a temporary but very pronounced abandonment of the economic terrain by critique. Under fire from the artistic critique, the firm was reduced to the function of oppressive institution on a par with the state, the army, the school, or the family, and the anti-bureaucratic struggle for autonomy at work supplanted concerns about economic equality and the security of the most deprived. As was said at the time, qualitative demands seemed more crucial, but also more revolutionary, than quantitative demands, in that they attacked the very forms of capitalist accumulation. We are now going to elaborate on the history of capitalism's two responses to the critiques of 1968 in greater detail. The first response accounts for the majority of initiatives between the Grenelle Agreements and 1973, but extends beyond that date. The second response, whose effects are conspicuous above all from 1975 on, was in gestation among certain employers' groups as early as 1971. A first response in terms of social critique. Characteristic of the first response was that it did not go beyond the solutions proposed by the second spirit of capitalism. It represented an attempt to improve its security mechanisms, as well as the sources of motivation, the latter being reduced to questions of pay on which employers gave way more readily, since the context of inflation made it possible rapidly to recoup what had been conceded. At issue was restoring an acceptable level of motivation at work, but without stepping outside the usual solutions and without conceding on demands for a transformation of work itself. The disruption of production, the breakdown in work routines, challenges to the disciplinary forms obtaining in firms that rested largely on a compromise between industrial logic and domestic logic, these resulted in a significant increase in the number and intensity of tests in the workplace. But because they were rooted in new kinds of conflict, and because they involved situations that had not hitherto been deemed problematic enough to require a high degree of formalization and control, these tests had difficulty arriving at an acceptable outcome of a procedural type, in local negotiation or the mobilization, for example, of staff representatives or union groups. However, given the risks of further degeneration involved in such uncertain situations, which demanded a rapid response, the actors who retained most control over the situation, that is to say, representatives of the employers' organizations and of the major union federations, agreed to reduce the multitude of local tests, which were difficult to interpret, without an obvious resolution, and often on the verge of violence, to the arena of identified, recognized, established, and legally framed tests. Here, no doubt, the initiative reverted to the unions, who were concerned to obtain tangible, cumulative results, something that was easier in the case of old demands, dubbed quantitative at the time. Whereas local disputes were often characterized by the fact that they were not staged on the initiative of the unions, and sometimes broke out over individual conflicts, the work of transformation and translation performed by unions during them led to the emergence of economic demands. Simultaneously of interest to the unions, because they could be extended to a statutory or categorical base, and regarded as negotiable by the employers, they involved such demands as the catching up of wages, monthly payment, and raising menial categories. 33 This attitude derived directly from the Grenelle Agreements of May 1968, which had nevertheless not halted the strikes in the short term and had been rejected by the membership, which precisely found them too quantitative. 34 As Durand and Dubois show, the prioritization of new qualitative demands was slowly worked at by union federations. Whereas these demands were statistically very much in the minority when it came to official grounds for strike action, the disputes identified with them attracted comparatively more interest in the trade union and general press. It was a question of learning to identify such new demands and prioritizing them in disputes, rather than translating them into wage demands, thereby distorting them. But this learning process remained slow, and the majority of reasons for dissatisfaction continued to boil down to economic issues. The way the unions understood the crisis in practice, by directing local, confused, emotionally charged tests, conveying a multiplicity of grievances, towards tests with a higher degree of formalization and generality, concerning wages first and foremost, coincided to a certain extent with employers' expectations. At least this was true of their most enlightened fraction, which regarded the concession of economic benefits, and even an institutionalization of relations with the unions, as a lesser evil. It is true that in 1968 France looked very different from other Western countries. Its wage-labor trade unionism was highly fragmented, disunited in fact, and it had weak practical experience of negotiating agreements with employers, whether at national, sector or firm level, agreements that did not penetrate into the life of firms to any appreciable extent, and were invariably signed under pressure from the state. French employers could therefore certainly entertain the belief that strengthening one of the weakest Western industrial relations systems would not be very dangerous. Employers' attitudes towards unions and predispositions to negotiation nevertheless differed between traditional employers, who, as ever, blocked union activity, and especially recognition of union groups in firms that had been obtained during the Grenelle agreements, and progressive employers, who formed the majority in the team directing the CNPF after 1969.35, like the promoters of the new society, Jacques Chaban-Delmas, and especially Jacques Delors, and like the sociologists of work. Close to the CFDT, these employers interpreted the forms that the May crisis had assumed in firms, and the agitation that followed, as the result of inadequate institutionalization of social relations between employers and unions, and a lack of negotiating practices at enterprise level. 36 Powerful but reasonable unions, in firm control of their membership, while not abolishing social conflict, would make it possible to establish institutionalized tests for solutions at all levels, and were regarded as an important factor in social peace and economic progress. 37. At enterprise level, this policy came up against the hostility of a large number of company heads and also the weakness of unions, whose local implantation had always been contested, and whose representatives had enjoyed legal protection only since the Grenelle agreements. The new society therefore turned instead to negotiating agreements with the major union federations at national level, something that paradoxically, but in line with the history of French industrial relations, strengthened the role of the state in industrial relations, whereas Delors wanted to establish regular negotiations at enterprise level in order to disengage the state and depoliticize employer-union relations. 38 The employers' conversion to negotiations rested upon two convictions. The first was that the unions were more responsible, trustworthy, serious than the working class membership, or even union groups in firms. 39 There was a constant fear of unions being outflanked by their membership. 40 It was therefore advisable to strengthen national bodies by making interprofessional agreements with them. The second was that wildcat manifestations of the new libertarian spirit, the multiple challenges to authority and hierarchy, the demands for autonomy and democratic control of the firm, and, more generally, the troubling symptoms of a rejection of work, these would be damped down by concessions on wages and, above all, by measures strengthening stability and security, that is to say, by agreements guaranteeing a statute to wage earners in firms. At the time, the CNPF regarded continuous dialogue with the social partners, and the establishment of a joint policy, as means, so François Sayric declared in 197,141, of combining economic expansion and an improvement in people's condition in a single pursuit, and preserving economic development of the capitalist type against its detractors. 42 In this way, a model of society was mapped out that would have its political translation in Chaban-Delmas and Delors's new society, which aimed to sustain the industrialization effort in a free exchange framework, by strengthening the cohesion of the firm through a social policy based on categorical measures. This policy included raising low wages, reducing wage differentials, forward-looking personnel management, continuous training, the development of collective facilities, and so on. This negotiating strategy on the part of the public authorities and employers was subordinated to the economic policy of the period 43 and thus corresponded to what could be conceded in a context not yet marked by the crisis that set in 1974. With the opening of borders consequent upon France's entry into the common market, stress was insistently laid on industrialization, foremost objective of the Sixth Plan, and the competitiveness of firms, the result of the adoption of new techniques, concentration, and internal reorganization. It was necessary to avoid social convulsions that would inflict damage on the entire system, and make concessions primarily on things that were conducive to this policy. Contrariwise, the brakes had to be applied in other areas. 44 The favorable economic climate allowed room for supplementary concessions on the guaranteed minimum wage and purchasing power. The inflation situation, aggravated since 1968, was also suitable for negotiation, since employers can afford to be more relaxed about wages when they can increase prices. This corporatist policy issued in the signature of a large number of interprofessional national agreements, giving rise to the promulgation of laws and decrees, and was pursued by contractual negotiations at branch and professional levels. It would significantly enhance wage earners' security, and contribute to establishing a statute for the wage-earning class. Among these agreements, which involved between 5 and 9 million wage earners, we may recall, in particular, the Interprofessional National Agreement on Job Security, obliging professions to create interprofessional regional committees, 4 weeks paid holiday, introduction of a guaranteed minimum wage or SMIC, the Joint Declaration on Monthly Payment, the Agreement on Daily Maternity Payments, the Interprofessional National Agreement on the Right to Continuous Training, the amended framework of the Agreement on Training and Professional Development, the Law on Maximum Working Hours, the Agreement on Early Retirement and Guarantees of Resources, giving those entitled 70% of their previous wage, the Law on the Participation of Immigrants in Occupational Elections, the law providing for tougher penalties in instances of infraction of labor law, the law proscribing illegal work, the law generalizing supplementary pensions, the agreement of guarantees in the event of compulsory liquidation, the agreement on full unemployment payment for a year. 45. The main trade unions participated in this policy of compromise, even if the CGT and the CFDT persisted with the logic of class struggle, and regarded it simply as a step on the road to an exit from capitalism. Evidence for this is their rejection of any law or agreement that would link improvement in the lot of workers to the prosperity of the capitalist system. 46. The significance of these agreements should not be underestimated. The post-May 68 years were marked in France by the most important social advances since the liberation. The agreements concluded, and the laws and rulings promulgated, could henceforth serve as a contractual fulcrum from which to challenge the justice of the tests at work that capitalist accumulation depends on. Ways of making profits could more frequently be criticized not simply as unjust, but as illegal. The fact that the security or protection thus established were often of a categorical or statutory kind prevented employers from excessive manipulation of individual differences to set wage earners in competition with one another. 47. If access to a statute is genuinely subject to a test, the categorical character of agreements reduces uncertainty and creates stable conditions such that everyone covered by the agreement considers a priori that the others conform to the indicated condition and does not demand proof of it. 48. The negative converse is nothing other than what was not yet called the flexibility but, for example, the fluidity of manual labor, which means that the vagaries from which the statute offers protection fall on individuals. The agreements concluded in 1968-73 altered the distribution of value added to the advantage of wage earners. 49. And enhanced their security in significant measure. They thus substantiated and terminated an initial definition of the crisis of capitalism in terms of demands for greater social justice, that is to say, benefits granted not to individuals on the basis of merit, but to collectives with reference to their overall contribution to the production of value added. As Dellers clearly expressed the point in a book of interviews from 1974, social justice in the sense it was used in during this period is clearly distinguished from remuneration according to individual performance, which was rejected under the label of meritocracy. 50. Unlike meritocracy, which divides, since it ranks people according to their level of competence, and is by definition unstable, since the test of performance, to be legitimate, must be reversible, social justice is achieved when benefits are collectively obtained and are guaranteed, protected against any challenge, by a statute underpinned by a legal document. In the period we are concerned with, however, these benefits or entitlements were secured at the cost of maintaining the status quo as regards power in firms and autonomy. In fact, the employers were less fearful of a test of strength with the unions over wages at a national level, than disruption of production and progressive loss of control at workshop and enterprise level. The example of the latent Italian may served as a foil and a warning. The disputes in the Fiat factories at Mirafiori offered an especially troubling example. It was during these conflicts in 1969 that the shop stewards movement was established, with its assemblies, representatives, and factory councils. This was to spread to 100 firms and, at the beginning of the 1970s, ended up assuming a significant degree of control over working methods at Fiat, overtime, assignments, transfers, grade promotions, and so on. 51. Via the CNPF, the employers evinced strong opposition to any sharing of power at enterprise level. This opposition was maintained throughout the period, and was equally evident in the Lip dispute in 1973-52 and, 2 years later, on the occasion of the Sudrio report on reforming firms. Proposals to grant each wage earner a right of individual and collective expression, and to integrate representatives of the wage earners with voting rights into administrative or supervisory committees, were singled out for criticism. 53 Employers' opposition to anything that closely or even remotely resembled self-management was equally apparent in the case of cotters and engineers, whose demands for autonomy did not for the most part, however, have the radical character of workers' councils. At the end of the 1960s and the beginning of the 1970s, the CNPF, which, alongside the directors of large firms whose opinions were primarily expressed through the Centre de Jeunes Dirigeants, still contained a large number of employers from small and medium-sized firms, initially responded to the crisis of authority in traditional terms. They regarded any demand for control as dangerous and intolerable interference, to be condemned in the name of the natural laws of economics. In 1968, the Employers' Federation thus reiterated the positions it had held prior to the crisis, as expressed, for example, in the Common Declaration issued by the General Assembly of the CNPF in January 1965, when it comes to the managing firms, authority cannot be shared. Experience consistently demonstrates that any other formula leads to impotence. And it is the presence of a man in charge at the head of the firm that is most conducive to authority being exercised in a humane manner and to guaranteeing the requisite dialogue with wage earners. On May 21, 1968, the CNPF's offices were occupied by a group of cotters. The following day, the CNPF released a statement condemning the strike and summarizing its earlier themes. In particular, in this declaration the CNPF expressed its reservations over participation, watchword of left Gaullism, proposed by the government to respond to the crisis. Participation in firms can be a factor of efficiency only if it is based on a strengthening of structures, not on their destruction, on respect for hierarchy, whose authority must not be undermined by it. As Catherine Gajos writes, whereas talk about relaxing existing structures was ubiquitous, the CNPF spoke of reinforcing the old structures, whereas the authority of those who held the levers of command was everywhere under challenge. The CNPF demanded a strengthening of hierarchy and measures to guarantee the exercise of this authority, whose rationale lay in the economic facts of life that imposed themselves on firms or natural economic laws. 54 The demand for participation was in fact to be translated into the language of involving wage earners in profit sharing and the development of employee shareholding. Rather than conceding power in the workplace, employers preferred to share the status of shareholder at a financial level. 55. A second response in terms of the artistic critique. The first oil shock and the recession of 1974-75 accelerated challenges to the policy of corporatism. The employers developed a different social policy, and effected a series of changes. These changes, which were based on a second interpretation of the crisis of capitalism in the latter half of the 1970s, were implemented not on the initiative of the unions, but by advanced sections of the employers. A particular role was played by Entreprise et Progrès, which took the advice of experts, consultants, human relations specialists and sociologists seriously, and realized that the ideas of 68 were not to be rejected in their entirety. According to this second interpretation, which had been formulated at the end of the 1960s, particularly by sociologists of work, the crisis of capitalism was not rooted in a demand for higher wages, still less in demands for greater job security. It was the expression of rebellion against working conditions, and especially Taylorism. Interest in working conditions, the critique of assembly line work, consciousness of the relationship between job satisfaction and the performance of more complex tasks, executed more autonomously, these were so many themes that had appeared in employers' literature from 1970 to 1971. They were paths to be explored to confront the challenge to authority and, above all, to prevent future revolts. 56 strikes by semi and unskilled workers in these years having seemingly triggered such reflections. But explanations in terms of a rejection of Taylorism, credible enough in the case of semi and unskilled workers, were insufficient either to understand why the revolt was only now manifesting itself, or to account for the significance of the crisis and its extension to the far more numerous categories of wage earners who did not work on assembly lines. The rebellion was then interpreted by a number of observers as the product of the chance encounter of two independent causal series, the ongoing rationalization of work and, in the same period but for different reasons, a very significant increase in educational levels. This dual development thus brought together increasingly desk-skilled work, whose quality was ever more degraded, and increasingly skilled workers, whose quality was much higher than in the past. According to this interpretation, the upshot, especially among the young, was a feeling of frustration, their aspirations met with disappointment, since the test of work did not allow them to do the things that would have displayed their abilities, and to demonstrate their skills. 57. This second interpretation contained a potential change of analytical perspective, which would become fully apparent only in the 1980s, the transition from a representation of social relations in terms of collectives, establishing an equitable relationship between whom was a matter of social justice, to an individualizing representation combined with a demand for justice, but this time in the meritocratic sense of differentiated remuneration of particular contributions and individual performance. 58. The new way of interpreting the crisis did not emanate directly from actors on the ground, local employers, factory managers, or wage earners and union representatives. 59. In fact, the stress on working conditions initially derived from reflection by work specialists, factory inspectors 60 or sociologists of work. It was only subsequently that the union federations, like the innovative employers' organizations, took up this theme as they sought to formulate new demands. It was to be transformed by the CNPF into a slogan that was widely diffused by an extensive press campaign, and adopted by the political spokesman of the government majority in 1973 to 1976. Improvement in working conditions and job enhancement, watchwords launched at the end of 1973, were to constitute major themes under the presidency of Valéry Giscard d'Estaing. 61.